On a typical evening on the street, a real estate agent asked a client if he was going to move into an apartment, and he replied yes, as he had just gotten off the train. The realtor said that the apartment was nice and worth the money, and that the client was very lucky. After walking through the night city for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance. The realtor mentioned that they could safely go up to the apartment and enter, as it was clean and the monthly rent was only 800 yuan. The only thing that worried the client a little was that the building looked as if no one had lived in it for 20 years. But the realtor asked him to trust him as a representative of Yonggang Real Estate and believe that everything would be fine. When the client started climbing the stairs, the realtor went into the entrance and quietly closed the door behind him. When they reached the apartment, the client said that the realtor could leave as soon as he handed over the keys. The realtor handed over the keys and said he didn't want to keep him waiting, and the client apologized for calling so late. Closing the front door, the realtor said he would bring the contract the next day and said goodbye. When the front door slammed shut, the realtor was beside himself with joy because the apartment had finally been rented and he was going to get a bonus. The realtor was glad that they had come at night because otherwise the deal would have been in jeopardy due to the grandmother who lived there. She was convinced that a scary ghost lived in this apartment, but the realtor did not believe these words, dismissing them as ordinary, old-fashioned superstition. He was absolutely certain that such things could not exist in this world. At that moment, the client finally settled down on the bed and immediately got ready to sleep, because he felt tired. He had already fallen asleep when he felt raindrops dripping on him from the open window. But if he had opened his eyes, he would have seen a real monster standing in front of his bed. It was huge, with long limbs and terrifying green eyes. In the morning, the realtor came to his senses from a strong slap and a conversation that this was the only way to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, he found Grandma Loon standing in front of him and was very frightened. After regaining his composure, he calmed down and asked why she had come so close to him. Touching his cheek, he realized that he had been slapped hard and did not understand why. Looking around, the realtor realized that he was on the staircase and decided to ask what had happened here in general. The investigator asked him to recount the events of the night and wrote them down to get a general understanding of the situation. He turned to the realtor and asked if, after finishing his business with the client, he didn't understand who had pushed him down the stairs. The realtor stretched his neck and answered in the affirmative, complaining that there were no surveillance cameras in the building. After that, he noticed the Grandma Loon was staring at him without blinking and asked her why. She said that money had clouded his mind because he continued to bring people to an apartment where something evil lived. The realtor waved her off and asked what year she was living in, if she believed such things, and that his client didn't care about superstitions either. Hearing this, the grandmother exclaimed how he had the audacity to say such a thing when it was his fault that the tenant of the apartment had died. Hearing this, the realtor froze in horror, not knowing how to respond to Grandma Loon. A crowd had already gathered under the window of the building, and the realtor still couldn't believe that his client had really passed away. The residents of the building discussed whether the man had died in the cursed apartment, while others noted that he had simply had a heart attack. They all looked at the staircase of the building, but one person thought something about demonic forces and auras. But a little later, he mentioned that he didn't feel anything like that in this place, and realized that it would be troublesome here. It was Tang, and he realized that all he could do was hope for his secret weapon. And with the help of his fingers, he activated the golden eye of the underworld. This skill allowed our hero to scan the entire building for monsters from the underworld. This did not bear fruit, and Tang thought that this made things more interesting and that he would not get bored. Then he felt someone watching him, and when he turned around, he saw a child who said that Tan's movements were similar to Naruto's. The child even said that he also knew a few moves and would now show them. He waved his arms around for quite a long time, which began to annoy our hero. In the end, Tan got angry and wanted the child to show him something, otherwise he would beat him up. In the end, the kid asked Tan if he liked his moves, but found that he was no longer there. In addition, his lollipop was gone, which upset him greatly because he was supposed to share it with his classmate. Tanka was on the roof at that moment and thought that the kid was mistaken and that what he was using was not Naruto's technique. Our hero used real Taoism, which was much more difficult. After that, he thought about the monster from that apartment, which 3 groups had been unable to find, and the guy who had been waiting in that place for 5 days had not seen the monster either. Even Tonka's golden eye couldn't find traces of a demonic aura unless it revealed its true nature, and it was probably necessary to destroy the building. To avoid this, Tonka realized that he needed to come up with a plan to capture this monster. After that, it was clearly necessary to give this demon a good beating. Tanka's golden eye skill helped him find and then observe the souls of spirits. Blue meant humans, yellow meant people like Tanka, and red meant spirits. The next day, the realtor sat in his office and pondered his client's heart attack, unable to understand what it had to do with him and the apartment. He was thinking that he couldn't expect a bonus this month when a young woman entered the room. The realtor asked her if she was looking for a place to rent or if she was interested in buying. The pretty girl said she was interested in renting an apartment with ghosts. She specified that she wanted the very apartment where the man had died, which greatly surprised the realtor. The girl explained that she needed this particular apartment because she wanted to do a live stream. In the end, the realtor thought she was strange and simply handed her the keys and left. She looked around the apartment and found the bedroom where the previous owner had died. She went in, turned on the light, and laid out her few belongings. Then she decided to eat her fill so she wouldn't be hungry during the broadcast. And while she was sitting at the table and thinking about how delicious her noodles were, a demonic hand reached for her legs. Just before the hand grabbed her legs, she pulled them out from under the table. She did this because she ran to her bag, having completely forgotten what was inside it. Looking into her bag, she said aloud that, as the only person there, she should have been scared. And so she took out one of the small posters with a rising star. She decided to hang the first poster directly on the door so that it would protect her. She hung the second poster on the window, and it was supposed to ward off all evil spirits. At that moment, the chandelier above her head clicked, and the light went out completely. And she decided it was a short circuit. In the darkness, green, screaming smoke began to seep out of the slightly open closet door. The girl looked at the closet in fear and warned that she had everything she needed in her bag to get rid of the perverts. The closet door opened wider, and looking into the darkness, she shouted that whoever was there needed to come out. At that moment, the girl's gaze became frightened because she saw something in the closet. That something was the very monster that had sent the previous tenant to the other world. But a second later, the girl stopped being scared and smiled, realizing that she had finally found where the demon was hiding. With a serious expression, she opened the closet door with a slight movement of her hand. Then, she opened her bag and told the creature sitting inside that it was its turn to come out. A large black bird with big wings and burning eyes flew out of the bag. It rushed into the closet at full speed, after which the girl slammed the door shut. A moment later, there was a green explosion in the closet that threw the girl back. Quickly getting to her feet, she threw her bag in that direction to get the bird back inside. With a slight movement of her hand, she did so and closed it almost effortlessly. Then she said that it was her precious Ovo. Ovo was a clawed raven, capable of forcing any demon to reveal its true nature. So she suggested that the demon finally come out of the closet. The next moment, the demon began to rush out of the closet toward the girl. It was much larger than her and screamed that it would devour her whole, and he attacked her. But the girl slapped the demonic spirit and asked why he was still acting tough. After hitting him with an uppercut, she clarified that the spirit was disturbing the neighbors' lives. When the spirit flew to the other side of the room, the girl said that she was not used to moving in this body. The demonic spirit came to its senses and began to shout questioningly, asking who the girl really was. She began to refer to herself in the masculine gender and added that she understood who was in front of her because of childhood pranks. She was 100% sure that she was facing a low-level spirit without any real attacking power. Then she cast a spell that made its disguise slowly disappear. Taking his disguise in his hand, the man introduced himself and said that he was the demon-hunting champion of the city of Liusan. Now, Tanka appeared before the demonic spirit without any disguise. The demonic spirit did not expect to see a hunter in front of him, and Tanka said that he initially thought he was facing a spirit of lust. That was why he had come in the form of a girl, and now he was ashamed that he had pretended to be such a girl. His golden eye did not detect the demon, so his disguise skill was good. He added that thanks to his attacking power, he could have crushed this demon with just one finger. The demonic spirit listened to our hero's entire story and thought for a moment. Then he began to dissolve into thin air and told Tan to try to find him. But suddenly something prevented him from doing so, and he began to ignite. Tanka replied that it was because the clawed raven could force any demon or spirit to reveal its true form. The demon understood why he couldn't dissolve and quickly rushed to the door to the room. He ran with his arm outstretched toward the door with the poster and shouted that he could not be caught until he waited for her return. When he touched the poster, he spontaneously combusted again and was pierced by intense pain. This happened because there was a talisman behind the poster, and it was impossible for the spirit to escape. To our hero's surprise, this spirit turned out to be much weaker than he had initially expected. After all, a simple talisman was able to return the spirit to its true form. As a result, this spirit turned out to be an unremarkable little creature. Now before him stood a small creature with light curls that was clearly afraid of Tanka. Being larger, our hero tapped it on the forehead and said that it was no longer so bold, adding that there was no spirit he could not handle. The demon grabbed his head and began to scream that he couldn't leave this place because she hadn't returned yet. Tanka asked who he was talking about, realizing that this creature was waiting for someone here. It said that the only way to survive was to hide and gather information. Because of its friendship with humans, other demons began to exterminate them. The creature said that it was the only one who managed to escape from the other demons, after which it hid in this closet. After he woke up, the world had changed a lot, and people had become loud day and night. So he returned to the closet, where his grandmother found him. She picked it up and cared for it like a kitten, but one day, she collapsed on the floor and stopped moving. And a few days later, she was taken away. Much time has passed since then, but according to the creature, she never returned, even though he waited for her. After listening to the little demon's story, Tan finally asked him to be quiet, and our hero decided to look up who this demon was on his phone. He opened the app and began scanning the demon, asking him to stop moving so the demon scanner could work. It turned out that this creature belonged to the extinct species Dan Wong. The app began to list the creature's characteristics, and he was frightened that the phone was talking. Looking at it, our hero realized that the reward for this mission was 2,000, and he would be happy to catch the demon. After all, the extinct demonic species was worth a lot on the black market, and Tang decided he had hit the jackpot. The little creature was afraid of ending up on the black market and thought terrible things about it. And when Tan caught it, it started screaming and struggling in his hands, begging to be let go. Tan told it that it was worth a lot, but he was not going to sell it. And besides, that old woman would not return to him. He went on to tell it that from now on, it would never be scared or helpless again. He said this because he was going to take the demon for himself and protect him. In addition, Tangka gave him the name Xiaohei. The demon cried because for the first time in his life, he had a real name. And Tangka asked him if he agreed to accept this name for himself. Xiaohei, with tears in his eyes, replied that he was ready to accept the name. After that, Tangka held out a sphere toward his face, which quickly began to suck him inside. Xiaohei begged to be let out and added that people cannot be trusted because they always deceive. Our hero did not pay much attention to the demon's words and was glad that the task was completed. He picked up his phone, where he had to mark whether the task had been completed successfully or failed, and pressed the second button. At the same time, the builders at the construction site were talking about how they had found treasure and assumed it was antiques. This treasure was very heavy, so it took several people to carry it, and they got very tired in the process. It was a huge jug, tightly tied with rope, and the builders assumed that there was something valuable inside. They began to argue about what was inside, and someone suggested that it was alcohol, someone else that it was pickled cucumbers, and someone else that it was antiques. But in the end, they realized that they would not know until they opened it, and one of the builders felt that the vessel had an evil aura. The vessel was tied with strips of fabric, with claw marks left by dogs. In order to open the vessel, one of the builders tore off the lid and froze in place. The other builders asked him if he was okay and why he wasn't moving. Someone even thought he had gone deaf, so they decided to approach him. At that moment, he was already dead, and something sinister had mutilated his face. That same night, a girl named Zhuang was riding her motorcycle and thinking about how she was running late. It was raining outside, and it was unsafe to drive, but Zhuang had to hurry because she had been fighting for this deal for a long time. Despite the rain, the girl was happy that the road was empty, and she knew that if she hurried, she would make it in time. But suddenly, she crashed into something and flew into the air along with her motorcycle. As a result, she fell onto the asphalt, and the impact broke her helmet and knocked it off her head, and she realized that she had crashed into something. But she remembered that there was nothing in front of her, and she couldn't have crashed into anything. Looking ahead, she thought she saw the cause of the accident. In front of her stood a translucent creature with burning eyes, unknown to her. That morning, as usual, her aunt woke her up angrily and loudly. She scolded Zhuang for sleeping so long and not waking up early in the morning. In addition, her aunt was annoyed that Zhuang did not help them as she had promised before the move. Leaving the room, she pointed out that the girl woke up late every day and came home late. She added that Zhuang had many relatives and could go live with them, and she didn't understand why she was still there. After that, her aunt slammed the door, and Zhuang realized that she could no longer stay in this apartment and needed to ask her other aunt about an apartment. On the other hand, she knew she didn't have much time left to save up for her goal and find a woman. She wanted to find her so that she would regret heartlessly abandoning her and her father. Turning to her father in the photograph, she asked him to bless her with wealth. At that moment, her aunt made her husband eggs and bacon for breakfast. She turned to her husband and asked why he didn't ask his niece to move out, since she had been living with them for 6 months. Her uncle replied that if he didn't take care of his niece, who else would? Her aunt pointed out that Zhuang had money, because she must have saved a lot in 6 months of work. Then she got ready to leave the house and said that talking about Zhuang annoyed her, and she went to the market. The moment she walked out the door, her uncle called out to Zhuang that she could come out of the room because her aunt had left. Zhuang wished her uncle good morning and swore that she had no intention of upsetting his wife. Her uncle noted that she was angry because of menopause and that it was not worth taking to heart. Zhuang went to wash her face in the bathroom and bent over to rinse the toothpaste off her teeth. As she bent over, her uncle watched her through the door and smiled. When she looked up at the mirror, she noticed her uncle standing behind her. He said he had asked if anyone was in the bathroom, but didn't hear an answer, so he came in to get some dental floss. Zhuang asked him not to do that again because it scared her, and he promised to be more careful. Then Zhuang found the dental floss on the sink and was about to hand it to him, but her uncle told her not to because her hands were still wet and reached for the floss himself. Reaching for the floss, he whispered in Zhuang's ear that her wet hair smelled very good. He continued and mentioned that when she was little, he often picked her up and played with her, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had grown up so much that he called it a miracle of sex education. He said that once he noticed a bill for about 500,000 in her phone and added that a young girl could earn that much at night by doing naughty things. Her uncle leaned close to her ear and said that if she really needed money, he could give it to her, and all she had to do was ask. She said that she thought he was the kindest of all her relatives and would never have thought such a thing about him. She would never have thought he was such a scumbag. Shouting this, she kicked him between the legs, calling him a wolf in sheep's clothing. He fell to the floor in pain, and Zhuang realized that she really needed to find a new place to stay. Walking to work with her suitcase, her stomach growled loudly, and she thought she should have had breakfast after all. Passing by a restaurant, she saw a happy family where a mother, father, and daughter were sitting nicely and having breakfast. Zhuang realized that she shouldn't be looking at them like that, and that she needed to cheer up so she could earn more money that day. The income goal Zhuang had set for herself for that day was 1,000 yuan. At 9 o'clock that morning, she was already at the studio having her picture taken. She received 300 yuan for her modeling work, and by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she was rushing to her second job. At her second job, she was a part-time maid and earned 350 yuan. At 6:30, she was at the service center and asked a colleague to watch her suitcase before delivery. She was asked how long she was going to continue working as a delivery person, and she said that she would continue until she had earned enough money. And then she went to pick up her orders. As she was leaving, a warehouse worker asked why such a pretty girl was working as a motorcycle delivery driver. The man she called uncle said that she basically worked 3 jobs every day. He didn't understand why she was putting so much pressure on herself, but he knew she loved riding her motorcycle. That's why delivery was an outlet for her and a way to relieve stress. That evening, Tang stood on Lantian Street and thought about which order to take next. And while our hero was thinking about this, Zhuang, who worked in delivery, drove past him. Then Tang took a black compass out of his pocket to search for spirits and determine fate. Immediately, blood-red lines appeared, which meant something bad. Then he realized that for the first time, he had encountered what his master had mentioned when he was a child. It was a bad omen of fate, and all the red threads led to Zhuang. Looking in the direction of the girl who had left, Tang realized that the street was too crowded and it would be difficult for him to find her. So, sighing, he realized that everyone had their own destiny, and he couldn't help even if he wanted to. As he was thinking these thoughts, his phone vibrated quite strongly in his pocket. Taking it in his hand, he found a notification offering a huge reward for the request. It said that there was an urgent request of rank A, and that Tan had the right of first choice for this mission, which had to be confirmed. Our hero hadn't seen such a high-ranking assignment in a long time, so he agreed, thinking it was a good day. At that moment, the builders gathered at the construction site for some reason. They saw a large vessel, but the builders who had been carrying it were nowhere to be seen. Then someone looked closely at the urn and thought he saw something lying in front of it. It turned out that the boots and uniforms of those builders were lying in front of the vessel. People came closer to them and began to wonder what kind of vessel it was and why there were uniforms but no people. At that moment, something began to gurgle and float up inside the vessel, and the builders noticed it. Suddenly, black sludge and a green pillar of light rose up from the vessel, and then the builders saw before them a dried-up, lifeless body with copper nails in its shoulder. In a frenzy of terror, people began to run away from this demonic monster with all their might. But suddenly, the demon opened its mouth, and green light poured out, drawing the fleeing people toward it. As a result, this light pulled all the people out of the construction site and gathered them into a huge ball of flesh. After that, the demon began to absorb the life energy of the builders and their bodies. Having absorbed this power and energy, the demon began to evolve and build muscle. It glowed with a bright light, growing muscles, a skeletal tail, and other body parts. Eventually, his face formed, after which he stopped changing and became a mummy. Looking at itself, the mummy did not understand what it was or why it looked that way. After all, the last thing it remembered about its past life was 2 people looking down at it in the rain. These people then grabbed him by the legs and began to drag him away, dressed in rags. In the end, they beat him, stuck copper nails into his hands, and threw him into a hole dug under the crowd. Of all the people in the crowd, she remembered only one light-haired girl who looked at him with a sly smile. Looking at himself, the mummy discovered huge copper nails stuck into his shoulders and forearms. And then he realized that these nails were preventing him from absorbing the essence of his victims. Looking around, the mummy sensed something was wrong and realized that someone was approaching him. He did this with the help of his special foresight skill, and he used it again to see who was approaching him. In the distance, Tang was flying toward him with a golden light, smiling. However, the mummy did not know who this was, and yet all his instincts told him that he needed to run away from him as quickly as possible. But his body was numb, and he had almost no strength left to walk because his power had been sealed with copper nails. Nevertheless, he understood that until he found that person, he could not die in this place. The mummy wanted very much to return to the man who had betrayed him, the pain and suffering he had experienced all these years. He jumped over the construction site fence with only one thought in mind: to take a life. An empty road lay before him, and with this leap, he landed right on it. At that very moment, Zhuang, who was riding a motorcycle there, ran into it. When the accident happened, the mummy felt a strong flash and decided it was an ambush. He saw a woman lying on the ground and thought that she had ambushed him, and then suffered serious injuries herself. In the next moment, the mummy noticed a man with a strong aura landing on the construction site. He was sure that this person had come for him, and it was clear that in his condition, the mummy was no match for him. So the mummy looked at the girl and realized he had no other choice. He began to quietly sneak up on her, and Zhuang, being an ordinary person, could only see his outline. Looking at the mummy, she couldn't tell if what she was seeing was real or if it was just her imagination. In the end, the mummy began the process of transferring his spirit into Zhuang's body, because she had died at that moment. During the process of moving into another body, the copper nails lost their meaning and simply fell off. This transfer completely changed the structure of Zhuang's body, and her appearance and DNA changed. When the girl opened her eyes, she was no longer the same Zhuang. She had become a new being. At that moment, Tang finally landed on the construction site. Looking at her and seeing a pile of uniforms on the ground, he realized that he was too late. He felt no sign of life at this construction site and realized that the creature had killed so many people in such a short period of time. At that moment, the mummy in Zhuang's body was able to stand up and slowly walked away from the motorcycle along the road. The former Zhuang was now unrecognizable, as her face was framed by a bone mask and her eyes had turned black. As the mummy in Zhuang's body walked along the wet road, he encountered a cat. This cat was no ordinary animal, and so it could see that a real demon was hiding inside Zhuang's body. The cat immediately realized that it was lucky to have stumbled upon a mummy that appears only once every 100 years. But more important to him was that the mummy looked much weaker than it could be. Therefore, it decided to attack it and check whether the legends were true. After all, by absorbing its spirit, the cat's spiritual aura could increase many times over. Then, the cat transformed into a large animal with claws and pounced on Zhuang. The mummy turned around a second before the attack and made a single light movement with his hand, cutting through the air. This movement proved fatal for the cat monster, as it split it in half, and as it fell to the ground, it thought that even with such a weak aura, the mummy was so strong that it destroyed it with a single movement. Finally, the cat thought that he should have continued hunting humans because then he would have survived. The mummy looked up at the sky and realized that his strength had returned after merging with this girl, and he had gotten rid of the copper nails. Therefore, he decided that this body needed to be tested in a more crowded place. Thinking about this, the mummy jumped into the air and headed closer to the city center. Now he saw his goal as seeing what big cities looked like now. Flying over the city, he saw a crowd of people and, looking at them, did not understand how many years he had spent in the vessel. After all, the houses were now tall, and people were dressed too indecently. Looking at them, the mummy thought that all these people were the descendants of the bastards who had ruined his life. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the mummy promised to make sure that their lineage would end right here. After that, the mummy began to suck out people's souls, just as he had done with the builders. And while thousands of souls flew towards him, an alarm went off in the city's command center. The head of a center stood in front of the screen and wondered why such a disaster had happened after she had taken control. Her name was Han Long Kuei, and she was the commander of the control center. She remembered that Tang had taken on the task and didn't understand why he hadn't completed it yet. Upon learning his location, she realized that he would not make it to the site in time. At that moment, she realized that she had no choice but to ask the people from that world to deal with it. At that moment, a control center employee ran up to her and said that all the residents of the Lanshan area would die within 3 minutes. Tang was the only one in the area with the rank of Jia, and she had already sent him the necessary coordinates, but she was worried that he still wouldn't make it in time. Then Han said to report this to the judicial department and send 2 defenders to that location. The girl began to worry that she would have to call the defenders. In the end, defenders were sent to the place where the mummy was sucking out human souls with the help of a marker. 2 defenders appeared at the same moment, one large and one smaller. They were surprised that they had been sent there for a single demonic spirit. After all, they thought that calling them both at once was too extreme a reaction. But one of the defenders realized that they needed to be careful because there was a mummy in front of them. It had been a couple of hundred years since their last appearance, and this target was a woman, which would be more difficult to deal with. Number 7 went first to check what she was capable of. When the defender ran towards her, the mummy's appearance turned white and she gathered her strength. Then she hit the defender hard enough with her knee to the head that he flew into the fence. Next, she ran up to the second big defender, number 3. The mummy examined her and realized that this defender looked much stronger than the previous one. When she said this, she felt something was wrong, and the souls she had previously absorbed began to tear at her because of the defender's actions. A real stream of energy poured up from her throat because she had swallowed hundreds of souls. Looking at him, Zhuang slowly came to her senses and did not understand what the green fireworks in front of her eyes were. In fact, the real Zhuang did not die in that disaster, but remained locked inside her consciousness. She was frightened because she did not understand what was happening to her, and the mummy was surprised that she was still conscious. Zhuang did not understand why she could not turn her head, and the mummy was in despair that all this was happening after such efforts. The defender noted that the mummy had spat out all the souls, but did not understand his ultimate goal. Another defender noted that, judging by the power of her recoil, speed, and strength, she was of the Jia rank. The third defender noted that her speed was inferior to his, but her defense was superior. Therefore, defender number 3 went back to the mummy to test her defense. At that moment, the mummy shouted that he needed more souls and that he would bring destruction to anyone who stood in his way. Therefore, the mummy began to drive Zhuang out of his consciousness and took control again. In the next moment, the defender attacked the mummy with an ice prison, but the mummy was strong and easily broke out of the prison. Looking at the defender, he shouted that no one could stop him. The defenders began to fight the mummy together, and one of them prepared a special attack. The 7th defender began to summon projectiles directly above the monster's head. Looking up, the mummy saw huge ink spikes flying towards him. These spears surrounded the mummy and pinned it to the ground, but it didn't matter to it. Seeing this, the 3rd defender realized that the mummy had Jia-level defense and was worthy of its reputation. When the shackles fell off, the mummy asked if the defender really believed that with his weak abilities, he could defeat him. At that moment, the 7th defender finished his preparation. Because of this, the mummy, who had been running before, could not move and did not understand why. This happened because he had run into a hidden double seal of heaven and earth. Moreover, the demon's consciousness slowly weakened, and he fell to his knees. The defender said that he could only seal the mummy for 2 minutes because it was incredibly strong and possessed enormous hatred. Only people who had committed great evil or suffered greatly over hundreds of years could become mummies. And most likely, this mummy had cultivated its malice for thousands of years, since it could only be restrained for 2 minutes. In the end, the defender realized that dealing with the mummy would be quite difficult, even though it had entered a state of defensive rest. After all, with the offensive power that could be mustered in 2 minutes, they still would not be able to defeat it. At that moment, a drone from the command center flew up to the defenders and asked about the situation. The defender replied that although it was not their job, the human souls had already been freed. The voice then asked how long it would take for the souls to return to human bodies. The defender replied that, judging by the situation, the souls would not be able to return. Although they had suppressed the mummy, without its death, the souls would not be able to return to their bodies. The mummy activated a protective seal, and without removing it, it would be impossible to send it to the afterlife. And it could only be sealed for 2 minutes. And after that time was up, the defender was not sure they would be able to defeat it. In any case, it would take time. And during that time, the souls would not be able to return to their bodies, which would lead to bad consequences. This made Commander Han think, and she asked if there was another way. The defender thought for a couple of seconds and replied that there was another way. The commander asked what it was, and the defender replied that it was exile. Hearing this, Commander Han couldn't believe that they were talking about the heavenly reversed seal. The center employee said she had heard from her colleagues that the headquarters had a mysterious relic. This relic sealed away a large number of demonic spirits, allowing humanity to remain dominant. The place where the mysterious relic sealed the demons was called the Third World. But such actions had to be reported to headquarters, and no action could be taken without approval from the leadership. But Commander Han understood that they did not have time for bureaucracy, and that they had to proceed with the exorcism. The employee began to worry that this really needed to be reported, but the commander said that lives were at stake, and there was no time for that, and she would take full responsibility. Hearing this, the defense attorney decided to clarify once again whether the command center confirmed the expulsion. Without a moment's hesitation, Commander Han confirmed that it could begin. At that very moment, the defender began preparations for the ritual. At the same time, a bright red beam of light appeared at the site of the ritual. A hero flew there, rushing to the coordinates that had been sent to him earlier. He held his compass in his hands, which showed that another evil disaster had appeared nearby and was moving. Tang understood that this could not be a mere coincidence and rushed forward. At that moment, a huge, glowing monster appeared above the roof, with defenders from the clouds serving as a gateway to that world. It directed its golden breath straight at the place where the mummy lay. Gradually, Zhuang's body began to rise closer and closer to the gate. In addition, red threads from Tanka's compass were still stretching towards it, which was a bad sign. Seeing this, our hero realized that the demon was indeed powerful, since they had resorted to exorcism, but he did not understand why the evil disaster was attached to the body. After this thought, he looked more closely at the girl rising toward the gate and realized that he had seen her somewhere before. In his memories, there was a moment when they crossed paths at the market in Lianshen, and he remembered this pretty girl who was delivering goods on a motorcycle. Then he decided to examine her body with the golden eye of the underworld. After examining her, Tangka realized that her soul had merged with a demonic spirit. He began to follow her and came to the conclusion that she was now half human. And even though it was beyond his capabilities, he realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he decided to go to the third world after her in order to have some fun. The defender watched this action and thought that Tanka had simply gone mad. In the end, Tanka managed to cross the border of this world a second before the gates closed. The girls in the command center were shocked that Tanka had decided to rush inside. An employee asked the commander if she would ask the defenders to let Tanka out. But Commander Han said that the secret technique was used to expel spirits and that the third world was not a place from which one could return. Before Tanka, there were no records of people entering there, and she did not understand what this incident would lead to. She didn't know if Tanka would come back alive or not, but she knew for sure that if he returned, she would make sure that he regretted it and his other rash actions. And even though the employee wanted to ask the commander about Tanka's fate, Han didn't listen to her because she was very angry and swearing at that moment. At that moment, in the upside-down world of heaven, a gate opened, and the demons noticed it quite quickly. The demon lightning rod had been waiting a long time for this day to come, because for the last few years, he had been hunting at least 3 demons a day. All this was in order to be ready for the day when the door would finally open. He flew towards the door and thought that when he got out, he would slaughter the entire city before taking revenge on those who had sent him there. Vinny reached out his hand to the door and thought that he was about to gain his freedom. But as soon as he touched the gate, his body began to disintegrate and burn. He realized that freedom was within his grasp, but the destructive power of this sealed world was formidable and strong. The lightning rod knew that he could restore himself as long as he had even one organ left. So he decided to train for his future. He wanted to become the only spirit who could escape from this place. At that moment, he met Tonka's gaze, and thus his last organ was destroyed. Landing on the ground, our hero began to look around, realizing that the girl must be somewhere nearby. But looking around, he realized that she was not there. There was no one around him at all. He decided that she had simply run away and thought that she would be nothing but trouble. At that moment, a huge demon appeared behind him with the clear intention of attacking. The demon said he wanted to see what kind of loser they had sent, but he didn't expect to meet a human. It was a raccoon-like dog, and it said it hadn't eaten human flesh in a long time. Tan Ka, in turn, realized that he was facing a demon who knew where the previous uninvited guest was. At that moment, Zhuang was lying on the ground, and the horns framing her face were slowly disappearing with a hiss. When the girl came to, the first thing she thought about was that she was late with the delivery. Looking around, she saw a gloomy street and then wondered where she was. The last thing she remembered was the accident, after which she fainted, and then she noticed the glare of fireworks. She examined herself and found no wounds from the accident, although she felt some pain in her body. She also wondered who had sent her here, and while she was thinking about it, a demon sat on the roof and looked at her. Zhuang thought that she didn't know where she was because she didn't remember such a street in the Lanshan area. Just as she was thinking about this, the demon who had been watching her from the roof attacked her from behind. At the same time, our hero mounted a raccoon dog, who reasoned that it was useless to go where he wanted, since the blue moon had appeared in this place since the man had arrived there. And if that girl remained human, there was a chance that nothing would remain of her after the horde of spirits got to her. In addition, the dog was worried because their lives were at stake as they were running away from the horde of spirits. But Tang replied that there was no need to worry, because if there was a will, there would be a way. At the same time, Zhuang was almost bitten by a demon that had crept up on her, but at the last moment, before the bite, something helped her dodge incredibly quickly. She herself did not understand how she had jumped away, and realized that something had covered her before that. She decided to turn around and saw a huge monster behind her that looked like an alien. When she saw it, she ran away from it as fast as she could, because she realized that the monster was trying to eat her. But the demon was able to catch up with her and hypnotize her with his back. Zhuang remembered her childhood and her first cry after falling off her bike. Her mother leaned over her and asked if she was hurt, and if so, it was because her father hadn't watched her closely and hadn't held her properly. At that moment, her father said that Zhuang had managed to ride very far, even though she was just learning. He explained to her mother that Zhuang needed to become independent and that he would show her his love in other ways. Dad added that Zhuang was his most precious treasure, and he loved her immeasurably. But Mom began to argue that she loved her more. Dad summed up that both Zhuang and Mom were his treasures, and Mom added that she still loved her daughter more than him. Little Zhuang watched her parents argue about who loved her more, and listening to them, she couldn't help but smile. However, soon after that, her dad became seriously ill, and then came the second time Zhuang cried in her life. From then on, her mother became a wet nurse and worked hard during the day to earn money to pay for treatment, and at night, she took care of her father. 3 years later, her father's health finally improved, and he was able to work again, so her mother didn't have to work so hard. At that time, Zhuang did not cry because she wanted to show her parents that she had grown up and become their shield. However, her family's good times did not last long, as her father's illness returned. And then her strong and loving mother simply could not smile anymore. The next time she smiled was when she met another man. She asked Zhuang to come with her and said that if things continued like this, they would both die of exhaustion from caring for her father. But Zhuang didn't want to leave with her mother. She wanted to stay with her father. When her mother was leaving, Zhuang asked her father to stop her mother and let her stay at home, but her father did nothing, and that was the third time she cried. A year after her mother left them, Zhuang's father died. Zhuang grieved incredibly deeply, and that was the last time she cried. She hated her mother because she did not attend her father's funeral. But her father had many brothers and sisters, and she had a place to stay. After that, she moved from one relative to another and realized that no one liked her. So they decided to send Zhuang to her mother. Then they met for the first time in a long time, and her mother said only one sentence. Zhuang carried this phrase with her all the time after her mother said it, and could not forget it. Before they met, Zhuang learns that her mother's husband's company had gone bankrupt, and they were hiding from debt collectors by moving to another city. Her mother looked thinner and more tired than before, even though she had suffered greatly in the past. Seeing her like this, all the hatred in Zhuang's heart disappeared, and she realized that she had simply missed her very much. Looking at her, she approached her closer and closer and realized that she had never wanted anything from her. Zhuang just wanted to hear her mother express regret for abandoning them and feel the warmth of her embrace. However, instead, she told Zhuang to go home because she had no money for her. Little Zhuang had not hoped to hear this from her mother at all. But after she said that, Zhuang never thought about what her mother looked like again. She didn't know why, but despite how she felt, she couldn't cry anymore, no matter how broken and hurt she was. The only thing she felt in her heart now was the stinging pain of resentment. At that moment, she realized that in the adult world, there was something more important than love or family ties. That most important thing, connecting people, was actually money. So from that day on, Zhuang decided for herself that she would work hard. She would do this in order to earn money and make sure that her mother regretted leaving them with her father. She also vowed that from that day on, she would not shed a single tear, no matter what. Starting at the age of 15, Zhuang began working and became quite strong and independent. For the sake of money, she ignored the contempt and anger of her relatives, with whom she had to live. In addition, she learned to defend herself from people who thought they could touch and hurt her. She was often forced to work 10 hours a day and eat only one bun for the whole day. Every day, despite her fatigue, she felt happy after looking at her bank account. But deep down, she didn't understand if everything she had done was really worth it. After all, even after she earned a lot of money, and even if she made her mother regret leaving, what would happen next? Because in the end, she was still completely alone, without friends, family, or even dreams. Looking at this demonic spirit in front of her, she didn't understand why she was alive at all. After all, if she disappeared from this world, there would be no one to care about her. And it was this thought that made her cry again, even though she had sworn not to. The monster had already turned to eat Zhuang, but at the last moment, Tang hit him, and nothing bad happened. Our hero looked at Zhuang and smiled at her, saying he was glad to see her alive. Since everything around them was more or less calm, Tang told Zhuang that he had come to rescue her. Zhuang looked at Tang and didn't answer him, feeling tears welling up in her eyes. When she looked at him again, she began to cry hysterically, and our hero did not understand why. At that moment, the demon on which Tang had arrived said that they should hurry up and escape. Then, Tang looked up at the sky above the passage and felt it narrowing, which was a bad sign. He turned to the raccoon-like dog and asked him how long the gate would remain open, and he replied that it would be about half the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. Tang calculated that he had about 2 minutes to play. At that moment, a demon that could hypnotize people was sneaking up on him, and the demon dog remembered that the patterns on the gecko could create fatal illusions of the most frightening and painful memories. And now, Tang was about to be hypnotized and lose his ability to fight. But since he was our hero, he was not affected by the gecko and slapped it in the face. He did this because it was breathing right in his face, and it was disgusting. The dog was disappointed when he realized that Tang did not have a single painful memory, so the gecko's ability did not work. At that moment, everyone fled from the place, and Tang was left alone with Zhuang on the street. But then, he noticed a huge crowd of demonic monsters running towards them. Our hero turned to Zhuang and told her to stand behind him and not move. Smiling, he rejoiced that the time for his entertainment had finally come. Then, he used a special weapon and was finally ready for battle. He admitted that in the real world, he had to limit his actions because of their excessive destructiveness. But here, he could finally let loose and do whatever he wanted. So he activated a special lightning spell. When it was activated, everything around Tang, including the monsters, lit up bright blue and was pierced by lightning. As a result, he used it massively and activated the Thunder Tripod. This event struck all the monsters en masse, and they fell lifeless to the ground. After this event, our hero felt simply delighted. And after this little diversion, he looked at Zhuang and suggested that she return home. Looking into her eyes, he said that upon closer inspection, she seemed pretty to him. Then he picked her up and told her to hold on tight, but Zhuang didn't understand what he was going to do. He borrowed a little wind with his foot and began to quickly fly up to the gates in the sky. Zhuang was terrified and clung tightly to Tang, who whined that she was hurting him. The raccoon dog watched this and admitted that he was impressed by the ability to activate the wind technique with a single movement of the foot. This demonic spirit understood the complexity of what Tang had done. This was because people who cultivated the secrets of Taoism directed the aura inside their bodies into talismans to serve as a medium for their abilities. Those who mastered the talisman technique could be considered outstanding, but Tang used 2 different elements of the technique, and he didn't even use talismans as a means of displaying these techniques. After thinking for a moment, this demon decided that Tang was actually a saint. At that moment, a certain group was observing Tang actions in this world. One of them asked if he should investigate Tang past. The leader among them replied that it was not necessary, as they were forbidden to stray even a step away from the Lord. At that time, deep inside the cave where they stood, someone sat quietly in a huge amber stone. In the human world, a gate in the form of a terrifying animal's mouth reappeared to release Tang. At the same time, while Commander Han continued to be angry with Tang, a colleague from the center asked her to take her mind off things. For in the sky, Tang appeared from the gate to the third world, carrying Zhuang in his arms. And at that moment, although our hero did not see it, the girl's eyes were once again filled with darkness from the mummy. After Tang managed to escape from that world, he landed on the roof from where Zhuang and sent him away. The defender yelled at him because they had tried so hard and for so long to expel her, and he had brought her back. Then our hero shouted that he had done them a favor, and they dared to yell at him for it. A moment later, Tang indeed saw that a demonic mummy was lying in his arms. After that, he slapped her quite hard on the head and on the bone mask near her face. The defender was surprised that it took them so much effort to restrain the mummy, while Tang only needed one slap to knock it out. Our hero held it upright and asked the defender to look closely at it and understand that it was just a human being. The defender was confused by what was happening, but admitted that she was human. And then he and his partner decided to leave because anything involving humans was none of their business. They entered a special teleport, discussing how they had wasted their time coming here. But in the end, One of them still did not understand how Tang understood that the mummy was now human. The other replied that there was a special skill of vision, capable of observing the souls of beings, and that it was a secret of Taoism. Nevertheless, Tang's ability to cultivate such a complex skill at such a young age was amazing. Moving back to the Hall of Defenders, they realized that Tang's past was not so simple. At that moment, our hero noticed that Zhuang was unconscious and continued to drool. At that moment, he heard a voice addressing him from a nearby drone. The commander ordered him to return to headquarters within 3 minutes, and if he did not, he should remember the consequences. Tang replied that he understood and would try to explain everything to her later. But our hero returned to headquarters, not alone, but with Zhuang, who was still unconscious. The scientist studied her brainwaves, blood pressure, and heart rate, and everything turned out to be normal. While Zhuang was lying on the table, the commander was informed that all the souls had returned to their bodies because they had managed to weaken the mummy in time. At that moment, there were no more accidents in the region. Nevertheless, despite this, more than 100 people died at the construction site. After listening to this report, Commander Han allowed the employee to leave. After that, she repeated the phrase that the employee had said about the death of hundreds of people. She immediately began to yell at Tan for accepting the request, even though people had died. And our hero justified himself by saying that he had done everything he could. She let him go and realized that if he hadn't accepted the request, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But she still didn't forgive him. Tanka noted that although it was an A-rank mission, it could easily have become an S-rank mission considering everything that had happened. He added that he rushed to the scene immediately after accepting the request, but the mummy probably sensed his approach and fled. Tanka speculated that during its escape, the mummy had encountered Zhuang and, for some reason, merged with her. In addition, Tanka noted that there was another suspicious thing. The defenders did not say that half of the girl's soul was human, because with their power, they should not have had any difficulties with this. But fortunately, unlike the defenders, Tanka had the golden eye of the underworld, and without it, the girl would have been exiled. And then Tanka came to the conclusion that he was indeed the champion of demon hunting in this city. Nevertheless, he still could not understand whether the person in front of him was human or demon. And it depended only on how scientists would determine her status in these concepts. One of the scientists noted that he had switched to the largest needle, but could not insert it into her vein. Another picked up a screwdriver and asked to be given it. Apart from the abnormal brainwaves that needed to be analyzed, all of the girl's indicators were within the normal range for human. And now that the blood had been successfully obtained, all that remained was to test it. Tan and the commander looked at the image of her blood and saw nothing unusual in it. But suddenly, the petri dish containing the blood burst and cracked. The image disappeared from the screen and an error page appeared, and no one understood what was happening. The scientist got in touch and said that the target's blood had probably mutated because it had been away from the body for a long time. Then, the commander asked the scientist to show her what he was seeing. In front of him was a completely mangled blood testing device that continued to smoke. Just one drop of her blood was capable of such destruction. So the commander asked to check the brainwaves again. The results were ready, and most of the indicators were normal, but there were several unknown electrical signals belonging to them. When compared with the blood reaction, the preliminary assessment showed that the girl's body was no different from a human body while she was conscious. However, when the mummy's brainwaves took over her body, it turned into a demonic one. Thus, the scientists concluded that both a human and a demon coexisted in Zhuang's body. Tanka understood why the defenders did not say that she was human, and that it was due to a fusion at the cellular level, and not possession. All this was quite difficult to understand, and our hero did not understand how it worked at all. At that moment, the commander addressed him again, only this time she smiled frighteningly sweetly. She mentioned that the power of a single drop of this girl's blood shocked her, but Tanka managed to knock her unconscious with just one blow. The commander noted that the girl was now a mixture of human and demon, and their ghost company did not allow the presence of demons. The rules stated that demons must be kept in the world of defenders, but half of the girl was human. At that moment, Tanka understood what the captain was getting at and asked her not to say that. But she smiled and praised him for his quick thinking and said that until the leadership made a decision, he should watch over her himself. Tanka replied that it was not funny because he had promised his master before leaving the mountain that he would not have any relationships with girls. Then the commander smiled even more and asked if she should take responsibility for her in that case. She added that it was up to her to decide whether Tanka would continue working or not, and mentioned that she would talk to his master if he did not want to return to the mountain. Tanka replied that he believed a man should be responsible for his actions, and that since he had accepted the request, he would fulfill it. After that, Commander Han confirmed his words and called over Jing, an employee of the center. She asked her to tell the people to take Zhuang outside and make sure that people from other departments did not see her. Jing heard the commander's request and confirmed that she would begin to carry it out. After that, Commander Han turned to Tang and said that he must remember 2 things. He must not tell anyone that he had been in that world. Second, he had to stay close to this girl around the clock, every day. And the next time she called him, he had to come with her to headquarters. The commander then said that was all for now, and that Jing would contact him to hand over the girl. That was the end of their conversation, and Tang went home thinking that his problems were just beginning. When he left, Jing approached the commander and said that she understood what she wanted to say. She added that everything would be absolutely fine with Tang from now on. After all, the power he demonstrated on missions was less than 10% of his true power. But Jing was afraid that the next time the mummy took possession of the girl's body, he might accidentally send her to the other world. The commander did not respond to this and said that they needed to report what had happened to the higher-ups. And now they had to clean up the mess that Tan had left behind. At that moment, our hero was walking down the road and realized that difficult days lay ahead. As he thought about this, red threads of misfortune stretched from his body into the distance. In the end, they led to the mountains, to the place where Tan had trained with his master. They joined a huge black compass located in this temple. There, the master watched them and noticed that Tan red threads suddenly broke. After a while, Commander Han called the master and asked him why. She started yelling at him, saying that if he continued to joke around, she wouldn't care what happened to his student. He asked if she was referring to the fact that Tan had entered and left the third world and would now live with a girl possessed by a mummy. Commander Han asked him how he knew that all this had happened. He replied that if he couldn't even find out about that, he wouldn't let Tan leave the mountain. The leader of the secret Taoists was named Li, and he was the 17th leader of the secret Taoist sect. After that, the commander hung up, and Li thought that her temperament and personality remained the same even after entering the system. Mountain Master's son said that he had served the organization for 5 generations and was interested in whether he was afraid of trouble in the future if he did not interfere. Li replied that every person has their own destiny and no one can control it, so Soon need not worry about it. He added that he was quite satisfied with what was happening and therefore suggested that Sun take a walk and admire the moon. Soon said that several red threads of bad omens had broken, which meant that a prediction could be made. Leader Li replied that it was a little too early to talk about that, but at least he now understood that this was a sign that Tang had a chance. At that moment, Zhuang came to her senses and felt strange, not like herself. Looking at herself, she realized that she was glowing with a bright white light and did not look like herself. Looking around, she saw a strange and frightening creature staring at her. Looking at it, she couldn't tell if it was human, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, she remembered that this was the figure she had bumped into, and now it clearly did not look like something friendly to her. At that moment, Zhuang woke up and realized that it was just a strange dream. Then she realized that she didn't know where she was or what this place was. Pulling back the blanket, she also discovered that someone had changed her clothes. Now she felt fresh and comfortable, and she also noticed that someone had changed her underwear. She began to wonder if she had really crashed into a ghost, and if it was related to her being in this house. Zhuang reconstructed the events. She had been in an accident, crashing into a monster, saw fireworks, was chased by a monster, and a guy carried her away into the sky. Something there reminded her of some terrible memories, but she didn't understand if this guy really existed. Or was it a vision because she was trying to stay strong and hoped that someone would protect her, and her mind had made it up. She remembered that he looked strong and had a very warm smile, and she wanted someone like that around who could protect her. At that moment, the guy came out of the bathroom wearing only a towel and asked Zhuang if she had slept well. Then she realized that this guy really existed, and that he was the one who had changed her clothes. Angry, she threw a pillow at him and added that she didn't think he was like that. He didn't understand why she did that while he was brushing his teeth. Zhuang ran up to him, called him a pervert, and kicked him between the legs. But Tang didn't feel anything and asked why she did it. He explains that he had saved her out of kindness, and she had attacked him in return. Zhuang sat down on the floor because her leg hurt from the blow, and said she hadn't allowed him to take off her clothes. Tan began to explain that she was completely wet and could catch a cold, so she took a bath at the same time. Zhuang flew into a rage at the suggestion that he had bathed her, as she had not expected this. Tang shouted back that his master had said that only married couples could bathe together, and that he obviously hadn't bathed her. Then he looked toward the bathtub and asked someone to get out. At that moment, a huge green demon with horns came out of the bathtub. Tang pointed at him and asked Zhuang if she now understood who had bathed her. When she saw him, Zhuang was terrified and hid from the demon behind the sofa. She screamed that this scary monster had touched her body and that it was horrible, After these words, the demon curled up and began to cry, and Tang went to calm her down. He explained that although she looked huge, her age in human years was equal to that of a 5-year-old girl. Tang added that now Zhuang needed to hurry up and apologize to her. He clarified that although she looked that way, among demons, she was considered one of the tamed ones. Then Zhuang heard confirmation of her thoughts, that demons exist, for the first time. Tang explained that humans and demons coexist in this world, but ordinary people like Zhuang did not know about it. He also clarified that one of the demons was in Zhuang's body at the very moment of their conversation. She did not expect to hear this, and froze for a moment, while Tang asked the demon to explain the whole situation to her. The demon approached Zhuang, and she apologized again for her reaction, but the demon replied that everything was fine. Then the demon asked Zhuang what she wanted her to tell her, and Zhuang asked why she was in Tang's house. The demon explained that the ghost company had a complicated relationship with demons, and that she would tell the whole story from the beginning. Demons had lived in this world since ancient times, but most of them treated humans as food. In the beginning, humans lacked the ability to fight evil demons, and so every day, demons continued to eat piles of people. Many years later, people with outstanding abilities appeared, and they stood out by bravely fighting demons. They created organizations and called them sects, and each sect took on the responsibility of protecting people. From that moment on, people began to develop more and more special ability. However, this also meant that human rulers began to fear the powers of the Taoists, and such people were subjected to persecution and harassment. After some time, the demons invaded without warning, and through their combined efforts, unleashed a great war. At that time, the Taoists lacked the strength to fight back, and as a last resort, the founders sealed the demons inside a jade seal. This artifact that sealed the demons was then called the Supreme Seal. After the incident, the remaining demons signed a treaty, called a truce, agreeing to coexist with humans. Later, a ghost company was created to manage the demons living in the human world, and those who could harm humans. After listening to the story, Zhuang asked her about the demon inside her, and the demon said it would be better to ask Tang about it. At that moment, he approached and said that it was time to do some real work. Then our hero asked Zhuang to lie down on the bed and get ready. Zhuang was very confused by this phrase and asked him to explain what he meant. Tang began to explain that this demon had taken over her consciousness many times, and now there was much more demonic aura in her body than last time. He added that if the demon was left unattended, Zhuang's consciousness would be consumed by the demon inside her. Zhuang realized that the demon he was talking about was the monster from her dreams, and she became curious about what Tang would do to her. Tang folded his hands in an interesting way, and Zhuang decided that he was going to cast some kind of spell on her. He said that he had not yet had a chance to use this technique, and so he would practice it on Zhuang. Tang pointed his hands at the girl's forehead, and she lost consciousness. Then the demon Tang noticed that the girl had lost consciousness, and she did not know if that was supposed to happen. In addition to the girl, Tang also lost consciousness and fell onto the bed. The demon had never seen this technique before, and even though Tang had fainted, he should be fine. She also noticed that Tang and Zhuang looked cute lying on the bed together. Zhuang realized that she felt like she had returned to her dream, but now she was weak and couldn't move. Then Tang spoke to her and said that it was not a dream at all, and that they were in her subconscious. Zhuang screamed that Tang was in her head, and she didn't understand why he could hear her thoughts. Tang explained that his subconscious had entered hers, and that he now knew everything she was thinking and feeling. He also knew the reason why she could no longer move. Her consciousness was slowly dissipating and was now very weak. The white stripes above the girl were echoes of her consciousness, and she asked what would happen when her shining form disappeared. Tang said that what she feared so much would happen, and her consciousness would disappear forever. He explained it in other words, saying that Zhuang would cease to exist. But he told her not to worry, because as long as he was there and he hadn't gotten rid of the mummy, she wouldn't disappear. And at that very moment, the mummy appeared nearby and looked at Tang. Our hero turned to it and said that the mere thought of fighting with his consciousness was thrilling. Tang approached the mummy and noted that he had restored his own consciousness. And that is why our hero suggested that they fight here and now. The mummy noted that even now, he was just consciousness, but he could still admit that it was Tang who was hunting him. And this demon was absolutely sure that Tang knew exactly where he was and did not want to let him go. Our hero did not want to listen to the mummy's chatter and asked if he was going to fight or not. At that moment, the mummy shouted that Boan must have sent him to this place. He ordered Tang to tell him where Boan was at that moment, or he would eat him. Tang was annoyed that the mummy kept saying strange things and threatened to hit him. Then, the mummy attacked Tang's subconscious and began to beat him in every possible way. But at one point during the beating, the mummy felt that his instincts were telling him to run away right now. At that moment, he realized that Tang was a really strong guy with a powerful subconscious. Tang got angry and said that the demon should not have hit him in the face during the conversation. The mummy himself was surprised that Tang looked like an ordinary person, but his very existence caused the mummy to feel a terrible sense of threat. Tang replied that, as expected of an S-rank mummy, he had managed to hurt him, and although the attacks were strong, it was his turn to strike. At that moment, the mummy mentioned that Tang had forgotten something in this place. In that instant, he created a giant clone of himself behind Tang and said that it was also his subconscious. Then he grabbed Tang and said that this clone was created out of a desire for revenge, and that it was invulnerable, so there was no escaping its grasp. The mummy added that even though Tang consciousness was strong, he could still harm him. In addition, he could create countless versions of himself in this place. And even though their speed could not compare to that of the mummy, they were as strong as he was. Any blow from them would be enough to turn Tonka to dust. Finally, the mummy told our hero that he had come to this place in vain. After all, it was in Zhuang's subconscious that he was absolutely invincible. But Tonka was not afraid of the clones running at him and asked if that was all the mummy had, because the rest was too old-fashioned. And in the next moment, with the help of his subconscious, he pulled himself out of the mummy clone's hands. Then he released all his inner strength to give himself his true form. The mummy was shocked that Tang had deceived him and was not in his true form. Tang said that he pretended to be weak, hoping that the mummy would use his secret technique, but he was disappointed with what he saw. This upset him greatly, as our hero was ready for a good fight. Hearing this, the mummy called all his clones and ordered them to return to their positions. And when they ran, Tang directed his power at them with a single blow. And then all the mummy's clones were completely destroyed, down to the last one. Turning to the mummy, Tang said that such a pathetic clone could not destroy him even if he wanted to. In that case, Tang believed he should not call himself invincible. He decided to slap him and said he wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, it was Tang who could truly call himself invincible in this world. Approaching the mummy's half-destroyed subconscious, Tang saw that it had already begun to recover, which showed its strength. He also remembered that the mummy had spoken of Bo-an, and that he must have been his enemy in life. Tang did not understand what the mummy had experienced in his life. At that moment, Zhuang discovered that her body in the subconscious was fine again. Tang explained that she now needed to imagine some kind of vessel and seal the mummy inside it. Zhuang did not understand what Tang was talking about, and asked him again. Tang clarified that only she could create something in her subconscious to contain the mummy, and that anything could work. In addition, she had to hurry because Tang's consciousness was fading, but she couldn't decide where to put the mummy. Finally, she decided to seal the mummy inside a huge lipstick, which surprised Tang. Looking at it, the girl did not understand if it would really be able to stop him, but part of his consciousness remained unsealed, and she did not see it. Rain appeared before her eyes, and she felt herself freezing and her body becoming heavy, although it was unclear whether it was her or not. Looking at nature, she saw blood spreading across the ground and did not understand if it was hers. Then she heard laughter, but it was unclear who it belonged to. Looking at the face of this person, she saw a girl without eyes who addressed her as Su Yachao. Zhuang came to her senses and screamed in horror, asking Tang what he was going to do to her. He replied that she was unconscious and muttering something, and he wanted to get closer to check if there was any demonic energy left in. But that didn't bother Zhuang. She was bothered by the fact that Tang was standing over her on the bed, and she asked him to get off her. Tang said that as long as he had sealed the demon inside her, everything would be fine, and she could rest a little. She was frightened that the demon was still inside her, and asked what had happened. Tang explained to her that, in short, the demon had run away from him and found Zhuang, and for some reason decided to merge with her. He used her to cause chaos, after which he was taken to headquarters. But since Zhuang was both human and demon, she was left with Tang. And so, until they found a way to get rid of the demon inside her, she would live with him. Zhuang was angry about this because he was practically holding her captive, and she couldn't stay at the home of a stranger. She couldn't be sure if he was telling the truth about bathing, and he almost kissed her after coming out of his subconscious. Then Tang clarified what she meant by the word kiss, and the demon explained that it was when people touched each other with their lips. Tang asked how the demon knew this, and she admitted that she had seen it on television. Zhuang was angry that Tang, in her opinion, was pretending to be ignorant, but he explained that he had no idea what she was talking about, because when people kiss, they exchange saliva, and that's disgusting. And even though Zhuang still doubted whether he was telling the truth, it seemed that way. Then she simply came to the conclusion that Tang was one of those people who are called complete idiots. After that, he told her that he was tired and that they should talk tomorrow after he woke up, and began to leave the room. Zhuang asked what he would do if she left while he was out of the room. Tang said that his master once told him that a man should not raise his hand against a woman, and if she wanted to leave, he would stop her. But he added a warning that if she was not with him, the demon in her body could appear at any moment. Tang confirmed that only he could guarantee her safety. He also added that she shouldn't wander around because there were many demons here, and it wasn't his problem if she was afraid of them. Zhuang realized that there was nothing she could do about it because she had nowhere to go, and Tang had saved her life. She lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking that Tang didn't seem like a serious person, but he was clearly a good person. She also discovered that, for some unknown reason, it was easier for her to sleep in this apartment than in the previous ones. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep, the kind she hadn't been able to sleep for a long time. And that's why she didn't feel something moving under the blanket. It turned out that at that moment, she had grown a bony tail like that mummy. She woke up when it was already dawn, and did so suddenly, jumping up on the bed. She still couldn't believe that everything that had happened yesterday was real. After all, now she had to stay with this guy forever. And besides, a demon now lived inside her. The next moment, her loud scream echoed throughout the apartment. Tang and the demon rushed into the room and asked if everything was okay, since she was screaming so loudly. But she wasn't screaming out of fear, but because she had a beautiful view of the city from her window. Besides, she realized that she was in the king of all buildings in the northern urban district. Clutching her head, she thought that she must be dreaming. After all, she knew everything about this building because it was ultra luxurious and its architect was #1 in the world. Tang did not understand why she was shocked by the view from the window and not by what had happened to her yesterday. In addition, Tang mentioned that he thought she would be more shocked by what was sticking out of her back. Then Zhuang turned around and saw a huge bone tail behind her. At this sight, Zhuang became hysterical because she did not expect to see such a thing. In the next moment, the tail seemed to attack Tang, but he managed to dodge it. The tail continued to attack our hero without Zhuang's involvement. Tang ran towards Zhuang and dodged at the last moment, and the tail stopped a few millimeters from the girl's head. Assessing the situation, Tang called it quite interesting. Looking at her tail, Zhuang realized that she could control it. Our hero called this skill amazing and added that he would like to have a tail like that. Zhuang was angry that Tang was talking about her tail like that and wondered why she had a tail at all if the demon had been sealed. Tang did not answer her and asked the demon to attack her to see the abilities of the tail. The demon was interested in whether such actions were dangerous at all, to which Tang replied that she shouldn't worry and should give it her all. Then the demon entered her combat state and said she understood him. She immediately attacked Zhuang with hundreds of her tentacles and apologized for it. To the surprise of everyone present, not a single tentacle hit Zhuang, and the tail blocked everything. Tang asked her to stop because he realized that the tail was more powerful than he had expected. The power of the tail was comparable to that of a B-rank monster, and although Zhuang kept it under control, it could protect her from danger on its own. The tail attacked Tang because she was frightened by the surprise and thought she was in danger, so it attacked the strongest one. After that, Tang decided to show her once again how this mechanism worked and clapped his hands in front of her face. At that moment, the tail attacked him from the side, but he easily caught it. This was incredible in our hero's opinion, because after sealing the demon, she should not have been able to use it. But Zhuang was concerned about its appearance and considered the tail ugly, thinking that people would mistake her for a monster with it. Tang was surprised that Zhuang really thought her tail was scary. He said he didn't understand her because the tail was cool, and last time she had horns that she could hide. Then he suggested that she concentrate and try to make the tail smaller. Zhuang decided to try and concentrated on making her tail smaller. It worked. And then Tang said that he needed to get to work and that Zhuang should stay there for now. He added that he had never encountered a case like hers before, and that for now, they could only observe the situation. Zhuang asked him to wait, but he interrupted her, saying that he did not know how to rid her of the demon. But she said that she also wanted to work in the ghost company with him. Tang thought she wanted to go to the other world, but Zhuang asked him not to underestimate her. At that moment, Tang took out his phone and said that he still needed to work. Then, Tang received a message from the commander, saying that the management was temporarily suspending all his missions while he was watching Zhuang. Our hero froze while reading these messages, so much so that even the demon asked if he was okay. He showed her his phone and said, somewhat embarrassed, that he was currently unemployed. Zhuang approached him and said that maybe she could help him. An angry Tang said that she didn't understand the situation because it was because of her that he lost his job. She pointed out that his mission was to watch her, which is why he had been removed from other activities. Consequently, Tang could not take on missions from the ghost company. But despite this, Zhuang pointed out that they could carry out personal assignments. After thinking for a moment, our hero realized that this option was indeed feasible. However, he was a little confused by the fact that Zhuang used the pronoun we. She said that she would be responsible for finding work, and they would fight together, with most of the profits going to Tang. After explaining her plan, Zhuang offered to work with Tang. Immediately after that, she decided to finally introduce herself and said that her name was Zhuang Xiaoran and that she was looking forward to working with them. Our hero responded by extending his hand and introducing himself, pausing for a moment. He added that he was looking forward to her not causing him any unnecessary problems. Our hero explained his point to the girl with a simple comparison. He said that for many people, catching demons means putting their lives on the line, and Zhuang should not think that she would be competent enough for the ghost company. After all, according to him, the world was 1,000 times more terrifying than she could imagine. But for Tang, it was just a game, because he was the best demon hunter in town. Then she realized that Tang was just trying to show off with his speech. He added that for people like him, staying in one place waiting for demons was boring. But if Zhuang had enough skills to cope with his rhythm of life and hunting, he would decide to cooperate with her, and Zhuang confirmed everything. At that moment, somewhere in the dark forest, the children were discussing the fact that they were on the outskirts of the city, and one said that they shouldn't go there. The boys told him that this was their secret base, and if he was scared, he could go home, but he refused. Finally, they approached an old abandoned house and said that this was it. One of the boys turned to the newcomer and said he would tell him the rules. The newcomer had to close his eyes first. After that, the boys would start hiding, and when he counted to 100 and was able to find them, he would also become a member of their group. And he understood. Standing in front of the house, he counted to 100 with his eyes closed and said he was going inside. At that moment, demons appeared behind a tree on the street instead of the boys, rejoicing at their new prey. The boys themselves simply ran away from the house, deciding to scare the boy. One of them doubted whether this was the right thing to do, and told him that there was only one road leading from here to the city, and that he could get there on his own. But this guy remembered that the boy's father was a member of a consortium of 4 large companies, and that it would be bad if something happened to him. The other boys said it was just a little prank, and nothing would happen to him. One of them said he was doing it because the boy's father's company had fired his dad, and he wanted to be his friend after that. Leaving the forest, they bet that the boy would wet himself with fear in that house, but would never admit it. The boy himself was exploring the house at that moment, lighting his way with a flashlight on his phone. He checked the first floor thoroughly, but found no one, and still did not understand why the boys used such a scary house as their base. The boy hoped they wouldn't scare him, because he was afraid of wetting himself out of fear. The next moment, he saw the first person by the window in the room, but this person did not look familiar to him, and was actually a girl with long hair. In the end, the girl turned to the boy and told him to leave this place quickly. She flew up to him like a scary ghost and repeated that he should run away quickly. Terrified, the boy rushed forward to leave the house as quickly as possible. The next moment, she disappeared, and someone's voice asked the boy to play with him. Meanwhile, our hero spent his day playing video games on his console. At that moment, he turned to Zhuang and said that she had been sitting at the computer all day, and he didn't understand why she hadn't finished yet. He wondered if they would ever get the job done at this rate. And just then, Zhuang said that her work was done. Then the doorbell rang, but Tang didn't pay attention to it, so Zhuang had to go. When she opened the door, she saw a young girl in tight-fitting clothes standing in front of her. She said she had brought Zhuang's things, and that her bike was at the repair shop. At that moment, Zhuang realized that the girl in front of her was the 5-year-old demon girl. Now, she said her name was Yatu, but Zhuang could call her Yaya. Zhuang couldn't believe that this was true, and that the demon was really standing in front of her. Yaya said she was very happy to be able to spend more time with Zhuang. Yaya began to explain that she looked that way not because she wore real human skin. She had a small black ball called a spirit bag, and when she pressed it, it enveloped her body, and she looked like a human. At the end of her explanation, Yaya added that Tang had chosen this image for her. Zhuang was angry about this and threw a cup at Tang because he had given a 5-year-old girl a too sexy shout. Tang got angry and said that she was still in his house and should not attack him. She said that perverts were not allowed to speak and that Yaya should not look so indecent at her age. Tang didn't understand what the problem with her image was because his master said that people liked big breasts. He explained that Yaya wanted to be liked by people, but that spirit bag was too difficult to get. Zhuang looked at Tang and, once again, couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or pretended. After that, she turned to Yaya and said that people weren't as kind as she thought. She needed to remember that boys would like her, but she still couldn't let them touch her. Yaya understood what Zhuang was talking about, and if she were human, her appearance would be a disadvantage, but she was a demon. Therefore, she didn't care what people did to her. The main thing for her was that they liked her. Then she called herself a liar and said that if people knew what she looked like, they would find her disgusting. Zhuang took Yaya by the cheeks and said she was a good little girl, and she deserved to be treated kindly and respectfully by everyone. Then Yaya cried at her words, and Zhuang thought she had hurt her feelings. But she replied that Zhuang was as kind as Tang, and that they were wonderful people. After all, both Zhuang and Tang had said the same pleasant things to her. That same evening, in the huge mansion, there was talk that 3 children had been found with the novice boy. At the same time, people searched the old mansion that the boys had told them about, but did not find the young gentleman there. The geolocation on his phone indicated that he was still in the house. But when they used thermal imaging cameras, they didn't even find a mouse in the house. But judging by the geolocation, the young gentleman continued to move around the house. Then the man asked the speaker if he thought it was the work of demons, and if so, whether it was necessary to contact a ghost company. He would offer a large reward to the best demon hunter, and all this was necessary to bring his son home. At the same time, Zhuang said that she had been searching the internet for discussions about paranormal phenomena. She stumbled upon mystical forums with stories from people who were troubled by this, and the stories were sometimes scarier than horror movies. There, she also found people who clearly needed help. Tang paraphrased her story and asked if she had found work for them. Zhuang said that she had written down what seemed to be true and would check it in the morning when she woke up. Tang replied that he would go crazy at home with nothing to do and agreed to it if she was sure she would find something. He was not very patient and told her that if there was no work tomorrow, he would be done with her. Tang added that he didn't understand why she wanted to work with him and catch demons. Zhuang replied that in her current state, she couldn't work, but she couldn't sit at home forever either. In this situation, she could earn money while Tang caught demons, and the collaboration would be fruitful for both of them. Besides, they were supposed to be paid a lot of money, and she was guaranteed a fortune working with Tang. Our hero added that catching demons was an unsafe occupation and asked if Zhuang was sure she was ready to take such a risk for a few bills. Zhuang replied that it didn't matter to her what happened because she needed the money. Tang realized that his master was right and that all the girls in the city were willing to do anything for money. Zhuang got angry and shouted that there was no difference between them and that without work, they would both die. After listening to her, Tang wished her a good night's sleep and went to bed himself. Looking at him, Zhuang thought only about how she would succeed tomorrow. As she lay down in bed, she thought about how she would need to find a client tomorrow. And maybe this was her chance, given to her by the gods, which she had to use. Looking at her family photo, Zhuang thought about how she would soon meet this woman. In the morning, as she got dressed for work, she asked her father to pray for her in heaven. And when she opened the door to the room, she ran into Tang, who was already waiting for her. He was surprised that it was early in the morning and they already had clients waiting for them downstairs. Zhuang and Tang immediately went downstairs, where 2 people were waiting for them, and Tang realized that today would be fun. But when Zhuang looked at them, she saw demonic faces above their heads. When they approached the car, these people said that their boss wanted to meet them at his residence. They asked the guys to get in, and Zhuang had a feeling that they were being led to certain death. While they were driving, Tang asked Zhuang if she could sense that demons were sitting in front of them. Zhuang suspected this and said that she had seen ghostly figures behind them, but decided that it was an optical illusion. Tang said that his vision technique allowed him to identify demons based on the color of their spiritual energy. But he suggested that Zhuang could see their true nature because there was a demon in her body. He added that this could help her join the ghost company in the future. Finally, they arrived at their destination and stood in front of a huge gate. Tang said that he had scanned the place while they were driving, and that the spiritual energy of all the inhabitants was no less than A rank. He said aloud to the people that they had been brought here, that it was too much if they had been sent just to bring them. Finally, turning to them, he asked when they were going to attack him. But when he turned around, he saw that 2 demons were taking off all their clothes and asked them why they were doing that. The demons replied that they didn't want to damage their rather expensive clothes. One of them said that to avoid any misunderstanding, they would simply explain everything. After all, the people had entered their private territory, and they would attack. And this place was chosen not by chance, but in order not to break the law. Zhuang did not understand what they meant, but Tang said that legally registered demons were not allowed to attack humans. But they found a loophole in the law so that they could fight our hero. They said it was the boss's idea that if Tang could make them admit defeat within 5 minutes, the meeting would take place. After that, they asked Zhuang to step aside for her own safety. After these words, both demons began to take on their true form. Immediately after that, they both began to attack our hero directly, and Tang admitted that they were fast. When he jumped into the air from one wolf, he realized that a second one had jumped behind him. Tang smiled and said that he thought his legs would be enough to defeat them, but he underestimated the wolves. And that is why he decided to use his hands in addition to his legs in the fight. At that moment, there was an explosion and a bright flash in the air above Zhuang. The blows flew so fast that Zhuang couldn't make out what was happening. Looking at them, she didn't understand what was happening or what she should do. She decided to look at the fight again, but still couldn't see anything. The Mercury Wolves continued to attack, even though they said they no longer wanted to fight. Tan threw them in different directions and told them to cool down. Zhuang only noticed that there was an explosion and something flew off to the side. That's how our hero landed on the asphalt, riding on the chest of a Mercury Wolf. Sitting on one of the wolves, Tang asked if they would admit defeat. The wolf shouted and said that they would never admit defeat when there was a chance of victory. Hearing this, Tang swung his fist and said that this Mercury Wolf was very brave. At the moment of the swing, the Mercury Wolves felt goosebumps on their skin, for one blow filled them with fear. He looked powerful enough to destroy an entire city. And before Tan struck the wolf, he shouted that he would admit defeat. Zhuang was shocked that less than 5 seconds had passed, and now these bloodthirsty demons were wagging their tails. Then the second wolf shouted that if his brother had surrendered, he would also admit defeat. The wolves admitted that they had heard about Tang's power and were ready to risk their lives, even though they didn't last 5 seconds. They lay down on the ground and asked Tang to forgive them for what had happened. They admitted that they had been reckless when they went into battle with Tang. While the guys were entering the gate, Tang told her everything about their fight and how quickly he had grown tired of it. He asked her how many blows she had noticed, and Zhuang said 1, but Tang said there were 2. At that moment, the demons discussed how they felt something strange, because one of them had definitely struck him, but missed. It was as if his fist had hit an invisible wall protecting Tang. The demon assumed that he had imagined it, but it was strange that Tang's clothes were also intact. Then the demons realized that the rumors about our hero were true. This young man was indeed a mysterious local monster. Zhuang asked him how he had attained his strength and whether it was true that his master had taught him these techniques. It turned out that someone had been watching and listening to the guys all this time. As they walked toward the building, Zhuang said she needed to confess something. She told Tang that she hadn't found a client for this job. Then, Tang asked where the employer was from, but the girl didn't know and added that he had already promised her that if there was work, he would continue to cooperate with her. A couple of minutes later, they entered the office of the local boss, as announced by the bodyguard standing nearby. The same bodyguard asked if Tang could defeat the Mercury Wolves in 5 seconds. He added that his sword told him that it wanted to taste Tang's blood. Tang replied that swords cannot talk and that it was silly to have such a conversation. But the bodyguard continued to show off and said that the scars on the Mercury Wolves were from his sword. He also mentioned that he had defeated 2 wolves in just 2 seconds. The next moment, he swung his sword to show his speed and cut a fly into several pieces. After that, he asked our hero whether his sword or Tang's fists would be faster. He then attacked our hero with his sword, and Tang used the Dawn Flying Fish rune. In an instant, the bodyguard flew out the window and broke it as he fell. Lying on the floor, he realized that Tang did not move when he rushed towards him. Tang said he hated such rude people who attacked him for no reason. At that moment, the boss began to applaud Tang and said that he was truly #1 in the ghost company. After all, he had managed to defeat his strongest bodyguard in an instant, and therefore he would get the job. He explained that his son had disappeared in an old mansion, and the ghost company had sent people to investigate last night. However, they found nothing there, even though this man was sure that his son was there. And if it was a ghost, then it must be incredibly strong. He burst into tears and asked Tang to help him find his son, saying that money was no object. Tang was pleased that his opponent would be strong, and Zhuang was pleased that money was not a problem. In the end, he accepted the offer, and Zhuang said that they would definitely find his son. At that moment, everyone was surprised because his son entered the office, and Zhuang saw a scary green figure above. The boy was laid on the bed, and the man asked what was wrong with him because he looked like a vegetable. Tang said that he looked frightened and probably saw something that scared him. Zhuang said that she could see his soul above him, which was suffering. Tang admitted that the mummy's eyes were no worse than his own. Then the man asked if his son was possessed, and if so, Tang must save him. Tang replied that the boy had lost his soul, and if they did not find it before midnight, he would pass away. The man clung to Tang's feet and said that his mother had died early, and he had no one else but his son, so he begged him to save his son. At that moment, Zhuang said she noticed a small red thing in the boy's ear. Tang asked her to step away immediately and bent down to look for himself. He performed a spirit-dispelling rune for a moment to understand what was in the boy's ear. Then a small thing jumped out of his ear, and Tang was surprised that he had hit it, but it still ran away. After that, he ran after this small and nimble spy. Tang jumped out of the window after it and said he liked how nimble it was. The local boss's bodyguard was standing there, and he realized that this was his chance to show off his ability. He quickly ran up to the spy, cut him in two with his sword, and said that his sword was faster than Tang Ka's. At that moment, the boss and Zhuang ran up to them and asked if they had caught the thing. The bodyguard was only interested in the fact that he was faster than Tang Ka, and suggested that they fight again. But Tang was thinking about the green spiritual energy he knew, while the bodyguard was bragging about his moves. Then, the bodyguard noticed that Tang had a black bean in his hand, and asked why he had turned it into that. Tang realized that this was the bean retreat technique used by one of the branches of the secret Taoists who had long been exterminated. At the same time, on the other side of town, a man was sitting in a garden and realized that one of the beans was damaged. He assumed that if his servant had been forced to reveal himself, it was someone from the Mao Shan sect, and this man was eager to meet the person capable of doing this. At the same time, the bodyguard said that he could now show his face. He added that as a freelancer, it was dangerous for him to reveal himself. But Tang did not even look at him, because he was going to save the soul of his boss's son. Zhuang asked Tang about the freelancer, and he replied that he was one of those who had awakened his own spiritual energy. He added that everyone has a spiritual energy resource, and if Zhuang didn't cause any trouble, he would tell her about it. In his thoughts, Tang thought that this could be the work of the Fengshen sect. And if they were willing to jeopardize their master's honor with their actions, then they should be taught a lesson. They entered the forest where the estate was located, and Tang said that traces of such demons were visible in the darkness. He said they needed to hurry so they could get to bed in time. And while Zhuang was looking at the mansion, her eyes were gradually drawn to a mummy who was screaming at her not to go inside. She began to look around to see who had spoken to her. She realized that the voice was coming from inside her head, and it turned out that the demon had awakened. Suddenly, she saw a large bowl lying on the ground in front of her. She approached it and realized that she was back in her subconscious. Suddenly, a dried up, lifeless body crawled out of it, frightening her greatly. It had no face, but it spoke to Zhuang and said it did not want to be locked up again. At that moment, Zhuang came to her senses and realized that she was crying again. Tang asked her why she was crying, and if she was so afraid, she didn't have to go inside. Zhuang replied that she felt she was in her own subconscious. She saw a dried up body that had turned into a faceless child. She realized that it had been kept in the urn for a long time, and she could feel its fear, pain, and loneliness. Zhuang added that she didn't know why, but she really wanted to cry. When Tang saw her in this state, he felt uncomfortable. He said that these were probably the mummy's memories because they had merged, and it was natural for memories to manifest themselves. Zhuang mentioned that the mummy had forbidden her from entering the house. Hearing this, our hero asked Zhuang to repeat what she had said. Zhuang hesitated, but said that standing on the threshold of the house was forbidden for her. Tang thought about how the demon knew to run away, and figured that the demon's senses were better than his. He began to enter the house and told Zhuang that when she felt danger, she should stand behind him and not be afraid because he was with her. Zhuang began to remember the kind words he had said to her before, and she realized that even though Tang was narcissistic, selfish, and petty, his words made her feel safe. However, his words made her feel safe. As she ran into the house, she asked him to slow down, but Tang did not want to delay, because he wanted to fight. Upon entering the house, she felt that the atmosphere around her had changed significantly. So she immediately asked Tonka to come to her quickly. When he approached, they saw together that they were now in a different place. It turned out that they were now flying somewhere high up with the mansion. Zhuang did not understand how this could be possible, since they had just been on the ground. Tang said that it was simply impossible to fly into the air in such a short period of time. After that, Tang suggested that they had most likely entered another dimension. Looking at Tang Zhuang asked him what he was going to do now. He used the suppression of runes borrowed thunder and said that he would destroy the dimension with his own powers. As a result, he released triple ice bolts of euphoria from his body. But in the end, nothing changed, and Zhuang pointed this out in surprise. This hit Tangka's ego pretty hard and hurt his pride. Zhuang said that it was strange and incomprehensible how that child came out, and Tang said that they needed to find the spellcaster. Tang asked what was going on, because he didn't see any spiritual or demonic energy here, and decided that the spellcaster was good at hiding himself. Tang then asked Zhuang if she felt anything here, and at that moment, a hand appeared from the floor behind them. The hand was near Zhuang's face when she suggested that without finding the spellcaster, they would not be able to leave. The next moment, a tongue appeared from the hand and licked her cheek, which frightened her greatly. When Tang turned to her to ask why she was screaming, another hand appeared next to his face. But thanks to his quick reaction, he managed to catch it before it disappeared. Seeing what was approaching him, he let go of her hand in horror and said she was disgusting. At that moment, a voice said that the boys were stronger than him and that he hadn't touched girls in a long time and had forgotten how delicious they were. Tang shouted that it was time to stop talking and start fighting. A demon skull emerged from the wall and said that Tang could leave the girl with him and he would spare him. And then our hero realized that it was time for Zhuang to find a place to hide. After all, the demonic energy of this thing was 5 times more powerful than the mummy in Zhuang. Tang mentioned that this order was not a waste of time at all, and that he had finally found a worthy opponent for himself. The demon approached Tang and began to pull his hands closer to him. He asked if the ghost company had sent him here, or if he just looked calm for no reason. But Tang wanted to fight him. And then the demon said that they didn't need to rush because the boss had finally let people in. And so he didn't want it all to end quickly. And then he suggested that Tang play a game. Tang became increasingly annoyed and called the demon a chatterbox. Arms suddenly grew out of Zhuang's cheeks and wrapped themselves around Tang. The demon said that it was not worth trying to escape using brute force, because if you touch something, arms could grow from it. And so if Tang destroyed them, his companion would suffer greatly. So our hero immediately asked Zhuang if she felt anything, and she replied that she did not. Tang drew conclusions from her negative answer, but said nothing in response. The demon interrupted their conversation and told Tang that he now needed to take care of himself. After that, the demon began to quickly squeeze our hero in his grip. Tang screamed in pain, and the demon said that he had lied about Zhuang being hurt, and that if that were really the case, he would have attacked them long ago. Then he told Zhuang that the longer Tang was enveloped by the body, the stronger the pressure would be, and he would experience intense pain. These words made Zhuang feel intense anger and a desire for revenge. The demon himself reached out his hand to her and said he wanted to have some fun with her. But Zhuang calmly took the hands growing out of her cheeks and pulled them out of herself. The demon was frightened and asked why Zhuang's aura had changed so dramatically, but she did not answer him and only punched him hard in the skull. She looked at Tang as the demon flew away and said that she didn't think he would lose consciousness from that. She added that while he was out cold, she would try to protect him using the demon's power. The demon began to grow in size and said that he would be interested to see how long Zhuang could hold out against him. Zhuang realized that since she had decided to join the ghost company, there was no point in staying behind Tang. Her body was no longer what it used to be, and she had learned to fight quite well. But the demonic energy of her opponent was 5 times stronger than hers, and she knew she couldn't win one-on-one. All she could do was fend off attacks for a while and circle around him. There was also a chance that she could hold out until Tang woke up. At that moment, the demon's hands reached for her, and she gathered all her strength, telling herself she could do it. But a moment later, she thought about how her tail still hadn't appeared, which was strange. The hands approached her, but suddenly an inexplicable wind blew them away, and Zhuang did not understand where it came from. Tang immediately approached her and praised her for doing well. He also mentioned that it wasn't his style to be protected by a girl, and Zhuang was glad that he had come to his senses. Tang asked if she thought such a weakling could knock him out, because he was just pretending. Then he asked if she really wanted to work for the ghost company, and that was why he had tested her. He also clarified that her tail did not appear on its own in case of danger. Tang reminded her that he had initially asked about her feelings in her face, and she replied that she felt nothing. This was because the demon was very weak and did not scare the mummy inside her. He only radiated powerful energy to appear bigger. In reality, it was the simplest and weakest demon of rank D, which is the lowest of all possible ranks. When he explained all this, Zhuang jumped straight at the demon with the help of the wind. Then he asked if it wanted to see what real spiritual energy looked like. The demon thought that Tang was just a child, but looking at him, he found it difficult to breathe. He did not understand how a human could possess such strong spiritual energy. The demon was blown away by Tang's spiritual energy and fell to the floor of the mansion. Tang explained that it was only a gatekeeper and that he was still unconscious. Looking at him, Zhuang called him disgusting, and Tang mentioned that he would not be able to escape even if he woke up. Our hero said that they needed to go further into the door that the gatekeeper was guarding, because the owner must be upstairs. At that moment, the gatekeeper woke up and said that if Tang was looking for the boss, he was indeed a stupid child. These words angered our hero, and he asked the gatekeeper to repeat what he had said. He became angry and walked towards the demon, saying that he wanted to send him to the other world. But when Tang moved away from Zhuang, The gatekeeper said that he was easily provoked. He added that his target was the guy's companion, namely the girl. The gatekeeper also understood that it would be easy to take her if our hero was not around. At that moment, Zhuang screamed, and Tangka turned around but did not find her nearby. He began to look around and realized that neither the gatekeeper nor Zhuang were nearby. Zhuang herself was taken to the corridor where the boy they were looking for had been walking shortly before. At that moment, the gatekeeper came to the boss and asked what he should do with the girl. The boss, eating incessantly, said to let her walk free for now. After all, she would remain with him forever in this place. Zhuang herself thought about how she had parted with Tangka. Looking around, she realized that the building was really strange, with a huge number of rooms. She decided that the demon had done everything to separate her and Tangka, but she couldn't understand why. Looking up at the ceiling, she felt that someone was watching her, but she saw no one. Looking ahead, she saw children running down the corridor, laughing loudly. She ran after them, but they disappeared behind a wall. And then she realized that they were souls, and it frightened her. But she quickly pulled herself together and realized that they were supposed to return the boy's soul, and decided that there might be clues in the room. She immediately opened the door leading to the next room and went inside. The children were supposed to run in here, but she didn't find them in the room. There was a jar there, and she decided to take a closer look and find out what was inside. There, she saw someone's small, embalmed stuffed animal and was very frightened. She didn't understand why there was a stuffed dog in the jar, and at that moment, she smelled a strange odor in the room. Meanwhile, Tangka was walking around the mansion, going into different rooms in search of Zhuang. He had already gone through many of them, and still did not understand why there were so many evil spirits in that. At the same time, Zhuang was examining the room, which had been clean just a moment ago, but now, the whole room was covered in strange, multicolored splashes, and on the bed, a small human silhouette was visible among these splashes. And when she breathed in, she realized she could smell metal, which meant it was blood. A family portrait hung on the wall nearby, and Zhuang assumed that these were the owners of the mansion. Next to the man were probably his wife and child, but it was unclear why the canvas was cut. Then she guessed that the silhouette on the bed was the child from the painting. The place itself frightened Zhuang greatly, probably because of the feeling that someone had been killed there. On the floor, Zhuang saw marks that looked like someone had dragged a child. She became curious about where the marks led and left the room, following them. She understood that since she had received such obvious clues, something must be waiting for her at the other end. Zhuang entered the next room and, judging by its appearance, assumed it was a child's room, but there were almost no footprints here. There was only a small pool of blood on the floor and nothing else. She assumed that the child had been attacked here and then dragged into the bedroom and killed on the bed with something like a knife. Zhuang wondered what kind of enemies this family had, that they were capable of such a brutal act against a child. At that moment, she opened the diary lying on the bed and saw a child's drawing of a key and a dog, signed Dad's Secret. She couldn't understand how anyone could kill their own pet, which she had seen in the jar, but she doubted that her father had killed his child. Zhuang ran into that room, deciding that she had to figure everything out. In the cabinet lay a knife with traces of blood, and it was the weapon with which the child had been killed. Picking up the knife, she thought that she had not expected to have to do such a thing while hunting demons, but she understood that if she wanted to work for the ghost company, she had to do it. Then she broke the jar and swore never to do what she was about to do again, hoping that it would help find the child's soul. After cutting the key out of the dog, she had to decide what it was for. Looking around the room, she remembered that there should be a safe here. She found it and discovered that inside was the diary of the father of the family, and she began to read it. At the beginning, he wrote about losing his job. He described how his daughter and wife were the best things that had ever happened to him. He also wrote about the day he decided to move to a mansion on the outskirts of town. It was clear that his life had improved. But then, he found a letter from his wife about a conspiracy with the servants to kill him, and he couldn't believe she had written it. He noted that he was having hallucinations and was becoming more suspicious in general. He wrote that he had killed his dog, and that the child was not his. By the end of the diary, his handwriting had changed significantly, and he wrote that he had killed his wife and daughter, and that an old woman by the mountain had given him a seal. He burned his mother's body. He put a seal on the child so that she and her mother would not meet in the other world and would be locked up in the mansion forever. And then he took his own life. Zhuang realized that when the dog was separated, she did not feel as sick as she did when she read the diary. When she finished reading, the closet door opened slightly, almost inaudibly. Zhuang stood up and looked at the wardrobe, realizing that the door had opened by itself. She assumed it was either her father or the vengeful spirit of the child, and in any case, she had a bad feeling about it. But she realized that if her tail didn't appear, it meant she could handle it herself. even if it was the demon who created this world. She decided to open the door anyway, as she was very curious about what was inside the wardrobe. Reaching for the handle, she said she would have to do it herself, but she thought that everything was going too smoothly. She was led into this room with clues, and suddenly, the closet opened by itself, and it turned out that someone was leading her on. The local demon could create false energy and hide its presence well. Being alone, Zhuang was too vulnerable and was alive because she was cautious, and she should not neglect that. Then she moved away from the closet, deciding that she shouldn't open it, but should find Tang and complete her mission. After all, Zhuang understood that if she fell for the demon's scheme, she would not only become useless, but also a burden. And at that moment, she heard a child's voice asking her for help. The voice said that Zhuang was the only one who could save her. When Zhuang turned around, she saw the ghost of a little girl. The ghost asked Zhuang not to be afraid because she did not want her to die. She said that she had brought her here so that Zhuang would learn her story and do her a favor. In gratitude, she would tell Zhuang the story of the mansion and lead her to the soul of the boy in the cap. The ghost said she would tell her everything if she tore a strange piece of paper from her body. Turning to the closet, Zhuang assumed that the girl's body was there. Opening it, Zhuang saw the girl's dried up body with paper in her head and couldn't understand how a person could do such a thing to their daughter. Judging by the entries in her diary, her mother was not capable of such a thing, and Zhuang could not understand what had driven him mad. At that moment, the mummy appeared, remembering the moment when he was locked in that terrible vessel and tried to get out of it. This memory greatly angered the mummy, and he took control of Zhuang's body. After that, he furiously pulled the leaf out of the girl's body, thereby freeing her. The ghost took the form of a girl who called Zhuang Miss and thanked her for saving her, because now she could meet her parents in heaven. But the mummy replied that he was not Zhuang and that his real name was Su Yeqiao. He said he was extremely curious to know who had the courage to lock him up again. Meanwhile, Tang continued to search for Zhuang, but no one gave him any clues, and he could not get to the second floor. Sitting on the mountain of demons, he realized that he had lost Zhuang, and if the commander found out about it, everything would be bad. The ghost girl said that a long time ago, a man with a small child in his arms had entered this house. The baby was crying, and the man left him alone on the floor on a thin blanket. At the baby's cry, hordes of rats began to crawl out of the walls of the mansion. They ran up to the baby and began to eat him while he was still conscious. At that moment, the mummy told the girl that she was now free. The girl herself understood what kind of creature the rat wanted to keep in this mansion. This creature was a demon, namely a mummy in Zhuang's body. The girl looked at the mummy and said that she felt that they were both lonely children. Suddenly, the girl screamed that the rat was angry because the mummy had scattered her soul and asked her to listen to her. According to her, the rat could control space, and all attacks against it were useless, and it could not be destroyed in this place. In other words, the ghost was trying to convey that the rat was invulnerable. She said that once she saw something that could harm him, and she was sucked into the portal. The gatekeeper's hands covered her mouth, and she was unable to finish her sentence before being carried away into the portal. The mummy realized that since the portal had not closed for a long time, he could enter it. He quickly jumped into it, deciding that it had been made especially for him. Landing in another room, the mummy asked who wanted to lock him up. A voice addressed the mummy and said that it didn't matter that he had destroyed her soul, because he would consume her anyway. But this demon, in the form of a rat man, also said that before her death, the mummy would have to play with him. The mummy demanded that the rat boy let the girl go, or else he would beat all the nonsense out of him. The rat boy cried out that he didn't like it when people were rude and unpleasant to him, and if the mummy continued to be disobedient, he promised to eat him. The next moment, the mummy ran towards the rat boy, saying that he should try it. The rat continued to laugh and asked if the girl had told him about him. He held out his hand and said that in his world, he was a god. The little rat snapped his fingers and the mummy fell to the ground because Zhuang's legs were broken. He sarcastically clasped his hands and chest and said he was sorry, but the mummy had left him no choice because he had not obeyed. And since he did not want to keep the rat company, the rat had no choice but to break his legs. He also said that he had forced all the demons to stay here, not for games. They helped him get into people's homes and take what he needed. And the boy in the cap who came to him yesterday reminded the rat of the mummy because he felt lonely and wanted company. The rat had food and things to play with, but he just wanted to go home and asked him to let him go. Then the ratling absorbed a little of his soul and released the boy. As soon as the mummy entered the space, he knew that he was a demon, and he heard that eating the mummy could increase his demonic power. So the rat wanted the mummy to leave him his arms and legs, and then he would let him go. The mummy stood up and told the rat that if he wanted his limbs, he could have them. After that, he turned on his 4 eyes and said that the rat would be too lifeless to do so. The mummy remembered that Zhuang had noticed drops of blood in the room after the 4 eyes, but it didn't work outside the mansion. The demon's spatial abilities could interfere with the mummy, but he could still use them, but he needed to check for other demons. The rat seemed to read his thoughts and said that there was no one else in the room and asked again if the mummy would keep him company. The mummy raised one hand and said that he only needed it to destroy the rat. The next moment, the rat asked if it was the right hand he was using, and the mummy screamed in pain. The rat asked the mummy to stop being stubborn, because destroying him now was as easy as crushing an ant. He added that it would be better to just give up, because no one could defeat him in this space. But the mummy did not answer. And then the rat asked if he could withstand internal organ damage. Blood flowed from Zhuang's mouth, and his stomach twisted with incredible pain. The blood from Zhuang's mouth splattered on the little rat's body, which he did not like at all. The mummy said that the little rat was finished, and the little rat asked him to repeat himself because he hadn't heard. Then the mummy stretched out his hand and said he would not repeat himself to the dead. A 6-digit combo explosion flew from the outstretched hand into the rat. After the explosion, the spirits of the children he had swallowed began to emerge from the rat's body. The mummy realized that these were the souls he had fed on and thought that the demon must have died. But the space around him was not sealed, and the entire mansion was still within the barrier, so he thought it was impossible to escape from there. The girl turned to the mummy again and said that she had already seen his true form, and that it was a black demon. The reason he looked the way he did now was that the black demon had eaten the child and many rats at the same time. The child's bones and body were on the 3rd floor, and if you could find and destroy it, the rat would fall. At that moment, the demon turned to the mummy and the ghost and asked why they wanted to leave him so badly. He began to eat the fleeing ghosts with his many heads and reminded them not to try to leave the house. The mummy realized that it was pointless to search for his true form now, because he could no longer move and his organs were in poor condition. Watching the demon run towards him, he thought that everything would end before he found the child. At that moment, there was a loud explosion on the floor below, which knocked the black demon off his feet. The mummy looked at this and stopped understanding what was happening. Then, a voice was heard from the epicenter of the explosion, asking why the barrier had disappeared. The next moment, Tang appeared and asked if he had hit something. He landed next to Zhuang's body and was delighted that she had finally been found. Then he began to examine Zhuang and saw that she had multiple wounds on her limbs. His face filled with anger, and he asked who had done this to her. Climbing up from the 1st floor through the hole, the rat replied that it was him. In a rage, he ran towards Tang, saying that he would break his limbs and crush his organs. The rat decided to snap his fingers as usual, but golden barriers appeared around his body. The demon was shocked that what had always worked before had failed. Tang lit up with a blue light and asked again what the rat had done to Zhuang. Not hearing an answer, he directed the light at him, and he began to writhe in pain. Tang said that this would last 5 minutes, and that during this time, he would be constantly electrocuted. So he turned to the mummy and said that now it was his turn. Tang turned to the mummy and reminded him that his consciousness was sealed, and that the mummy would not be able to come out of this state. But the mummy said that now was not the time for chatter, because the demon behind him could not be destroyed. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to find the body that the demon was using and hurry. Tang said that this was the demon who had killed hundreds of people speaking, and he couldn't just believe his words. After all, there was no such thing as a creature that was 100% invincible, and if there was, it was Tang. At that moment, the demonic veil fell from one of Zhuang's eyes, and her natural color returned. Now she was talking to Tang, and she shouted at him to stop pretending to be tough and do what they were talking about. She added that as soon as the demon recovered, he would surely run away quickly. And if that happened, it didn't matter how much power Tang had. He had to hurry while the barrier was still up. Tang decided to listen to Zhuang and turned on his underworld eye to find the bones. After searching the house, he discovered that what he was looking for was above him. At that moment, inside the girl's mind, the mummy thanked her for her help and called her Lady, which surprised her. Tang immediately obeyed and jumped to the 3rd floor, breaking through the floor again. On the floor, he noticed a blanket and the bones of a small child, and assumed that this was what he needed. Tang gathered his powerful strength and, with the help of a return lock, broke the bones. At that moment, the demon realized that he had been too careless with Tang, thinking he was an ordinary Taoist, and therefore his instincts did not work. From the moment they entered the mansion, it became clear that there was a mummy inside the girl's body. As for Tang, the demon could not even say who he was. His spiritual energy was so strong that it was impossible to tell what he was. At the same time, Tang watched as the demon's energy disappeared and gathered into something else. As a result, after the black energy dissipated, a blue baby spirit appeared. This baby sniffed and released the souls of the ghost girl and the boy in the cap. Tang realized that the boy's soul had been with him all along. Our hero said that since he had managed to escape from the demon, his soul should soon go to heaven. But the baby insisted that he wanted to see his mother and that he would not disappear. He added that his soul was stuck and he couldn't control the monster's body. He used his soul and the bodies of those rats to become stronger, and the boy had no freedom. And now that he was finally free, he wanted to see his mother, after which he promised to return the boy's soul. Tang began to explain to him that everyone has their own path and advised him to ascend as quickly as possible. Even if they agreed to his terms, those souls would disappear in a couple of hours, and they would definitely not be able to find his mother so quickly and bring her to him. Besides, they couldn't know for sure if she was still alive. The boy cried and shouted that he didn't care and that he wanted to see his mother. Otherwise, no one would leave this place. Tang thought that this child was quite difficult to deal with. Zhuang asked if he had destroyed the child's body, and if so, why the soul had not disappeared. Tang said that it was the child's evil soul, and that it had already assimilated with the demon, and that the demon was just a parasite. Zhuang heard this description for the first time and asked Tang to explain. Tang said he didn't know its characteristics, but he had a signal on his phone and could check. Then he showed Zhuang one creature on the screen. It was a muck that could create parallel worlds the size of a mousetrap. It attached itself to weak souls and only ate. At the same time, it could create large parallel spaces. Entry into them was only possible by one's own will, and the demon could not be sent to the other world in it. But this knowledge did not help Tang much in the end. After all, the spatial abilities that the child used here were stronger than outside the room. Zhuang said that outside, Tang attacks could not destroy this technique, and because of this, they could remain here forever. Tang looked at Zhuang and said that she needn't worry. He added that he had not used his full power while they were outside. Tang explained that if he had acted at full power, he could have destroyed Zhuang. She was upset because she realized that during their first job, she not only failed to help, but also dragged Tang down. But Tang said that she had actually helped him by luring out the parasite and destroying the space. Even if she hadn't been there, he still wouldn't have used his full power because he could have destroyed all the souls inside the space. His technique had 7 parts, and she saw euphoria and confinement. Most of the attacks were destructive, and he promised the master not to use them, namely, the attacks from the 2nd to the 7th part. That's why he couldn't use them. But in this situation, he decided to try something else. He cracked his fingers and said he would let Zhuang see what only his master had seen before. Seeing this, the ghost girl turned to the child and asked him to let them go because Tang was very powerful. But the child said that they were both pitiful, but at least her parents were with her. His father had abandoned him there to feed the rats. His soul had been captured by a monster, and his mother had to search for him and wait for his return. And so he decided that anyone who prevented him from seeing his mother would go to the other world. The girl looked at him and realized that the malice in him had turned him into a demon. He asked her not to interfere because she had a good father and he did not. He received the demon's memories and learned that the girl's father was a good father and husband. And then the monster took him over. The demon had been brought here by the boy's father, and after becoming attached to the girl's father, he began to treat her with suspicion and destroyed them. The demon's intention was to turn this place into a haunted house so that no one would dare to come here. The reason the demon forced the owner to destroy him was that an adult could control him and not submit to his control. After that, he chose the child because he was not fully developed, and over time, he gained intelligence, but the demon had already completely taken control of him. The girl thanked the little boy for telling her this because she wanted to know the reason for her father's actions, and he helped clarify the situation. The girl hugged him and said that she knew what had happened to the child's mother, but did not want to talk about it. She remembered that after her death, she woke up and realized that her body was her soul, and this terrified her. Some mysterious force around the bedroom prevented her from leaving this place, and no matter what she did, she couldn't get out. Then she found her own body and a strange piece of paper on it. Since she was frightened, it seemed to her that the reason for her situation was somehow connected with this piece of paper. She touched it and was pierced by pain, and realized that this was exactly what was keeping her trapped here. Over time, she realized that, in addition to her consciousness, she had lost all her emotions. She could no longer feel fear. She didn't cry, and she almost forgot who she was. At that time, a feeling different from loneliness became more and more apparent to her, and that feeling was anger. When her mind was filled with a thirst for blood, her thoughts were interrupted by a child's cry. She thought she was hallucinating, but then there was a loud noise outside, and she couldn't hear what was happening. But that day, she saw something terrible in front of the house that shocked. Two people were arguing in the street because the man was blackmailing the woman to keep quiet and was hiding the child in the house. The man replied that she was crazy and that the incidents with the gentleman and his family had nothing to do with him. She shouted that she had seen the fake letter he had given to the lady while taking out the trash, and that she knew her well because they had grown up together. The woman understood that the man was trying to cause a rift between them, and they had few relatives, and she knew that the man was watching the mansion. She assumed that he wanted to take the mansion for himself, but he justified himself by saying that the gentleman had simply gone mad. The woman said that she had been secretly following him and saw that he went to a witch and took a burner for incense from her. And after the gentleman took advantage of her, he went mad, and it was likely that some kind of shamanism was involved. He swung at the woman and told her to stop making a fuss over nothing, saying that the police wouldn't believe her anyway. She looked at him coldly and was horrified that he was still trying to justify himself. The woman wanted to know why he had buried all the bodies under the tree, and whether he wanted to hide the fact of their deaths. She turned away and said that he had copied the gentleman's handwriting, transferred the ownership rights to himself, and deceived everyone around him. The woman did not understand how he was going to explain himself when the police found the bodies. She was incredibly saddened by the fact that they had treated them so well all this time. At the very end, she called the man heartless, a second before he hit her on the head with a rock. Seeing this, a terrible thirst for blood enveloped the girl's consciousness, and since then, she has suppressed it within herself. After the man buried the bodies, he entered the mansion and never came out again. For there, in front of the stairs, he encountered the result of his actions, namely, a baby rat. The baby rat turned to him and pounced on the man, asking him to play with it, and ultimately killed him. The girl assumed that the two were the baby's parents, but she promised him that he would never be alone again and hugged him. After this embrace, a bright blue glow appeared around their bodies, surprising the baby. Zhuang realized that the girl had used the illusion technique she had seen before with the children. The girl created an illusion that they were all sitting together at a large table with their families for dinner. The girl herself thanked Tang and Zhuang for freeing her. She turned to Zhuang and thanked her for the good master inside her. He could feel all her pain and loneliness, and therefore wanted to destroy her soul. At that moment, the baby's face no longer expressed anger and sadness, but simply smiled. She took the baby by the hand and said that she was grateful to them anyway. The girl hoped that they would be able to meet the people they missed somewhere in heaven. At that moment, the illusory world around them began to disappear, and they returned to the mansion on Earth. Tan Ka did not understand how this happened if he had not done anything yet. Then he saw that the barrier had collapsed, but the soul of the boy with the cap remained, and he took it with him. Tan Ka looked at Zhuang and said that he didn't know much, and Zhuang said that everything was confusing and she didn't fully understand it either. Then he asked her if she was hurt, and Zhuang said she couldn't really stand up. Then Tan Ka picked her up, assuming that she would not be able to walk home on her own. Zhuang suggested that if there were spirits in the world, then there was also reincarnation, and those children had gone to the underworld to be with their relatives. But Tan Ka said that as long as there were demons in the world, there were no gods, and as far as he knew, there was no underworld or reincarnation. As they were leaving the house, Zhuang decided to ask Tan Ka one more thing. She wondered why he got so angry when he saw that she had been hurt. Tan Ka replied that he had promised to protect her and had failed, and that he would become a scapegoat if anyone found out. Zhuang thought he was worried about her, but he was only worried about himself. In the end, they returned to the boss's house, and he said he would transfer the money for his son's return soon. He also asked why Zhuang was so injured, and Tan Ka angrily said that she had fallen down the stairs. Then he picked her up again and asked for a car to take them home. But the boss asked them to slow down because he had another task for them. He held out his hand with the bean in it and asked them to find out where it came from. The boss was told that many years ago, warriors with different abilities appeared among humans during the battle with demons. People formed sects, and all Taoists had their own powerful attacks, and there were 5 most famous sects. These were the secret Taoists, secret magicians, secret creators, secret observers, and secret brokers. Among the secret Taoists, the most special and powerful sects were the Maoshan and Fangshan. The Maoshan sect specialized in close combat with weapons. They were skilled in the techniques of wind, lightning, fire, and metal. The Fangshan sect focused on divination and cultivated their essence, thirsting for knowledge, so they rarely fought demons. For some reason, the Fangshan sect did not participate in the destruction of demons and began to engage in politics, becoming strategists for kings. The power and prestige they gained did not last long, and the first major battle between humans and demons broke out. The Taoists struggled to cope with the endless waves of demons attacking the city, and at the last second, Fang Shen sent everyone there. The employee concluded the story by saying that the Fang Shen sect was destroyed in this battle. That was all the information people had about the Fang Shen sect. And after listening to everything, the boss said that the employee could leave. The ghost company's database said that the Fang Shen sect had been destroyed long ago. Therefore, the boss was interested in how their bean was found in his son's ear. Tang said that it was a secret bean retreat technique that turned plants into souls, and this powerful technique was hidden from ordinary people. This meant that the other side of the conflict was a fancy warrior who had managed to survive. The boss said that even though it was rude of him, he wanted to know. He wanted Tang to tell him how this black bean was used. Tang answered this question simply and said that the beans were used for espionage. He added that, simply put, someone was watching their client, and it was most likely that they were doing it because of the client's business. On the way here, Duong told Tang what had happened at the mansion. He concluded that the owner of the black bean had nothing to do with the child's disappearance. Tang was not interested in their relationship, but since they were on the same side and they used bean technology, it was obvious to Tang that this man was an outstanding Fanxian warrior. And since he had done something very despicable, he had to be lured out. After that, Tang and Zhuang left, and the boss told his bodyguard that he hadn't said a word since they arrived. Then he realized that his bodyguard had been asleep the whole time. When he woke up, he said that he knew there was someone better than him, and now he would have to work hard because Tang was #1 in this city. And when it came to catching demons, it wasn't just about the bodyguard. So he told his boss that he had decided to quit. He no longer wanted to be a bodyguard and wanted to join the ghost company. This stunned his boss, and he asked if the bodyguard understood what he was saying. At that moment, a man was walking through the city who had been told not to underestimate the target, and this time, he was not in the world. Their database could not find this man and confirm it, but they knew that the target was using spiritual energy. They prepared a boat in the harbor for the agent, and after completing the mission, he would have to leave the city immediately, and the agent understood everything. On the other end of the line, an authoritative man was talking to the mercenary. He said that the mercenary was finally making his move. His subordinate said that their target was the strategist of the financial company Quan Shi, and that he must be extraordinary. He didn't know if he could trust the mercenary, but his boss said he was the best in his field. And his target was an ordinary strategist, whom the boss did not consider extraordinary. He said that the mercenary had once single-handedly destroyed a terrorist organization, and he did it with just one bullet and left no traces. After the strategist was destroyed, the boss was curious how the financial company Quan Shi would fight him. At the same time, the mercenary looked at the sky and thought that this was his 112th job, and he had never failed before. In order to successfully complete the mission, it was important for him to scout out the situation. He also understood that this job was a test for him as a mercenary. In addition, he had almost no information about the other side, and he was unable to obtain it even after a month of diligent observation. Although a little over a month of observation had passed, it was difficult for the mercenary to understand his behavior. For him, this man was still too mysterious. He only went to 2 places, his home and the financial organization Quan Shi, and he had no personal life. Apart from reading, he had no interests, did not use electronic devices, and did not even have a cell phone. In addition, this man slept only 1 hour a day. At that moment, he looked closely at his watch, as if he were waiting for something. The mercenary felt as if the man knew about him, and this caused him to feel uneasy. Then, the mercenary fired a bullet from his weapon at his victim. Since he was quite far away, the bullet took a long time to reach his house. The mercenary's victim felt as if nothing was happening when the bullet flew towards him. When it was almost at his face, the bullet dissolved into thin air. The mercenary couldn't believe his eyes that this had really happened. Then he realized that this man really knew he was being followed. In addition, at that moment, he felt that someone was watching him. He turned sharply and saw that there were some small things flying behind him that he hadn't seen when he came up to this place. There were a lot of them, and he doubted that they were intended solely for observation. But he figured that if they wanted to attack, they would have done so long ago. With little information, he decided to launch a preemptive strike and began shooting at the targets, but they were too small and too fast. He realized that if he shot at them, the chance of hitting them was too small, so he needed to limit their movement. At that moment, he released special restraints to limit their room for maneuver. But it turned out that these restraints were useless because the flies flew through them to the mercenary. With blows to his body, they pushed the mercenary off the edge of the roof, and it turned out that they were faster than bullets. These things did not injure the mercenary enough to kill him, but only slightly scratched him. At that moment, One of them spoke in the voice of the target and apologized for scratching him. This man suggested that the mercenary go home and rest for a couple of days. He also asked him to tell his boss that he should not be bothered anymore. Otherwise, this man would decide to find this boss himself. After that, this little thing turned into a bean. The mercenary realized that the current information indicated that the target could turn a bullet into dust. No other methods were known. In addition, he managed to turn beans into living creatures that were capable of causing harm. Then, the mercenary decided that this day would be the most humiliating in his life, and that someday he would have to repay the debt. At that moment, the mercenary's victim was writing in his notebook that nothing else should happen this month. Then something happened, and he wrote that the day after tomorrow would be a happy day for him. Xian Yushu was delighted by this, and became curious about what would happen on that day and whom he would meet. At that moment, Tang had just returned home from the customer and asked Yatun to open the door. She was talking to someone and giggling loudly, promising to open the door for Tang, and Zhuang asked who she was talking to. Yatun opened the door, holding a little demon that Tang had found in his late grandmother's apartment. This little demon, Xiaohei, was incredibly happy that Tang had returned. Tang asked why Yatun had let him out, and said he would beat him if he continued to hug him like that. Then Zhuang asked how many demons there were, and Yatu replied that there were about 100, which greatly surprised Zhuang. At that moment, a strange mark appeared on the floor, and Zhuang asked what it was. Yatun replied that it was a portal connected to other worlds by a yellow path, and that 5 demons were coming towards it. He added that for Tang, they were just guests, but not for ordinary demons. For ordinary demons, they were like kings, and at that moment, Xiaohei sensed that something terrible was approaching. Yatun said that he should not worry, because they were demon kings and would not harm him. At that moment, Zhuang realized that she was completely confused by what Yatun was saying. She said that she had told the story of the ghost company, and that only some of the demons remained in the human world. But she did not say where most of them had gone, and that they lived in the second world, in the demon city of Lanting. These creatures had the most power in that world, and were called the 5 Seekers. They showered the demons with love and care, and were kings before whom the demons bowed their heads. And to see them in the real world was a great honor for every demon. When she said this, she bowed her head, and Xiaohei and the 5 Seekers began to appear. In the end, 5 small creatures appeared. Zhuang couldn't understand how 5 little creatures could become kings, but she realized that she couldn't see their true forms because they were so powerful. She could see the true forms of the 2 Mercury wolves and feel the power of their spiritual energy. But when she looked at the little creatures and Tang, she couldn't feel how strong their energy was at all. Their energy existed like air, and this only frightened Zhuang even more. Then Tang was surprised that they were already there, and said that he would play games and then go to sleep, and they could do whatever they wanted. Zhuang was shocked that Tang was so friendly with the Demon Kings. One of the guards apologized for the disturbance, and Zhuang once again did not understand why they were not so imposing. At this time, Yatu continued to bow, and they greeted her and asked her to stand up straight. The 5 investigators looked at her and asked Yatun to bring them some items. At the same time, a truck with cargo was brought to the outskirts of the city, and 2 people were waiting for it, one of whom asked if it had been checked. After this question, they approached the truck to check the cargo. One of them said that the cargo seemed emotionally unstable and should be checked carefully. The truck jerked so hard that it bent the body, but this did not scare the men, and they opened the truck doors. 2 red demonic eyes now stared at them from the truck's body. Then a huge demon emerged from the truck and behaved very aggressively. The man said that it looked like what was described in the records, and that it was amazing that it really existed. A real, demonic, multi-armed deity with the body of a tiger stood before them. It asked why they had kidnapped it and brought it to the outskirts of the city. After all, the ghost company here wouldn't even know if she just ate them. The second guy said that they both had snake-like qualities, and that he should call her his older sister. He added that the deity was called the Mother of Demons, and although she could reproduce demons, her rating was below rank A. Having become a demon himself, he warned that if she attacked, he would fight her to the end. The man interrupted him and said that he would like to negotiate with her. He said that fighting would not be beneficial, and that he had brought her here because he needed a favor. He needed help giving a demon a new life, and after that, he would let her go and give her enough money to live on for the rest of her life. The deity said that this directly contradicted the truce that the ghost company had concluded, and that she would be exiled to Lanting and he would be arrested. But the man told her not to worry about it, because he was the first son of the owner of the Shang Yu Financial Group, and half of the ghost company's expenses were paid by their 4 financial groups. Therefore, the ghost company could not do anything against him. At that moment, the goddess jumped towards the roof in hopes of escaping because she thought they were black market hunters. They were from the financial group, and she couldn't afford to get involved in their shady business, so she had to lay low until she found her son. Then the man shouted after her not to leave because her son was in their hands. Hearing this, the goddess slowed down, not knowing if he was telling the truth. Looking at her, the man said that she now had a chance to survive. At the same time, in the city, a little boy was hiding from the gangsters who were looking for him, but they lost him in an instant because of his speed. He didn't know what to do because strangers had broken into his house and stolen his mother, and he was so useless that all he could do was run away. His mother told him about the ghost company and that they could help him, but he didn't understand if he could really trust people with a contract. He just cried and didn't know what to do next because he was alone and didn't know who would save his mother. At the same time, at Tangka's house, Yahello brought the 5 searchers what they had asked for. Zhuang realized that they needed to take something, and she assumed that there must be something very important to them in the box. She thought it might be some kind of powerful weapon or an item of value to them. The 5 searchers took what they needed and went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. It turned out that they were holding ordinary smartphones and nothing else. As they climbed the stairs, they talked about how they were going to play games on their smartphones. They also told Tang that Julan had arrived with them and that they would all have to go to the ghost company to help. Then they asked Tang if he wanted to meet up with him because he missed him, and Tang replied that he was not allowed to leave the house. The 5 investigators did not pursue the matter and simply dispersed to their rooms. Zhuang couldn't believe that the Demon Kings had come to visit Tang just to play games. Yahello said that they had a lot to do every day and came here on vacation. She explained that they knew Master Tang very well and that the 5 seekers liked him very much. Then Zhuang asked what was on the 2nd floor and how big it was if there were more than 100 demons there. Yahello said that there were 3 rooms upstairs and that there was a regular bedroom for the seekers. Behind it was a room for the other demons and a training room for Tang. Zhuang did not understand how big the room had to be to accommodate 100 demons. Yahello then explained that there was an alternate space inside the room created by Mr. Julan. After that, Yahello said she wanted to see him again because he was cute. She explained that Julan was the strongest of all the demons in spatial techniques and that he had created their city. He was the leader of the city of Zihui, located in the city of Lanting. In other words, he was a provincial leader. Then Zhuang asked how he created the parallel space himself, and she became curious about how big the demon city was. Yahello replied that since it was a parallel space, it was about the same size as the human world. Zhuang realized that in a few days, she had received so much information that her brain simply could not process it all. She learned about the existence of demons in 2 worlds, and it all frightened her. At that moment, Tang approached them and said that he needed to talk to Zhuang about something very important, namely, the basic knowledge needed to join the Ghost Company. At that time, at the headquarters of the Ghost Company, Commander Han greeted the guest. It was Julan who asked what the commander wanted him to do. She said that the number of accidents in the city was rapidly increasing, which meant that people would soon learn about demons. Therefore, the commander wanted Julan to help create a special demonic tool. They also needed to go into more detail as soon as the leader of the secret Taoists, Li Yizhuang, arrived. Julan said that if Mr. Li had left the mountain, it meant that something big was about to happen. At that moment, Mr. Li was lying on Sun and reasoning that they were saving a lot of energy, but still moving slowly. Soon said that he was old and couldn't fly fast. He suggested that Li had been summoned to the Ghost Company because something grand was happening. Li said that he had not seen Han for a long time and wanted to see her, and Sun asked if he wanted to see Tang. Mr. Li replied that he would soon return to the mountain himself to find his master. At that moment, Mr. Li and Sun were flying on the roof of the plane towards the sea. At that moment, Little Chi decided that he couldn't trust people at all. Because his mother trusted people too often, she was caught. Demons could not attack people, even if their lives were in danger. And since the company had signed such a contract, it meant that they did not care about them. And the only one who could save his mother now was himself, in his opinion. He decided that if even a hair on her body was harmed, he would send everyone to the other world. And then his eyes turned black. But at that moment, he noticed that a girl was looking at him in this state. The girl looked around and saw a camera hanging on the wall. She dropped her bag of groceries, took the boy by the hand, and quickly ran with him into an alley. When they got there, the boy asked who she was, but she only said that it would be bad if the surveillance cameras spotted him. She asked if his parents had told him that he shouldn't do that, and that there were a lot of cameras in the city, and no matter what type of demon he was, they could detect him. The moment the system realized that the boy had revealed himself as a demon, he would be sent to the city of Lantern. She asked if the girl was a demon. Looking at the boy, she said that he was lucky that she was the one who had stumbled upon him. She then said that she herself worked for a ghost company and would not reveal him. At that moment, the boy became frightened and ran away from her. He said that she didn't need to pretend that she was there to help him, because he didn't care. Jing shouted at him that he had some misconception about the company and asked him to take her to his parents. The boy replied that he only had his mother and that some people had taken her away. Jing was surprised that people had taken her and asked the boy to tell her the exact time and place so she could report it to headquarters. The boy said that she should stop pretending to be a good person and suggested that she wanted to catch him, but he wouldn't believe her. He added that he was not afraid of her because she was from the company, but because she was human. Jing realized that he did not trust the ghost company and said that she would not call for reinforcements. She introduced herself and said her name was Jing Shi and that she swore by her position as deputy commander of the company. Jing swore by her position and said she would definitely save the boy's mother. Then she said that first of all, they needed to take him home. The boy decided to ask why she had volunteered to help him. Jing replied that she didn't know where the boy got such a misconception, but there was something else besides helping to maintain peace between humans and demons. The main goal of the ghost company was to protect demons in the human world. Looking at the girl, the boy realized that she was not lying to him about this. At that moment, a motorcycle appeared out of nowhere, and Jing invited the boy to take a ride. As they rode, Jing asked why the boy hated the ghost company so much. He replied that it was because many of the terms of the truce were unfair to demons. Jing suggested that his mother did not resist when she was captured, because otherwise she and her son would have had problems. She added that the boy might think it was unfair, but he should consider that there are also bad people and bad demons. Without this trait, demons would try to find a loophole and exploit it, becoming a threat to people who couldn't fight back. This would make it difficult to keep the secret about demons hiding in the human world, and if people panicked, they would not want to live with demons. Meanwhile, what happened to the boy's mother sometimes happens to others, and we must not forget that half the reason for the company's existence is to protect demons. Jing said that this is why she loves her job, and that she should believe that she will save the boy's mother. He didn't answer, but just shouted that they needed to turn left now. Jing asked why they were making such a sharp turn, and whether it was because the boy had found the kidnappers. He replied that his nose had always been very sensitive, and that his mother's scent was coming from here. Jing warned the boy to hold on tight because she was speeding up. Now the boy trusted her completely, and was going to repay her if he managed to save his mother. Jing was warmed by these words, for they were exactly what she wanted to hear. Finally, they arrived at a factory on the outskirts of town, and Jing said that this was where demon hunters made their deals. The boy told Jing to stay behind, and that he would not harm anyone, and that they would run away as soon as he saved his mother. But Jing approached him and said that he must not use violence wherever he was, and since she promised to save his mother, she would do everything she could to do so. Besides, she said that even though she was now just an ordinary clerk at the company, but before that, she was one of the employees in the department responsible for capturing demons. At that moment, the stick that held her hair turned into a sword. Jing also said that if anything happened, he would be there. When they approached the doors, the boy said that he could smell her inside the factory. But when they went inside, there was no one there, and Jing asked if he was sure. He said he could smell diesel fuel inside, and assumed that a large truck had been there. Jing discovered a huge hole in the ceiling and suggested that his mother had escaped. At that moment, the boy lay down on the floor and sniffed something intently. He said that his mother's scent was coming from under the ground, as if there was a secret door there. Jing then asked him to step back a little so she could check. She pressed her hand against the spot the boy was sniffing, and green smoke poured out. A passageway opened, and Jing said it was for a freight elevator. They looked down into the shaft, and Jing said they should go down too. When they arrived on the lower floor, Jing asked if the boy was feeling well, but he pointed to the end of the corridor, where a man was standing as if waiting for them. He said he didn't think anyone alive would get here so quickly. Jing said she was from the ghost company and advised the demon to cooperate. Otherwise, he would be arrested as an accomplice to the kidnapper. The man asked if she was going to arrest him alone with a sword, and added that he was only accountable to the young master, and the order he gave him was to send all outsiders to the other world. At that moment, the demon began to split into mini copies of himself, all ready to attack. Finally, he said that if Jing managed to stay alive after he finished smoking his cigarette, he would consider letting her go. At that moment, the clones rushed at Jing, and she deftly parried all their attacks and left them lying on the floor. Then she kicked the demon in the face, preventing him from finishing his cigarette. Jing stood over his body and told the boy that smoking is harmful and that he shouldn't learn bad habits. For now, the boy was in shock from how Jing had defeated them all. Only then did she decide to ask the boy his name, and he replied that it was Chi. At that moment, the demon who had kidnapped Chi's mother with his boss was watching them on CCTV. They entered a huge room, and Chi said he smelled his mother again. It was coming from the room in front of them, so Jing asked him to stay close because there were many guards around. At that moment, the demon who was watching them snatched the boy from under Jing's nose. But she knew how to extend her limbs and, with her long arm, took the boy back. The demon said that he had just been informed that they had lost the child and did not expect him to come to them himself. He looked at Jing and realized that she was human and yet was able to stretch her arm so far. Jing said that on behalf of the ghost company, she ordered him to surrender and hand over the child's mother. The demon ran towards her and said that it didn't matter who she was because they wouldn't be able to leave until his boss's investigation was complete. After that, he attacked Jing, but she skillfully parried all his blows. He couldn't believe that she attacked him the moment she landed, because her reaction was faster than a human's. The energy of the sword she formed with her spiritual energy could have struck him while he was in the air, but she deliberately missed that opportunity and struck the ground with it. She replied that she was annoyed that they slightly underestimated her. At that moment, she held a special sword called Black Iris, made of meteorite iron, which no armor could protect against. Jing added that she did not want to take his life or cause him pain, and suggested that he stop resisting. The demon replied that he had heard of meteorite iron, but did not expect to see it here, and yet his armor was considered the strongest among demons. For this reason, he was curious to know whether her sword was sharper or his armor stronger. He took off his clothes and said that she should finally show her sword. She asked him again if he was going to give up before she beat him. In the end, she said that in that case, she could only pray that her attack would not kill him. The demon did not even try to dodge and thought that she had decided to put on a show for him. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion where he was standing, sending dust into the air. Jing said she hoped the demon wasn't too badly hurt. The sword turned back into a wand, and she put it in her hair and told Chi that they needed to leave because it was dangerous there. Chi realized that she was truly good, not only as a fighter, but also as a person. He also became curious about who she was before and who she really was now. Suddenly, his vision began to blur, and he saw streaks before his eyes, and he did not understand why his vision had deteriorated. Jing didn't understand what was going on, and at that moment, the demon replied that the boy had been poisoned. He added that he didn't know how sharp the blade was, but his energy couldn't harm him. Jing did not understand how it was possible that he remained unharmed. At that moment, she realized that her vision was also beginning to fail, and the demon added that he had poisoned her as well. Now her vision was blurred, and soon she would weaken and feel tightness in her chest, then numbness until she lost consciousness. He told her that she felt nothing when his poisonous dagger pierced her. When he grabbed the child, he had enough time to inject the toxin into their bodies. The poison he used was the least lethal and slowest acting. Therefore, no one was supposed to die from it, and it was only his job to not let anyone into the laboratory, and after the experiment, he would release them. He held out his thorn to her and said he would inject a toxin that would make her forget everything that had happened here. At that moment, there was a flash, and Jing and Chi disappeared from under the demon's noses. For the first time, this demon's prey had slipped away, and he did not understand who she was. In reality, they had not disappeared, but had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Jing realized that she was losing consciousness, but she couldn't pass out until she reached the place where the one who could help her live. At that moment, at home, Tang Ka asked what her intuition was. He replied that she had done well in that mansion, and that it was probably because of the mummy, who could see what Tang Ka could not. So Zhuang saw the spirit of the bean, and if it weren't for her, they would not have known that there were still Fengxian warriors in this world. And although Tang Ka sealed the mummy's consciousness, it reappeared, but in any case, she remained safe. After these words, Tang Ka said that they needed to think about a plan of action. He said that if Zhuang wanted to join the ghost company, she had to have the same intuition as the 4 demonic categories. The first were spirits. They are born from the obsession and resentment of people after death. Ordinary people cannot see them, and they move in the dark. Fairies were born when plants absorbed the spiritual energy of living organisms for a long time, and they moved around day and night. Monsters were born when animals independently cultivated spiritual energy, and they move around day and night. Gods appeared before humans and possessed enormous destructive power, moving around day and night. At that time, Zhuang learned that there were different types of demons and became interested in what spiritual energy was. Tang Ka said that everyone has it, but humans call it spiritual power, and demons call it demonic power. All people were born with spiritual energy, but it was inactive and locked inside a chest. But one fine day, such a chest could suddenly open, and then a person would become endowed with superhuman abilities. But the spiritual energy of most people is not activated unless they practice cultivation, and very few are born with it already activated. Such people were like people with superpowers from science fiction movies. Nevertheless, Tang and others like him called these people wanderers. Zhuang remembered that the bodyguard of the previous client introduced himself as a wanderer. Usually, such people did not join the ghost company and preferred to be bodyguards and hide their abilities so as not to be outcasts. But capturing spirits was important and secret work, and headquarters would not allow just anyone to join their ranks. So if a person was not a Taoist and wanted to join the company, they had to be recommended by another Taoist. But Tang told Zhuang not to worry, because his master could recommend her. At that moment, Tang felt that Zhuang had fallen asleep on his shoulder and was surprised by this. At that moment, he heard Yatu take a photo of them and giggle that they looked like a couple, then run away. Looking at Zhuang, Tang did not understand why he had that strange feeling today, just like in that house. He had never felt this way before and realized that it was no wonder the master wanted him to stay away from women. Tang felt his heart beating very fast, like crazy. He pushed Zhuang away and decided that he was starting to have a deficiency of qi, even though it was strange because he had always practiced internal alchemy and was healthy. At that moment, he was distracted by a knock on the door and couldn't understand who had come in the middle of the night. When Tang opened the door, Jing fell into his arms, unable to say anything coherent. At first, Tang decided that she had gotten drunk again because the commander had forced her to. But then, he saw something in the hallway that completely destroyed that assumption. A little boy dressed in a red fox costume was lying on the floor in the hallway. At the same time, at the factory, the demon told the boss that the intruder was from the ghost company and had managed to escape. Therefore, they should not stay here, and the demon suggested moving to the second experimental base. But the boss did not respond to this because the huge machine announced that the gene matching had been successful. Overjoyed, the boss fell to his knees and said that he had found a way to bring Liu Yuan back to life. 2 days later, in Tang apartment, the guys discussed whether to take Jing to the hospital because she'd been unconscious for 2 days. Zhuang suggested calling the company, but Tang assumed that she didn't want them to know, and Jing finally opened her eyes. Both Tang and Zhuang were very happy that she had finally regained consciousness. She told them what had happened and suggested that the kidnapper had already escaped. Jing said that she didn't trust the company, so she didn't contact headquarters and acted on her own in an emergency. Tang said he would help without question, but he would need time to find the boy's mother. The boy interrupted the conversation and said that he had an excellent sense of smell and could try to find his mother himself. They went out onto the balcony, and Tang asked if he could find his mother by smell. The boy stood on the balcony railing and began to sniff, while Jing asked him to be careful. A faint scent wafted through the city from Qi's mother, who was shackled in the machine to Qi. At that moment, he realized that he knew where his mother was and could show them. Then Tanka called him a little fox and asked him to come down and have dinner, promising to return soon. At the same time, at the factory, the young gentleman asked the consul to analyze the success. The consul said that the transfer of genetic brain structure data was 100% complete and that the carrier's chance of survival was extremely low. After that, he ordered the consul to perform the data transfer at the maximum level. The demon told him that the ghost company knew that they had kidnapped the demon with his ID, and if they found out that they had used it in an experiment, his father could be implicated. To which the boss said that if he was forced to go against the entire company or find another 10,000 demons, he would do so to revive Liu. The demon realized that he really didn't understand the love between a man and a woman. 2 years ago, Liu was sitting beaten against a wall, held by the head by a gangster who said she had to return the money. He also said that he would sell her to a nightclub and found it strange that she had not yet earned money with her looks. The gangster said that she had spent all the money on medical treatment, but he didn't survive. So he asked why she had taken the money if she knew that would happen. At that moment, the owner's son, Shan Yu, approached them, and the gangster yelled at him not to get involved in something that was none of his business. He replied that they should ignore him, that he was just a passerby, and they could continue. He also added that he liked to watch people beg for forgiveness or help. It turned out that he was lucky today because he would get to see a good show. Looking at the girl, he thought that something was wrong with her because her expression did not change at all. Then the gangster hit him and told him not to think that he wouldn't touch him because he had a bodyguard. After the blow, the boss smiled and was surprised that he felt pain for the first time in his life. Immediately after that, he swung his leg and kicked the gangster hard in the face. His accomplice shouted, asking if the passerby knew who they were. At that moment, the passerby apologized and said that he had heard the crack of a skull and that the gangster would now spend the rest of his life as a vegetable. But he threw a coin that could be exchanged for 30 million for hospital expenses. The second gangster saw that it was a Qianqi coin. Carrying his boss away, he apologized and asked him to pretend that nothing had happened and confirmed that the debt for the girl had also been paid. Then he and his bodyguard began to walk away and praised him for teaching him that sidekick. At that moment, the girl stood up and thanked them for returning her debt and said that she had nothing left and could not repay them. With sad eyes, she said that all she had was her body and that he could do whatever they asked. The boss thought that this girl interested him and asked what exactly she was willing to do. After that, they went to the Zhuangyi Hotel. Liu took a shower and came out to him in the hall. At that moment, she was wearing only a towel, and he reminded her that she had promised to do whatever he said. After saying this, he grinned and asked her to take off the towel. She did so, and there was no emotion on her face, which made him unhappy. Then he approached her, grabbed her by the arm, threw her onto the bed, and saw her back covered in scars. That night, he saw the injuries she had sustained from borrowing money from loan sharks to save her alcoholic father. Liu grew up without a mother, with a harsh alcoholic father, and that was what made her the way she was. The boss didn't know why, but he had a special feeling for her that manifested itself in a desire to protect her. Over time, he became more and more interested in her. This included simply buying beautiful clothes just for her, or even taking her on a trip around the world on a yacht. But she never showed any interest in him in return. She was always like a puppet, without a soul or emotions. She was very different from other women. He had met women who could pretend to be anyone to get what they wanted, but what these women were crazy about meant absolutely nothing to Liu. It was the first time he felt worthless in front of a woman, and he wanted to find something that would interest her. But even after a year, despite everything he did, she was still like a puppet. He decided to leave and told her to forget everything and that he was letting her go. But when he started to leave, she grabbed his hands tightly and asked him not to go. There were tears in her eyes, and she said that finally someone was with her, and she begged him not to leave her. When he saw her so vulnerable and sad, an unconscious feeling arose in him. It was a true feeling of love for this defenseless girl, and the desire to protect her erupted like a volcano. And then his mind just went out of control, and they hugged each other tightly. He promised her that he would never leave her, but only on one condition. And even though he was very embarrassed, he said that the condition for her was to become his girlfriend. She shyly pushed him away and smiled, saying that they would start dating tomorrow. A moment later, the irreparable happened, and she was hit by a truck. Now he thought that he had already lost her once and could not let it happen again. At that very moment, something crashed into their experimental base, breaking through the roof. The entire building shook, and this could have been an obstacle to the boss's experiment. His bodyguard decided that the ghost company had found their new location so quickly. He immediately ran out of the laboratory and rushed to the place where the roof had been breached to see what was happening there. Tanka emerged from the smoke and asked if this demon had kidnapped the little child's mother. Very quickly, the demon appeared behind Tanka and planned to stab him with a poisonous thorn. At the same time, his boss asked the console to bring out the guy he had prepared. In the middle of the room, a panel came out with a man tied to it. The boss said that this was the driver of the truck that had hit Liu, and that he had made up a story to try to escape from what he had done. The boss told his beloved that when she was resurrected, she would need blood to stabilize her newborn body, and he wanted her to enjoy her destroyer after she was born. At that moment, he saw the body of Mother Qi, swollen to an incredible size. Meanwhile, the spike that the demon wanted to stab Tanka with broke before it even touched him. And in the next moment, Tanka slapped him across the cheek with his hand, asking what he wanted to do. The demon fell and thought that he wanted to knock him out with his sting, and did not think that he would hit him in the face first. This demon had always considered himself invincible and first class, and now he had been defeated by some kid whose strength was impossible to describe. The demon realized that he could not face him head on and decided to drain his energy. But Tanka smelled the sharp smell of smoke coming from the demon and thought he had farted. The demon began to fly around him, revving his engine. He did not want to take Tanka's life, but he was no ordinary opponent. The demon had no choice but to use the strongest poison. Upon contact with the gas, Tanka's skin would swell, and his body would become stiff and paralyzed. One breath, and his organs would rot and begin to decay, and the burning pain would be like swallowing iron. The gas filled the room in a few seconds, and Tanka would not be able to escape. And then he would lose his ability to fight. Next, the demon would extract the poison from his body to find a way to lock it away. Immediately, the demon noticed that the gas was quickly swirling and leaving the room. Tanka stood in the middle of it and said that if the demon wanted to fight, it should fight and stop showing off. Tanka practiced internal alchemy and could simply spit out the poison. After that, Tanka asked if the poison was a laxative, and if so, he would use the demon's face as toilet paper. The demon was surprised that his poisonous thorn had only caused our hero to have an upset stomach. Tang could control the wind, and the demon realized that he was one of the secret Taoists. After that, he decided to use all his power and released 2 snakes from his back. Then he jumped up, and the snakes released a cascade of sharp spikes at Tang. But this was useless against our hero, as the spikes broke before they reached him. The demon was shocked because these stingers could pierce even armored vehicles, but they didn't even scratch him. At that moment, Tang, confused, struck him quite hard. Then our hero landed on the ground where the demon was lying and wondered if he had accidentally killed him. At that moment, the boss was watching this and calling someone at the same time. He called Shu and said he needed his help, and Shu agreed to rush to provide it. In the notebook, he read that today was that very lucky day, and he was curious to see who he would meet. In fact, Liu was not as good as she seemed, and she had been trying to make that guy fall in love with her for a whole year. He wasn't the first person on her list, and she had already ruined the truck driver's life, which is why he ran her over. Now, this young gentleman was ready to do anything to get her back, even at the cost of someone else's life. Meanwhile, Tang realized that his rival was simply an A-rank demon, and his employer must be someone important to be able to hire someone of such high rank. Therefore, Tang expected that today would bring him a lot of fun. He was about to leave the room when a huge tail flew out of the ground above him. The tail unexpectedly hit Tang, and he found himself pinned to the floor, realizing that he had been careless. On the other hand, he agreed that the blow was not bad overall. The demon turned into a huge dragon and said that as long as he could move, Tang would not take a step beyond this door. Tang stood up and said that he would like to continue the game, but his goal was to save the child's mother, and he needed to finish everything quickly. He jumped up to the ceiling and said he was getting a little hungry. Then he swung his arm and struck the dragon across the face with all his might. However, Tang was surprised that his blow did not leave a scratch. After that, the dragon's tail threw our hero quite violently to the side. He flew into the wall, and a loud and powerful explosion sounded from the impact. The demon said that he was a Class A hook snake, but his armor was the best protective form, and Tang would not be able to harm him. Tang replied that the snake's defense was quite interesting, but its vision was definitely failing it. He explained that a few days ago, he had encountered 2 mercury wolves, and if they were lower Class A, then the snake was middle class. Therefore, Tang decided that it would be rude not to fight him seriously. Tang activated the borrowed gold and directed it at the slipper, which gave him destructive power. The snake couldn't believe that a slipper was being used as a weapon against him and decided that Tang was looking down on him, but that was not the case. And as soon as the slipper touched the hook snake, a blow was delivered. This blow was comparable to a giant meteorite hitting the snake on the head. Moreover, after the blow, the whole room looked as if a meteorite had fallen into it. Tang said that he did not look down on him, but if he had stuck gold to his fist, the demon would have died. After that, Tang entered the laboratory by simply knocking down the door and asked who had kidnapped the boy's mother. At that moment, something confused him, and he realized that he was in a bit of trouble. At that moment, Shu parked his bike and realized he was a little late. Despite this, he hoped that the person he was going to see was safe. He came to this conclusion because smoke was coming from the base where he was headed. While Tang was at the base, the girls began to eat the dinner that Zhuang had prepared. She said that she used to live with her relatives a lot and cooked for herself there, so she knew how to do it. Everyone enjoyed the food Zhuang had prepared, but Jing noticed that Qi wasn't eating at all. He said he was worried whether Tang would really be able to save his mother. The girls replied that he needn't worry about that, because the demon hunters of the Ghost Company were divided into 4 ranks. These 4 ranks were from strongest to weakest, from rank A to rank D, and each of them had 3 more categories. In the entire state of Lushan, there were only 10 rank A officers, 3 of whom were of the highest rank. To defeat an S-class demon, at least 5 A-rank officers would be required. A top-rank officer could handle such a demon alone. Of the 3 highest-ranking officers, Tang was the strongest and had the most demons captured to his credit. Yitun shouted that Tang was the best, and she didn't think there were any demons in the world that could defeat him. She did not expect Tang to be that good, and was very happy. Now, he was finally sure that his mother would return to him after all. Zhuang understood that Tang was strong, but he was easily provoked and didn't like to think too much about his tasks. That's why she was more worried, but she still hoped that everything would go smoothly. Tang remembered that Jing had told him that the boy's mother had been captured for an experiment, and that there was a demon with weak energy on the table in front of him. Next to him, on the platform, hung a human man with his essence dried up. At the same time, the lifeless body of a demon with a wound in his stomach lay on the floor. Tang asked the guy with the gun what had happened here, and whether the child's mother, who had been kidnapped, was lying on the table. Looking at the man sitting in front of him, Tonka thought he had gone mad. A few minutes earlier, there had been an explosion in the room, and the boy's mother's abdomen had burst open, with all its contents spilling out. This man saw piles of demons falling to the floor, one after another. At that moment, the console insisted that the test subject's brain was still unconscious, but the intubation was successful. 1% of the subject's vital signs and consciousness had been completed, and the console asked if the boss wanted to save the incubation object. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy replied that he wanted to save her. Among the mountain of lifeless bodies, one demon stood up, and the guy assumed it was his Liu Yuan. This demon looked like a man and replied that she didn't know her savior was so fond of her. She saw a man chained to a stand, bleeding profusely. Liu asked what he was doing there, since he was the one who had hit her with his truck. Then the demon approached him and sucked his soul out drop by drop. She noted that the soul was damn delicious, and she couldn't wait to try more. After that, she sucked in all the souls of the fallen clones around her and felt an endless source of strength within herself. She felt good in her male body and realized that she was now stronger than ever. Then she turned to the guy and, calling him her master, said that it was just him and her here. He didn't understand how she knew who he was if she had just been born. Then the demon said that she was Liu Yuan and decided that it would be fun to tell him the truth. She told him that she had hired those two people during their first meeting because she had been watching him for a long time and realized that he had everything. He had everything except love. And for her, it was heartbreaking because his mother had died when he was little. She assumed that the lack of love could be due to his brothers, who had achieved more than him, causing their father to neglect them. She learned everything about him. Besides, she was a wanderer and could read minds because she was a swindler who deceived fools like him. Then she asked if he really thought he had found true love, because the truck driver thought so too, and he ended up behind the wheel. She said that in real life, the tycoon's son was calm and frivolous and easy to deceive. Liu Yuan added that now that he knew the reason, he could go to the other world. But something prevented her from sucking out his soul, and she called him her master, then shouted that her head hurt. At that moment, the guy thought she was mocking him and reached into his pocket. In a rage, he shouted that this demon was not Liu Yuan and that everything around him was a lie. Then he took out his gun and shot the demon in the stomach. After that, Liu Yuan's appearance changed, and she began to resemble the girl that the tycoon's son remembered. Seeing Liu Yuan lying in front of him, he decided that some kind of witchcraft had taken place. He tried to convince himself that he had shot the monster that was talking nonsense, not Liu Yuan. The girl replied that she didn't have much time and that he should listen to her. She apologized for lying to him, but that was not her original intention. Before her death, Liu Yuan confessed to him that she had a split personality. At first, Ta appeared to protect her from her father, who beat her because she didn't bring enough money home. He ordered her to lie still before he began to beat her to a pulp. Her father said he would not give her food, and if she did not bring in money, he would beat her half to death. As she grew older, she learned that her split personality was caused by childhood trauma and that it was a form of defense mechanism that manifested itself during the process of growing up and was associated with an unhealthy environment around the child. There was another theory that as a result of prolonged suppression, the brain itself activates a defense mechanism. It independently creates another personality to protect the main one. And on the day her father promised to beat her for the first time, Ta appeared. By the time Liu came to her senses, she realized that she had already left her father. Moreover, her living conditions had improved significantly, as had her financial situation. That's why she found out about Ta, and she said she would protect her and not let anyone hurt her. She promised to make them the richest women in the world. But Liu didn't know that when Ta talked about wealth, she meant scamming people out of their money. Ta could read people's minds and could easily make men fall in love with her. She was incredibly clever and became a new person after deceiving someone. And because she was so powerful, Liu became her puppet. Liu didn't like it when men touched her, but she hated herself even more. Yet she didn't have the strength to fight Ta. Ta made Liu understand that there are ghosts in the world, but no god to turn to for salvation, and she wanted to go to the other world. And then this guy appeared and showed her that God really exists. After all, he was the only one who didn't touch Liu and was there for her. She thought he was a good person and wanted to tell him so, but she couldn't escape Ta's control to say those necessary words. And when he hugged her that time, she felt warmth instead of conflict for the first time. And maybe, because of Ta's ability, she felt what was missing in his heart, and it was the same as her. And maybe that's why he attracted her so much. And she thought that was love. She considered him the hero who saved her. She said that he felt these feelings for her because of Ta's ability, because she knew that he had a strong desire to possess everything. That's why he fell into her trap. And she added that he was a half-liar who didn't deserve love. Nevertheless, she liked him. And then he asked if it was true that Ta made him feel that way. She replied that God exists and that they would definitely meet in the next life, after which she fell silent forever. Helpless and incredibly desperate, the guy cried, sitting on the floor over her body. Tan later asked if the bullets in his weapon were custom made, and if so, this type of weapon could only have been manufactured by an arms company, and only by the one that supplies weapons and equipment to the officers of the Ghost Company. The guy asked Tanka if he was from the Ghost Company, and if so, he should know about reincarnation. Tanka replied that as far as he knew, reincarnation did not exist at all, and that he should answer his question. It was clear that the last vestiges of reason left his head when he learned that reincarnation did not exist. He cried and said that he couldn't protect Liu Yun and just sent her to the other world again. Tanka realized that this guy was crazy and ran away from him, thinking that he would ask the company to deal with him. He looked at the demon on the table and realized that this was the child's mother, and he had to take her away. As soon as he started to approach her, the consul said that there were no signs of life, and Tanka realized that things were bad. However, he remembered the eye of the underworld and decided that it could help prolong her life. Then he reached into his pocket for his phone to report the incident to the Ghost Company. But at that moment, a shot rang out behind him because the guy had shot himself in the chest. He immediately lost consciousness and found himself on the seashore where Liu Yuan was standing. She shouted to him that God exists because they had met again. Holding hands, they walked together into the sunset, smiling at each other as if nothing had happened. In reality, this hallucination was created by the demon with his sting so that he would go to another world in a beautiful dream. The demon entered the laboratory and said that he did not think his master would do such a thing to himself because of a woman. Tanka asked him why he wanted to fight if his master had gone to the other world, but the demon seemed not to notice him. He picked up his master and asked if a lifeless body was to blame for this, and if not, he wanted to take him home. At that moment, Shu entered the room and apologized for being late. Seeing him, the demon remembered that on the day Shu joined the company, he thought there was something wrong with this man. Now their master was dead, but he behaved as if nothing had happened. After that, Shu said that the demon had done a good job and asked to be allowed to take care of the rest. Su never did anything, but every time the demon saw him, he felt a shiver run through his body. Looking at him, Tanka wondered who he was, and he replied that his name was Shu. He also asked Tanka to keep everything that happened in this building a secret. He explained that he worked as an advisor in Quanxi, and that what had happened here could harm the company. And Tanka asked what would happen if he refused. Shu replied that he could name his price, because they had practically the same teacher, and he could give him a break. Then Tanka realized that this man was also a Taoist, the one who used the beans. Shu answered affirmatively and added that he was the successor of the Fan Shan sect. Tanka was delighted to hear this and said that he had just received an order for him. He asked him to answer 3 questions, after which Tanka would consider not telling anyone about what had happened. Tanka asked why he had put a bean in the ear of the son of the director of the Wang Group, and who his teacher was, if the Fanxi sect had been destroyed. The third question was whether it was true that Fangshan warriors specialized in alchemy and astrology and were good fighters. Tanka smiled and clenched his fists, saying that he would like to see for himself. Shu began to answer, and first said that each of the 4 groups had its own market, but it was difficult to avoid conflicts of interest. As an advisor to the Quanxi group, he wanted to help his boss make more profit, so he kept an eye on more than just the Wang group. To avoid detection, he placed such a spirit in Mr. Wang's son's body because he loved his son very much. And since he was very busy, he often took his child to meetings. The answer to the second question was that the sect had indeed been destroyed, but he could not say where he had come from. Finally, it was Tanka's turn to answer the last question. He replied that he knew a little about fighting, but could not say whether it was good or not. Tanka said that the old master had not created magic to be used so treacherously, and he wanted to punish him for it. But he had other matters to attend to. So he said that if he defeated Shu in 2 minutes, the company would come here. However, if Shu could hold out for 2 minutes, he would not tell anyone what had happened here. Shu said that fighting within a sect was not allowed, but if he did not accept the challenge, Tanka would notify the Ghost Company and do the job. He continued and said that everything has a cause and effect, and fate had brought the 2 of them here today. Tanka was already getting tired of Shu constantly talking about things he didn't understand. Shu mentioned that he had received a prediction that today would be a lucky day for him, so he should let everything take its course. So he told Tanka that he would accept the challenge, but victory within 2 minutes sounded very underestimating of the Fanxi sect. Tanka put his phone with a timer on the floor and said that they would all understand after 2 minutes of fighting. If Shu won, he could also ask Tanka for anything within his power. After that, Tangka said that he could also predict the future in some way. He showed Shu his middle finger and said that this night would be fatal for him. Then Tangka turned on the timer and immediately ran to attack Shu. And when Tangka approached him, black characters appeared in the eyes of the seconds. And just as Tangka was about to strike, Shu managed to stop him with one palm. In the next moment, Tangka began to wonder why he had not noticed Shu's movement. In addition, the enemy was able to suddenly distance himself from our hero. When Tangka looked around, he noticed that it had become dark, and they were in some kind of hemisphere. Our hero realized that the enemy had used a hand seal and apparently cast a spell. He assumed that Shu could freely teleport inside this dome, and Tangka needed to find a loophole. The next moment, Shu, who was standing far away, raised his hand to strike. A second later, he punched Tangka quite hard in the face. Tangka realized that his opponent could teleport and change his location at will. In the next moment, Shu was about to kick Tangka from above, but our hero was able to repel the attack and realized that not only could he teleport, but Shu himself could do it too. And in the next moment, Tangka received blows from Shu from two sides at once. After finishing the attack, Shu noticed that there was not a single scratch on Tangka's body. He then assumed that Tangka had a golden light mantra and did not expect the young Tangka to have this technique. At that moment, our hero glowed with golden light and said that he had underestimated him. Then, Shu discovered that Tangka knew 2 runic sealing techniques at once. Mastering one sealing technique is impressive for a Taoist, but Tangka summoned thunder at will without using an intermediary. This meant that Tangka had reached a very high level of cultivation. Tangka said that his body was now covered in thunder magic, and Shu would not be able to approach him. Shu replied that the Maoshan sect was full of talented people, and that he would very much like to predict Tangka's fate. Tangka replied that it was time to stop talking, and reminded Shu that today was a lucky day for him, because he was not going to send him to the other world. He smirked that Shu was going to defeat him just by running in circles. But Shu reminded him that they had agreed that he would win if he lasted 2 minutes. Tangka remembered this and realized that Shu would not approach him, but could use his power to prevent Tangka from approaching him. After that, he realized that he had no other choice and hoped that this would not cause him any problems. The next moment, Shu saw Tangka use a triple ice bolt. He told him that Tangka was full of surprises since he knew such a destructive runic attack technique, but he asked if Tangka was sure he could hit him with it. After that, Shu created a bunch of holographic clones of himself all over the dome. Tangka said he was curious why Shu was so sure he was going to use the attack on him. At that moment, the entire dome was covered with powerful blue lightning bolts. At the same time, on the other side of the city, a simple boy sat playing on his phone. He cursed his opponents as he played online and promised to defeat them all. And even though he was small, he already knew special combat game techniques. And the moment he defeated his next opponents, he saw an incredible lightning strike from the ground to the sky outside the window. It disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, but the boy's mother managed to reach him. At that moment, she began to scold her son for playing on his phone again and not doing his homework. In the laboratory, Shu said that Tangka had put on quite a show, and that if he had aimed at him, the strike would have sent him to the other world. Tangka said that he wasn't that ruthless and just wanted to get rid of the dome. Now, he was interested in how Shu would dodge his attacks in this situation. Shu cast another spell, and his eyes lit up with hieroglyphs. Our hero realized that thin threads were attached to his body. These threads led to a circular diagram above his head, and now Tangka looked like a puppet. But he thought that since he had the golden light mantra for protection, he could handle any technique his opponent used. However, Tangka still couldn't hit Shu. Even though Tangka was faster, he couldn't hit him. Then he decided that it was because of the thing above his head. At the same time, Shu could see Tangka's movements several seconds in advance. Only Shu couldn't see what exactly would be used, so he was curious. Nevertheless, he understood that he must not lose his vigilance, as there was still a minute left. At that moment, Shu launched poisonous smoke at Tangka right before his attack. He did this to change his position and escape the attack. Tangka shouted at Shu to stop running and hiding and finally just attacked him, but Shu did not want that. In the next moment, Shu sent a red retreat beam at Tangka. Tangka was able to deflect this attack with just a snap of his fingers. He understood that Shu knew that this technique would not work on him and used it to redirect the counterattack. The next moment, Shu said that it would be problematic if Tangka used the ice bolt that he wanted to use. Shu suggested that his plan was to use the bolt to form a seal and enlarge it to its limit. Then, when Shu was inside it, he would shrink the seal, forcing him to fight. Tangka realized that Shu knew about the bolt and that the thing above his head was predicting his actions. But Tang assumed that Shu could not predict the direction of the attack's trajectory. The next moment, a bolt appeared above Shu's head, which he did not expect. Tang split the bolt in half, and a double ice snake appeared from it. Right in front of Shu, Tang appeared in place of the snake and said that Shu had finally been caught. But instead of Shu, Tang was hit, and Shu said that he was not so talented and could only learn one rune technique, and that technique was the strongest golden technique. After that, Shu said that it was not difficult to break Tang's double ice bolt, but he added that he was not good at it, as Tang could not do it without a medium or a seal. Therefore, his gloves were his medium for the golden rune technique, and there was a seal on their inner side. Then Tang realized that Shu had scratched him, even though he had given in to him, because they were from the same sect. But after this attack, Tang decided that it was unnecessary, and that he could strike with full force. After that, Shu felt an incredible wave of power directed at him with his skin. At that moment, he realized that he had unconsciously awakened the monster in Tang. Shu assumed that the triple bolt was the limit of what Tang could do, but it turned out that he could use the fourfold ice bolt of the Shadow Storm God. Purple lightning poured from Tang's body, and Shu couldn't understand how he had achieved such power at his age. There was a little of Tang's blood left on his gloves, and he decided to read it while it was still fresh. He used blood divination, which could predict a person's life grid, showing the past and future in separate fragments. When Shu looked at Tang's life grid, he realized that he was the one who could help him. Then he saw that Tang was about to attack him with a quadruple bolt. So Shu noticed his silhouette to his right and assumes that the attack would come from there. But then it turned out that Tang was using two directions, because the fourfold technique was fast, but he was sure he could hold out. Behind him, he noticed Tang again and realized that he had changed 3 different directions of attack in a matter of seconds. He realized that things were bad when he calculated that Tang had used 6 possible directions. Shu realized that with the God of Thunder, Tang's actions were so fast that there was no point in trying to predict his actions. In the end, our hero still managed to hit Shu more than once. The blow was so powerful that Shu flew high into the sky. As a result, Shu ended up high above the clouds, covered in blood from the blood. He thought about the frightening power of Tang and the web of life, realizing that his lifelong dream might finally come true. At that moment, Tang prepared for another blow, and Shu called him his benefactor. As a result, our hero struck Shu once more, but this time in the direction of the earth. Shu was pinned to the ground, and Tang realized that since the thing above his head had disappeared, Shu was unconscious. He realized that he had gone a little too far with this blow, but since Shu was protected by the golden light, he should remain alive. Shu began to get to his feet, and Tang told him that he was the first person to injure him and called him a good opponent. Tang added that he had underestimated him at first because he did not expect him to be so skilled with the golden runes. He added that the golden barrier on Shu's back had depleted his spiritual energy, but protected his back and neck, which is why he survived. He apologized to him again and said he had been too harsh with him. Despite his depleted energy, Shu tried his best to stand on his own 2 feet. Tang did not understand why he was doing this, as it was greatly exhausting him. Our hero asked him to stop because he would be sent to the mountain if he died. But Shu said that what happened in the laboratory no longer mattered. After all, the reason he fought so fiercely was because of Tang himself. Our hero didn't like this phrase because it was how Julan addressed him. At that moment, Shu said that the 2 minutes were up and Tang had lost. Tang realized that he had completely forgotten about the time, and the timer on his phone was beeping mercilessly. Shu reminded him that Tang had promised that if he could stay on his feet, he would do anything for Shu. Shu said that Tang could tell the ghost company everything, but his request was different. He approached Tang and asked him to allow him to be his partner. Tang was a little taken aback by this question and asked Shu not to stand so close. He didn't understand why Shu had asked for one thing at first, but then asked for something completely different in the end. Shu said he was fine and that the company had a team of hunters and he could help Tang for free. Tang did not understand this offer because people became advisors for high salaries, but he was offering free help. He added that Shu did not work for the company and he was curious how they could work together. Shu said that for the last member of the Fangshan sect, this was not a problem, and that becoming a company officer would be easy for him. He reminded him that the entrance exam, which took place once every 3 years, was about to begin. Now Tang seriously wondered if Shu had really gone mad. Shu realized that he had put Tang in an awkward position, and offered to make a deal. He said that he had used Tang Ka's blood for divination and would tell him what had been troubling Tang Ka all these years, and Tang Ka would accept him into the team. Tang Ka asked him to stop talking nonsense and save his tricks for naive losers. He added that Shu should be more concerned about how he would report to his boss, and that Tang Ka had a child waiting for him at home. After that, Shu asked if Tang Ka believed in the power of divination of the Fanxi sack. He began to say that Tang Ka would be 20 this year, and that he had lived in Luzhan for 2 years. Previously, he had lived in Qinwei, 200 kilometers away, and he was the heir to the Maoshan sect. He had lived on the mountain until he turned 18, and recently, Tang Ka had let a girl doomed to misfortune into his house, but he had been able to solve her problem. Tang Ka did not understand how Shu was able to see this just from a drop of blood. Su asked if Tang Ka had had doubts over the years because of his extraordinary abilities. In addition, Shu knew that Tang Ka was interested in the main mystery of his life, related to his birth. Su promised Tang Ka that he would tell him a little about his birth. Then he coughed and fell on Tang Ka's shoulder, saying that he would feel better in a couple of days. Then he whispered the main secret of his life into our hero's ear. After that, Shu said that they were destined to meet because he lived in the same house as Tang Ka. After that, Tang Ka put him on his shoulder to return home. While he was carrying him, our hero wondered if Shu had told him the truth. All this time, demons were watching Tang Ka's actions from afar and realized that his abilities were something incredible. Now they understood why the master had ordered them to follow him. Besides, Tang Ka was the best officer in the company, and even though one of them suggested that they would not be able to defeat him with their entire branch, another decided that Tang Ka had only shown part of his power. The eye began to run away, realizing that if Tang Ka noticed them, they would not survive. But the second demon told him to wait because he sensed something else. At that moment, a demon appeared from the ground who was the dark side of Liu Yuan. Now she had become a man, and he was surprised that she had the ability to transform. He realized that his power had increased and assumed that the bullet was a hidden blessing. In addition, Tan noticed that Liu Yuan's personality had disappeared. He realized that he should thank that guy because now he was no longer a sub-personality and could fully control his body. Moreover, he had previously considered himself a personality, but it turned out that he had become male, and he was pleased with that. The next moment, he felt someone watching him. The demon said that Ta had high potential for growth, even though his rank was still B. The demon added that Ta had only 9 lives and that his abilities increased after rebirth. This demon suggested that in his final life, Ta could reach rank S. Then, the demons decided to introduce themselves, and the eye-like demon said that he was a goat's eye of rank C. Then he pointed to the demon next to him and said that he was a rat's ear of rank B. The ear's skills were eavesdropping and analyzing demonic energy, and it could determine the strengths and weaknesses of organisms near it. The eye said that his skill was reconnaissance, and he could see all living organisms within a radius of 100 kilometers. Their target was supposed to be a human, but they accidentally discovered Ta and now wanted to recruit him. Yi said he told them all this to gain their trust. And besides, after Ta's rebirth, he needed a place to stay. Ta was surprised that they wanted to gain his trust with just a few words. Ear said that Ta already knew about them and their abilities, so if he refused, they would consider him an enemy. Ta looked at Ear and said that if that was true, then with their ranks, they were just minor scouts for the organization. Ta smiled at them, not believing that any of them could defeat. Then he said that after his rebirth, he wanted to test his new power on them. But Ear suddenly disappeared, and a second later, his hand was covered in Ta's green insides. The Ear said that simple scouts would be enough to send him to the other world. He was reborn quite quickly, and the Ear said that the speed of rebirth had increased. He added that if Ta agreed to join them, they would put his head back in place, but if not, they would throw it into the ocean. The head, still detached from the body, agreed to these terms. While Ta was reattaching his head, the Ear said that as soon as he passed the tests, they would show him to their king. The next moment, the eye suspected something was wrong and rushed to the Ear's aid. At that very moment, Ta suddenly attacked him from behind again. After sending him to the other world once again, the Ear said that there was no need to take him to the king. The next moment, Ta had him by the throat and said that the 2 scouts had defeated him twice, but their boss must be stronger than them. And Ta asked the Ear what rank it now belonged to, according to the rating. Being suppressed, the Ear whispered quietly that he was now rank A. Ta understood that rank S was higher, but now he could be considered a monster, and now he decided to join them. But he needed the name of the boss. Ear spoke to him with his last ounce of strength and told him that their king's name was Bowen. Ta smiled and said that Bowen didn't really sound like the name of a real monster. At that moment, Tan Ka returned home looking quite serious and asked the fox cub to come to him. He apologized to him, and said that his mother was already dead when he arrived. However, he told him not to be sad because he had found something in her stomach. He scanned it with his underworld eye and decided that it should be taken. In his hands, he held an egg with an image of Chi's mother, and Tang realized that she knew the technique of rebirth, and now Chi would have to protect it until she could get out of the shell herself. Little Chi took the egg in his hands and could smell his mother again. He thanked Tang for his help and promised him that he would protect his mother. Zhuang offered to warm up some food for Tang, but he said he wasn't hungry and would go straight to bed. At that moment, Jin promised Chi that she would ask to be appointed as his guard and that she would help take care of his mother. Zhuang realized that she had never seen Tang so serious before and was curious about what had happened. Going into his room, Tang thought about the master and the words Shu had said to him. At that time, Shu was taking a shower to wash away the blood from the wounds inflicted on him by Tang. After that, he tidied his hair and got dressed before talking to the deceased master. He said that today he had met his benefactor, who had the destiny of an emperor. Shu knew that if he served him well, he would be able to fulfill his master's last wish. Tang was trying to sleep at that moment, but he couldn't because of the thoughts in his head. He couldn't believe that his master had lied to him. However, Shu also had no reason to lie, but then it was unclear why the master would lie to Tang about his birth. Instead of worrying about it, Tang decided to go up to Shu tomorrow and get a definite answer. After that, he leaned back on the bed and decided to finally go to sleep. When he closed his eyes, he remembered a moment from his past. At that time, the master had fallen asleep while fishing, and Tang tried to wake him up by shouting. Little Tang was holding a huge boar in his arms and asked the master if he could eat it. But Master Li shouted that Tang must immediately return it to the mountain. Tang asked why, and the master replied that if he ate it, there would be no one to take care of the piglets. After that, the boy sat down next to the master and asked if his parents were also on the mountain. The master replied that he had found him near a Taoist temple when he was still a baby, and he assumed that his parents had left him there with the master because of difficulty. He tried to find them, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. The master added that Tang should not be sad, because life down below was more difficult, and perhaps they had been forced to leave him. After these words, Tang asked if it meant that since the master had taken him in, he was his father. The master was a little surprised by this question, and barely managed to hold back a smile, but he replied that it could be considered so. Tang decided to call the master Li Dad, but the master asked him to continue calling him Master. At headquarters, the commander and Jolan were discussing the project, and the demon asked for permission to participate in it. In turn, the commander warned Ji that he would face no obstacles from the higher-ups. The commander said that he was the best at manipulating space in the demon world, and Julan was flattered by these words. The commander said that he should go to the weapons company. They were responsible for the research and development of demonic tools. Julan was happy to hear this, because he had always dreamed of meeting them. The commander replied that they would be happy to welcome him to the Spiritual Reality Project team. At that moment, Master Li's voice rang out in the corridor, noting that it was a good name for the project. Seeing Julan, the master assumed that the ghost company was in big trouble since they were here. At that moment, Julan said that he expressed his highest respect to the nobleman, and the master asked him to dispense with formalities. But Ju said that where there is no order, there is chaos and disorder. Li called Han a busty dragon and asked if she missed him. Commander Han became angry and said that she had asked many times not to be called that. After that, she began firing at Master Li with both hands. But as soon as the bullets flew towards Master Li, he stopped them with his hand and asked Han to calm down. The commander said that an incident had occurred that threatened not only the ghost company. She said that the incident could threaten the entire human world. Master doubted her words and asked what could be so dangerous as to threaten the human world. The commander replied that it was related to the third world and the seal of paradise. At that moment, Julan shouted that he had heard enough. He started to leave and said that he had no authority to hear about the heavenly seal and therefore asked them to stop. Julan said that the arms company was waiting for him and he was heading straight there. The commander noted that he should not worry about the rules because he could probably help sort things out. Julan replied that this was not true and that the rules were extremely important for the life of demons in the human world. He added that a nobleman had arrived, and he was sure that Master Li was capable of resolving the crisis. At that moment, Master Li realized that there were many worries in the human world, far more than in a Taoist temple. The commander asked the master not to grumble, and added that she wanted to show him something that the higher-ups were already waiting for a report on. After this conversation, Commander Han and Master Li descended 9,800 meters. When they arrived at this place, the system recognized the branch commander and the leader of the secret Taoists. As a result, they entered a huge room where there was a huge square of hieroglyphs on the floor. Han said that the core of the seal was created from the energy of the Taoist founders, and monitoring showed that the energy level was always constant. However, 3 days after Tang's invasion of the heavenly inverted world, this changed. The energy level of the heavenly seal dropped by 1,000th of a unit, but quickly returned to its original value. Li was the only one who had the right to check the heavenly seal, so Han was instructed to bring him here. Li said that this was strange because the founder's energy was infinite and should not have changed over time. He added that the case with Tang had nothing to do with it because the seal was used to seal demons, and Tang came out as a human. He and the girl were recognized as humans at that moment, which is why they were able to come out. Such a powerful tool would not change because of humans. Then, Master Li realized that he would not find out what caused the changes until he checked the seal. He asked Han to stay put because she was human and the power of the seal could have a strong effect on her. Master Li used his inner strength to awaken the seal. At the end of the ritual, he traced a circle with his fingers and commanded the seal to rise. The platforms with hieroglyphs formed a tall mountain that the master had to climb. Standing below, Commander Han felt an incredibly powerful spiritual energy and found it difficult to breathe. But she was still thrilled to have seen the legendary heavenly seal, even from a distance. Finally, after a few minutes, the master climbed to the top of the seal. He turned on the Eye of the Underworld and examined the seal. After that, he told Han that it was time for her to notify the royal leader. Commander Han did not understand why, and asked the master what had happened. He replied that someone had tried to break through the seal in the heavenly upside-down world and had already created a small crack, even though the seal had been restored. Han was horrified that some demon had been able to make a crack in the defense created by the heavenly seal. Li replied that the leader would need to notify the companies in the 12 states to be on alert while he tried to strengthen the seal. In the heavenly upside-down world, a vessel containing a powerful demon crashed. He told the others that the target had swallowed the bait and that his friends were already outside. The demon added that the time had come and he would pull the group of demons out of this place within 2 days. The next day, Shu waited for Tang to arrive, and finally, he sensed his presence. Tang was surprised that he had left the door open for him, and at the same time, Shu invited him to sit down. Our hero had already begun to speak about the reason for Shu's visit when Shu asked him to pause while he answered a phone call. The caller was a representative of the Quan Chi Group's management, but Shu replied that he apologized for not answering for so long, but he would no longer be working for that. After that, he hung up and threw the phone behind him, asking him to throw it away. One of the red beans picked up the phone and flew away with it. Shu said that he didn't like using devices, and that only 2 people had ever contacted him by phone. They were his boss, Quan Chi, and his son. But now, Shu understood that he no longer needed the phone. After all, he now had a new job and would be working as Tang's partner. After that, our hero decided to ask Tang why he needed Shu. He replied that with Tang's help, he would be able to get closer to the thing that someone had been chasing his whole life. In addition, Shu knew why Tang had come to him, and added that his ability to foresee the future only allowed him to obtain fragments of information. Therefore, Shu apologized for not being able to give Tang a complete description of his past, and suggested that he would be able to give it to him in the future. Tang asked when he would be able to give him the next prediction, and offered to give him a drop of blood right then and there. But Shu replied that he could not do so yet, and reminded him that he had been repeating the word partner since yesterday. He finally got up from his chair so he wouldn't have to look up at Tang. Then he said that if he wanted more information, they needed to trust each other. In addition, in such a situation, they should become true partners. Tang called this foresight stupid, and was upset that the Fengshen sect was not as cool as he thought. He told Shu that after his attacks, the wounds would not heal for a couple of days, and that Shu should rest a little longer. When he was able to recover, Tang would contact him if there was any task. Tang understood that if the master was hiding his past from him, all he could do was trust Shu and find out more for himself. That evening, somewhere in the industrial zone of the city, a drunkard was walking around the factory grounds, not understanding what he was doing there. After looking around, he decided to spend the night there. But then, he saw some strange objects that looked like musical cymbals. They were just spinning in the air, and he thought he had had too much to drink. He approached them to check if they were real, and they were quite real. But the next moment, blood began to flow from his eyes because he began to resonate with these symbols. As a result, the 2 symbols slammed together with the man inside. A demon approached the saucers, not understanding how a human had ended up in such a quiet place, and realized that he would have to find a new place for his base. This demon looked up because someone from above told him that they liked how he solved problems. It was Ta, who was holding Uha's leg, and asked him not to worry because he was a new member of the team. While they were all entering the factory, This demon told Uha that if the newcomer beat him up, he would disgrace their entire group and his majesty. Ta called him a big talker and asked how strong his gongs were. Then Ta asked if he wanted to fight, and the demon replied that if the king hadn't said he wanted to see him, he would have already destroyed him. Ta thought that he was becoming more and more interested in this king. They entered the next room, and the demon said that this was the newcomer the king wanted to see. The yellow demon said that his majesty had been waiting a long time for their arrival. The other demon replied that the cat spirit looked weak and was clearly not of rank A. The only girl present noted that at least one decent spirit had finally arrived. At that moment, Ta stood up and began to examine the room and count the demons present. He counted a total of 7 demons in the room, but then he noticed the demon above and asked him to come down from the ceiling and not hide. He replied that he was up there for a reason other than what Ta thought. The main reason was that he had a good view of the situation from that spot, and if Ta failed the test, he would finish him off from there. Ta listened to his answer and noted that he was beginning to like this place more and more. Then the yellow demon asked the rat's ear not to keep his majesty waiting. Then the ear began to scan the area, and the girl said that they were very lucky with the ear. Otherwise, they would not hear the king so often. The ear said that it could not hear any electronic devices within a kilometer, and that, apart from a few rats, there was no one else alive. At that moment, the yellow demon holding the plate covered with a cloth said that the king could speak and removed the cloth. Ta thought that the demons were behaving mysteriously, and he couldn't wait for their boss to appear. But Ta couldn't tell if they were mocking him or not when the cloth flew to the ground. On the plate was a toy toad that introduced itself in a robot voice, and Bowen apologized for not being able to be there himself. At first, Ta was angry that the king he was so interested in didn't even show up and spoke through a child's transmitter. But on the other hand, Ta understood that Bowen was doing this out of caution and accepted it. Ta noted that he needed a place to live and liked how they worked. After that, Ta said he wanted to join and was interested in what he needed to do to prove his suitability. Bowen said that first he needed to introduce the director of their team, who was standing to his right. His name was Panyu, and by human standards, he was a demon of the highest rank, A. Ta understood that the highest rank A was very strong and assumed that he would have to fight Panyu. Bowen replied that he understood correctly and that if he could defeat Panyu, he would join the team. But if he were to die at Panyu's hands, they would give him an honorable funeral. Panyu ran up to Ta and said that his majesty had already said everything and they needed to start the fight. He also added that he had heard that Ta had risen to rank A after his reincarnation and was curious to see how their battle would unfold. Ta did not answer him, but wondered if there were 7 demons in total. Panyu replied that there were, and then Ta pointed to the corner and asked what the red dot was right behind the yellow demon. The opponent was afraid that someone had passed through the rat's ear detection and asked the ear to check everything. At that moment, Ta secretly thrust his hand into Panyu's body. The girl watching this said that naive boys are cute, but their director is too trusting. In response to this action, Panyu called Ta a real scumbag. Ta said that in a fight, it is necessary to use not only strength, but also brains, and he deliberately did not aim for the heart in order to play with him. But then, Ta realized that his hand was stuck inside Panyu, and he said that calling it a fight was flattering. He continued and noted that a battle could take place if both were equal in strength, and Ta was not worthy of fighting him. Then he grabbed Ta by the arm and noted that he would be quite suitable as food. The girl shouted that everything that touched Panyu was sucked into him and rotted, and now she thought there would be no new member on the team. At that moment, Ta severed his own arm with his other hand, surprising Panyu. But he thought that Ta just wanted to escape from him that way. Panyu ran up to Ta again and grabbed his leg, which immediately began to rot. He said that Ta should turn into a pile of bones and become food. Ta thought he could defeat Panyu because they were of the same rank, but he did not know that there was a higher rank, A, and that he himself was in the lower category. He still couldn't believe that the difference between them within the rank was so great. At that moment, Ta's mind clouded over, and he was powerless against the terrifying Panyu. Only one word penetrated the tangle of his thoughts, and that word was run. Panyu also noted that he had heard that Ta had 9 lives, so he simply wanted to crush him and then devour him. Ta had only recently become a demon and therefore lacked combat experience. But on the brink of life and death, his instincts helped him remember something. Suddenly, Ta's leg was left in Panyu's hands, and he didn't understand how it happened. Ta replied that Panyu's imposing presence and strength had caused him to lose his composure. Because of this, he forgot that he had acquired several new abilities, and if he used them correctly, Panyu would not be able to touch him. After that, Ta transformed his body into droplets and dispersed in front of Panyu. At that moment, Panyu became angry and asked if that was all Ta was capable of, and if so, then he was very naive. He added that if Ta tried to escape, the game would be over. The demon above said that this was a job for him, but at that very moment, Ta began to transform into a demon again and said that he was not going to run away. He gathered himself again and said that he was having more fun than ever. Ta realized that when he was resurrected from a bullet wound, he tried to get out from under the rubble and then got diluted. The second time, the ear separated his head, and Ta wanted to attach it to his body and thus regain his health. In the battle with the ear and the eye, he died again. And when he came back to life, he began to think about efficiency and learned to turn his body into a weapon. At that moment, the girl asked the ear if that was really how it happened, and if he really had such cool abilities. The ear replied that he thought they could use his potential and make him a second attacking force, but he was too cunning and competitive. And if they did accept him into the team, he could later become a threat to them. Ta told him that as a result of his resurrections, he could acquire new abilities, and now he could test them on a strong opponent like Panyu. At that moment, Panyu said he was tired of the chatter and asked how it related to the battle. Ta replied that it was directly relevant because it would make their fight more exciting. The next moment, he turned his hand into something resembling a spear. Panyu asked if this was the weapon Ta was talking about and noted that he would not be able to defeat him with it. But Ta only asked what ability he would gain when he returned next time. Then he swung the spear into his own head to reincarnate once more. When Pan saw this, he decided that Ta was completely insane. Taoge said he wanted to crush Ta with a gong and suggested that the minister eat Ta while he was still lifeless. But Minister Pan Yu said that such a low and desperate act was not his style. In the next moment, Ta took on a semi-liquid, semi-gaseous form. Pan Yu said that if he touched him, Ta would be absorbed, and therefore his new ability was obvious. Ta had acquired the same absorbing ability, and Panyu immediately understood this. This angered him, and he decided to show Ta that he was still weak. In addition, he wanted to show that the gap between their ranks was enormous. Panyu acquired the next form and added that Ta was still no match for him. In the next moment, their fight merged into a single combat sphere filled with demonic energy. All the other demons, along with Bowen, watched the fight, and the king turned to Uhu. He said that Ta had acquired the ability to absorb and was trying to use it against Panyu, who in turn was doing the same. It was a clash of spiritual energy in the dome, and they were so intertwined that Uhu couldn't tell who was winning. Bowen turned to Taogui and asked him not to worry about Panyu because he was his trusted protege and he couldn't risk his life. He suggested that he needed a little more time because, after all, Panyu had exterminated millions of people. In the end, their fight suddenly ended, and a hole appeared in its place. Panyu held the ball of Ta in his hands and asked if he was convinced that Panyu was stronger. After that, the minister threw Ta on the floor, and the weakened Ta could not catch his breath. Panyu said that Ta had exhausted his spiritual energy and would not be able to fight for some time unless he was reincarnated again. The minister turned to Bowen and said that he only had to give the order and he would destroy Ta. But Bowen apologized that Panyu had become a guinea pig, and he said that no apology was necessary. The king said that he saw Ta's potential, and that his ability to be reborn would be useful to them in the future, so he was worthy of joining them. Bowen guaranteed that with them, he would be able to gain combat experience and a roof over his head. At that moment, Panyu told Ta that he should thank the king for allowing him to join. Ta replied that he understood, thinking that one day he would gain enough strength to send each of them to the other world. He figured he had 4 more lives left before he could become the strongest in the world. At that moment, our hero in the apartment told Zhuang that they needed to talk. Tang asked if her wounds had healed yet, or if she needed more time. Zhuang replied that she was ready to go on a mission even at that moment. Tang replied that they needed to forget about missions for a while and take care of one important matter. She noted that if Zhuang wanted to join the ghost company, she should get some sleep so she could learn how to use spiritual energy. Yatun was delighted and said that Zhuang was incredibly lucky because Tang had never taught anyone before. Zhuang asked if this was true, and Tang replied that he had never lied to her before. Then he said he was going to sleep and advised the girls to do the same. He knew that if the master or commander found out about what had happened yesterday, it would be bad. So he decided to lie low for now. Tang hoped that no powerful demon would appear during these few days so that he would not have any problems. Our hero really hoped that nothing like that would happen in a couple of days. Then Shu thought that Tang impressed him because even though his alchemy had returned, his internal organs still needed a week to recover. Shu hoped that no one would disturb him, but he understood that he needed to use the prediction. According to the prediction, he saw Pigua, which meant there was a tiger in the pit. He realized that in 5 days, it would be dangerous to be in the city, and that this was a bad omen for the city. Nevertheless, it did not matter much to him overall. After all, he understood that Tang was in the city, so there should be no problems. He was even looking forward to these 5 days, starting from the day of the prediction. At the same time, Ta ordered them to bow before the king when he gave the order, and he said that their target was the Taoist leader Li Yizhuang. Now they are moving on to the second part of the plan, and their target was Master Tang's favorite, the highest-ranking officer of the Ghost Company. Bowen then noted that it was Ru Yuan's turn to carry out the task. She took this as a long-awaited blessing of a mission, and was very happy. After that, the children's transmitter opened, and a golden light streamed out of it. Then, a glowing golden ball appeared before the demon's eyes. He looked at it with dissatisfaction, and became curious about what it was. Ru Yan then took the ball in her hands and swallowed it. She promised His Majesty that she would keep it safe in her stomach, like the apple of her eye. Bowen asked Ru Yuan to deliver the sphere to the designated coordinates and thanked her for her work. He then asked Tao Gui to find a new place for their meeting and told the others to be on standby. Ta interjected and asked if he was entitled to know the meaning of everything that was happening. Bowen said that he would like Panyu to tell him everything, but since he was so eager to know, he would enlighten him himself. His Majesty said that everything they were doing was for the extermination of humanity as a species. Then he asked Panyu to take care of their new comrade and answer any questions he might have. Finally, Bowen said goodbye to everyone and disconnected. Ru Yuan was delighted that they could finally move on to the next phase. Ta reminded Panyu that he could ask him any questions, and he asked what interested him. Ta asked how much stronger His Majesty was than Panyu, and how strong he was in general. Panyu replied that he advised against bringing up the subject of His Majesty. Besides, Panyu himself did not know. Since Bowen approved of Ta, Panyu said that he would treat him as a comrade, as long as he behaved well and did not cause any problems. Ta replied that he understood, and praised Panyu for being able to see the whole picture. After that, he approached Ru Yuan and told her that he had a couple of questions for her. He asked about the sphere in her stomach, and what would happen in the next phase. Tao Gui interrupted his questions and told Ru Yuan not to discuss such important information with the newcomer. Ru Yuan replied that everything was fine, and that His Majesty had chosen Ta as their companion. Tao Gui began to scold Ta, and Ru Yuan asked him not to take his words to heart. Then she remembered that she needed to answer his questions, and said that the ball in her belly was very valuable. It was called the Songhu Bell, and it took their other branch a long time to find it. The Songhu Bell was capable of awakening an ancient demon sleeping beneath the earth's crust. Ta asked what rank this demon was, and Ru Yuan said it was the highest rank, S. He asked again if such a powerful demon would obey Bowen's orders, if it was so powerful. Ru Yuan replied that they just wanted to sow chaos, to weaken the enemy's defenses or completely destroy them. Ta asked why they were doing this against just one person, and if he was that strong. She replied that together, they would not be able to defeat him. Uho couldn't analyze his true potential, even though Tang wasn't as good as their king. After all that was said, Ru Yuan smiled sweetly and said she had something else to add. Then Ru Yuan touched him, and he saw her bad memories, and she unconsciously released her energy. She clarified that what she had said could not be spread, because the king's ambitions were more important than their lives, and if anyone dared to stand in his way, she would devour them without a second thought. After that, she said that she definitely liked having Ta on their team, and hoped that he would not become that very insolent person. She then said that it was time for them to hit the road, because they needed to have some fun in the city. Ta realized that he knew nothing about the king's voice, appearance, or strength, and that his personality was well hidden. All these powerful demons followed him unquestioningly, and their plan was to exterminate all of humanity. Ta realized that he had not been so excited in a long time, and since he was now a demon, he vowed to himself to become the strongest demon. And now, it was Tan's turn to die. Ta wanted to step over their bodies and become the king of this world. At that moment, a man approached him and said that Ta's energy was weak, but he could sense a little of that energy along with a strong thirst for blood. The man advised Ta not to do anything foolish, because the king saw everything, and was keeping him here because Ta was useful alive, not dead. Ta did not expect anyone to speak to him, and was frightened by the man's sudden appearance. Ru Yuan immediately appeared in human form, and said that this was Ir, and that they were disguised as humans to make it easier to move around the city. Looking at them, Ta realized that they looked like ordinary people, and then looked deeper into the room. There were no demons in their true form there anymore, only people. Thus, Minister Panyu became a tall, blonde man in a blue sweater. Next to him stood the demon who had been upstairs. He had green hair, and his name was Muke. The smallest was Tao Gui, who looked like a child wearing glasses, a cap, and braces. And the last guy holding the transmitter was Xingzi, and now he was gray-haired. Ru Yuan handed one to Ta, and said that they had kept it, just in case. The human weapons company made them for demons, so that they could legally stay in the human world. They were called spirit bags. If you put such a bag on your chest, it would envelop the demon's body and make it look like a human, which is what Ta did. Ru Yuan added that his bag was female, and she hoped that wouldn't be a problem. Ta looked himself over and said that it would be easier to get what he needed as a woman. Now there were 8 demons of the 11th branch, and they were heading for the city. As they left, Radir thought that something seemed to be missing. After a while, Radai woke up at the factory and didn't understand how long he had been asleep. And immediately he discovered that there was no one around and the king had ended the meeting. He realized that as the weakest member of the team, he had simply been forgotten. At the same time, in our hero's apartment, Tanka asked Zhuang to hurry up. Zhuang saw that Tanka had allowed her to go upstairs for the first time, and she wanted to see his training room with her own eyes. Tanka opened the door on the 2nd floor, and Zhuang realized that there was a training area behind it. The doorway glowed with blue light, and Tanka entered it, calling Zhuang to follow him. Zhuang reached her hand into the doorway and felt as if she were passing through an icy stream of water. In the end, she went through the doorway and realized that this door had transported her to another dimension. Tanka explained that this was an independent space and that he had to persuade the 5 Seekers for a long time to send him to create his Julan. Now Tanka was indebted to the 5 Searchers, and to repay his debt, he had prepared a house for them in the human world that they could always use. This place had an area of 5,500 kilometers, and it was only possible to get there with Tanka's permission. Zhuang was amazed at how powerful Julan must be to create a space the size of a city with his own hands. Tanka told Zhuang that in this space, everything could be restored on its own. Then our hero decided to show her and took off his slipper as an example. He took the slipper in his hands and threw it forcefully into the ground so that it began to fly apart. Zhuang was surprised by the effect of a simple throw of a slipper, even though she already understood what to expect from Tanka. But after a few moments, the scattered pieces of earth began to return, and Tanka said that the platform was good. After that, Tanka said he would teach Zhuang how to awaken her spiritual energy. Zhuang was delighted and said that she was ready, and that he only had to tell her where to start. But our hero said that first he needed to come up with a teaching method, and Zhuang had a bad feeling about it. An hour passed, and Zhuang reasoned that for the powerful Tanka, teaching her should not be a problem. She was not related to Tanka in any way, but she lived at his expense and could no longer do so. She said she would not take money from him for lessons and assignments. Zhuang understood that she was getting in the way of missions and was not good enough to complete the task herself and would not be able to pay for anything herself. She understood that she had to become an officer so that she could earn money and give it to Tanka so as not to be in debt to him. At that moment, she remembered the woman for whom Zhuang had been saving money, but at that moment, Tanka's voice rang out, and he said he understood where to start. Tanka said he didn't know how to teach Zhuang to awaken her energy, but he knew who could help. He remembered that no one had taught him as a child, and he had accidentally awakened it himself when he was a toddler. That is why he did not know how to practice awakening energy. After a while, another person came into the space and handed Zhuang a flower. He introduced himself and said his name was Shu, and that he was a friend of Tanka. He knew that he needed to teach Tanka how to use spiritual energy. Zhuang thought that if he was a friend of Tanka, he must be just as good. And then, Zhuang introduced herself. At least Shu looked like a cultured and polite gentleman. However, for some reason, looking at Shu gave Zhuang goosebumps. Tanka asked them to stop cooling off and hurry up and start training. Our hero left the room to play video games and left them alone. Zhuang was upset because he had promised to be her teacher and then just left. After he left, Shu turned to Zhuang and told her that she needed to sit down before starting the lesson. To begin with, Shu decided to tell her more about spiritual energy. He said that, in short, it was simply a form of energy that flowed inside people like blood and was usually associated with life and health. Zhuang remembered that Tanka had said that everyone has it, but it is sealed and can only be obtained naturally or through training. Shu said that this was true, but even if it was sealed, a small flow would still pass through the body, but it would be useless on its own. Therefore, Sue suggested that such a flow of non-activated energy be called useless. He also noted that it was usually called the soul. Shu said that in the 17th century, a scientist mentioned the theory of animism, which said that everything on Earth has a spiritual essence. Even a stone or a splinter was taken into account in the theory, and this philosophical conjecture was applicable to useless energy. After that, Shu decided to demonstrate this using the example of a flower in Zhuang's hands. He said that the flower could grow in the ground for a long time, but if its energy was absorbed, it would immediately wither. This only worked on flowers and other plants. People cannot absorb each other's energy. He added that Zhuang already knew about the activation of useful energy by people themselves, and that it worked with everything on Earth. Even a plant could simply activate its energy and turn into a spirit. Zhuang remembered that Tang had told her about this, and that plants and inanimate matter could become fairies. Shu said that Zhuang lived up to his expectations and grasped everything on the fly. Then he said that before he taught her how to activate useful energy, he needed to explain all the steps in 4 words. Shu stood in front of the surprised Zhuang and said the words activation, control, improvement, and creation. Activation was responsible for the activation of beneficial spiritual energy by humans. Control was responsible for the ability to control energy and cultivate it. Improvement meant developing unique abilities through energy cultivation. And creation meant improving any ability through training. Shu suggested starting with activation and offered a shortcut for activating Zhuang's spiritual energy. This method involved transferring a small portion of his energy to Zhuang. Since they had different concentrations of energy, their energies differed, and Zhuang's useless energy would repel Shu's useful energy. Therefore, he asked Zhuang to close her eyes and think of nothing, as this would allow the energy to flow more easily. At that moment, Zhuang thought she was in a scene from a martial arts movie and didn't know if it would work. Su touched her back and repeated that she needed to try her best to clear her mind and feel the flow. He warned her that he was going to start passing energy through Zhuang's body, but when he actually started doing it, instead of blue energy, Zhuang's red energy rushed at him. In an instant, there was an energy explosion that threw Shu several meters away. She turned around and asked him what he was doing so far away from her. Shu did not answer, but he understood that it was demonic energy. However, he did not understand how such a powerful demon could exist in an ordinary person. His wounds had not yet healed, and her energy had such a serious effect on him that he even started bleeding. Zhuang ran to Shu and asked what had happened to him and why he was bleeding. She told her not to worry, that they were old wounds he had received in battle with Tang. Then he decided to ask why there was demonic energy inside Zhuang. Then Zhuang realized that the fool Tang had not explained anything to Shu about her situation. A few minutes later, Zhuang briefly told Shu what had happened to her. Shu had heard something about mummies and knew that she must be around S rank. After that, he said that Zhuang and Tang were destined to meet, and Zhuang said that it was not a very good fate. Shu realized that there was a mummy inside her, and that when her energy was activated, she would gain access to demonic power. And with such power, Tang would become the king of the world. He then told Zhuang that she was both human and spirit, and it would be much easier for her to activate spiritual energy. Zhuang decided to ask how long it would take for an ordinary person. Shu said that people are not capable of this, and that it requires natural talent and a good teacher. And even with all that, it takes about 3 years. Then he looked at Zhuang and said that she could do it in 3 days. However, he said that first they would need to clarify something. He did not understand how the mummy was able to awaken again. Zhuang remembered that they had sealed the mummy, but during the battle in the mansion, it had taken over her body again. And it was surprising because his behavior had changed, and he even thanked her and called her lady. Zhuang also really wanted to understand what was happening to her. She assumed that since Shu had mentioned it, he must have a solution. He replied that this was true, and that he only needed a drop of her blood for his prediction. For Zhuang, it was nothing, and she began to bite her finger to get a drop of blood. Zhuang thought that Shu was a monk and looked trustworthy. And besides, compared to him, Tang seemed like an idiot to her. When Shu performed the blood divination, for some reason, tears streamed from his eyes. Immediately after that, he replied that at that moment, there were 2 demons inside Zhuang. Su suggested that he and Tang had sealed only one, while the second remained free. He added that, to be more precise, they had only sealed the mummy's consciousness, but the child's original consciousness was still inside. Zhuang thought about the faceless boy who appeared in her subconscious when they were on a mission in the mansion. Su said that through blood divination, he could see fragments of a person's memories, and that was how he learned about the child. The mummy's name was Su Ye Chao, and he became a mummy after being betrayed by a close friend. Shu wasn't entirely sure about what had happened, but his friend's name at the time was Bowen. Nevertheless, Shu said that they had indeed sealed Yu Chao's resentment within the mummy itself, and somehow they were able to separate his original consciousness. And in that mansion, something prompted him to take control of Zhuang's body. Shu apologized for his tears and said that these were flashes of human emotion and that it happened involuntarily. After that, Zhuang asked if the mummy could regain control over her. Shu said that there was no need to worry about this, and that if it wanted to, it would have already done so. Based on his assumptions, Yu Zhao was hiding in Zhuang's subconscious and had no desire to reveal himself. Shu did not understand why he was doing this and could not guess. Zhuang thought that he was doing this because he was afraid of Tang Ka's power and feared being attacked or sealed away. Shu told Zhuang not to worry, because everything was predestined, and sooner or later, everything would be resolved. In addition, he noted that he could see some fragments of memories particularly clearly. He said that the older the memories were, the richer the picture was, and he could see even more. Shu began to say that Zhuang had a happy life before her father fell seriously ill during her childhood. Her mother could not bear this burden and left them for a rich man, and then Zhuang was left all alone after her father's death. She had countless relatives, but they all turned their backs on her. In the end, her mother had to take her back, but when they met, Shu had barely finished speaking when Zhuang began to look like a mummy and shouted at him to be quiet. At that moment, he smiled and apologized for his rudeness and explained that he had said it on purpose so that she would learn to activate quickly. Zhuang did not understand what had happened, but after looking at herself, she realized that she had turned into a mummy. She realized that now Zhuang would be able to use the power of a mummy without losing her consciousness. He also explained to Zhuang that the power of a mummy was indeed based on anger. After that, he said that from that moment on, the lesson was officially considered to have begun. At that time, in the aquarium, Ru Yuan was looking at the fish when Pan Yu approached her and said that they had received a secret assignment for Ru Yuan. She had to act at night, and Pan Yu asked her not to delay. Looking at the fish, the girl asked them to wait a little longer, after which they would be free. At the same time, Zhuang asked why her training began in the form of a mummy. Shu replied that he had deliberately angered her to turn her into a mummy, and now asked what unusual sensations she had felt during the transformation. Zhuang thought about the unusual sensations and said that she felt rage and a thirst for blood. But Shu was referring to physical sensations, not emotional ones. Zhuang thought she felt a hot stream passing through her body and took on the appearance of a mummy. She felt as if boiling blood was flowing through her veins. At that moment, Shu said that if she had felt a hot stream, it was demonic energy. Zhuang agreed with this and mentioned that she had a feeling as if her blood was boiling. Shu thought that he did not expect her to be able to feel something stronger than the flow, and that her sensitivity was heightened because of the mummy inside her. He asked her to try to feel this energy and release it from her body by closing her eyes and meditating. Shu said that it might take some time, but he assumed that there would be no problems. And when she returned to human form, she would be able to activate the demonic energy at any moment using the same principle. Zhuang closed her eyes and began to meditate, and everything around her gradually lost its color. She concentrated on this action, and after a few seconds, she managed to return to human form. Shu was surprised that she was not only able to deactivate it in less than 10 seconds, but she also managed to learn how to activate it. And Zhuang herself realized that she had managed to take human form. Shu realized that if she was trained, she would become an excellent fighter in the future. He congratulated her and said that she had not only learned to borrow power from the mummy, but had also quickly passed the activation stage. Zhuang couldn't believe she had succeeded, and for the first time, she felt so good. After that, Shu said he would teach her control, and Zhuang was ready for it. At that moment, Ru Yan was at the port and raised a special sphere above her head. She looked into the distance and felt that, together with His Majesty, they could change this world. Then she dove into the water and began to swim quickly away from the shore into the ocean. She was rushing to the ancient S-rank demon she needed to awaken. At that time, the rest of the branch was sitting in a bar and celebrating something. Taoge tried to cheer himself up because he was sad that they had simply forgotten him. So he tried to cheer him up and get him to drink to the start of the second phase. At that moment, Ta turned to Minister Pan Yu and asked why he looked so gloomy on such a wonderful day. Ta added that there was a saying that shared hardships bring people closer together, and that was worth drinking to. But Pan Yu replied rather coldly that he preferred not to drink. Then Ta changed tactics and suggested they just talk. And he agreed, but asked not to drag it out. Ta asked if they could really just show up at a human bar like that. Han Yu replied that the king ran this bar, and that's why it became their meeting place. Ta was surprised by this because the bar was located in an expensive neighborhood, and then she assumed that the king was really rich. Pan Yu noted that the place where Ru Yuan was headed was even more expensive because she was sailing to an oil rig. She was shocked that it would cost at least several billion to build such a tower. At that moment, he realized that if the ancient creature awoke in this place, it would destroy the tower. Pan Yu said that this was the king's secret property, and that their main task was to inform people about the existence of the ancient demon. When that happened, the ghost company would start an investigation and ultimately blame the people extracting oil. Moreover, in that case, the ghost company would not learn anything about their plans. At that moment, Ta also realized that King Bowen was not stupid or short-sighted. However, he still asked why Panyu was not happy if His Majesty's plan was so flawless. Panyu replied that the king thought everything through without making any mistakes. But he did not understand why there were only 3 Songho bells at the beginning. The minister of the first earthly branch had to work hard to get them. This time, they used the second one, and the first one had been used a long time ago by someone from another branch on the king's orders. This caused a stir throughout the city, but the ghost company was unable to attribute it to demons. King Panyu's actions did not bother him, but he did not understand why he had awakened that mummy demon. At that moment, in Tang Kayatu's apartment, she asked him how Zhuang was doing. She was interested because Zhuang had not eaten anything since morning. Tan Ka himself realized that a lot of time had passed, and it was time for him to visit them, because they couldn't leave without him. He returned to the training hall and apologized for playing too long and being away for so long. But there, he saw something he did not expect to see after so long. Shu and Zhuang were sitting on the ground and continuing to practice, and Tang Ka called them diligent. The only thing that bothered him was that Zhuang was too quiet. Tang Ka asked Shu why Zhuang did not react to his taunts. Shu replied that she had mastered activation and was now cultivating control. Tang Ka was surprised that she had mastered all this in one day. After that, he decided to check her homework and turned on his underworld eye. Tang Ka saw that her spiritual energy had turned yellow instead of the usual blue, and that she had learned to store energy in her body. He said that the teacher had said that such results required years of practice, but Shu said that Zhuang was both a demon and a human, so everything was going faster. Tang Ka replied that he himself knew nothing about cultivating spiritual energy, so he asked her to explain what she was doing at that moment. Shu explained that Zhuang had learned the counting breathing technique and was now meditating to cultivate spiritual energy. In this state, she had no sense of smell, touch, or taste. She was in empty space and nothing affected her. Then Tang Ka asked Shu to simply tell him when she would awaken her abilities. Smiling, Shu replied that it would happen in about 3 days. This was much faster than Tang Ka had originally expected, so he praised Shu. With her breathing technique, she could go days without food or water, so she could be left alone for now. Tang Ka was glad that he had no important business in the near future. He then hugged Shu and praised him for really helping him, and offered to treat him to dinner. Shu asked if Tang Ka's mood meant that they had become closer. Tang Ka asked him to tone down the sentimentality if he wanted to remain on good terms. Finally, 3 days passed while Zhuang was in a meditative state. Finally, she showed signs of life and slowly opened her eyes. She immediately asked how much time had passed and if it was time for dinner. Then Tang Ka told her that she hadn't eaten for 3 days, but she couldn't believe it because it felt like she had only meditated for a short time. In the end, she assumed that she had managed to master the improvement in that time. Shu was not sure about this and suggested testing her abilities. He asked her to try to release all the spiritual energy that had accumulated in her body. She confirmed that she would try to do so and began to concentrate. Watching her release the energy, Tang Ka wondered what abilities she would have. After a few moments, Tang Ka was surprised by the power with which she released the energy, and he assumed that her ability would be powerful. But Shu said that Zhuang was not very talented, but the power of her spiritual energy lay in her psyche and her strength. Zhu noted that, in short, Zhuang had an iron psyche, which only fueled Tang Ka's interest. Finally, she came to her senses and asked what had just happened. Tang Ka replied that she had acquired a new ability and needed to try it out. Zhuang couldn't believe that she had learned the improvement so easily, but at the same time, she didn't feel any changes. Shu said that everything was correct and that she had mastered the improvement and could now use it instinctively. She said again that she didn't feel anything, but agreed to try. For several more minutes, Zhuang tried the abilities of flight, enlargement, and transformation, but nothing worked. She was upset about this, and Tang Ka asked her to stop playing around. In the end, she sat down on the ground and said that she really didn't feel anything. Shu noted that as soon as she learned the improvement, she gained the ability, and her strength was not important. Her senses were heightened, and the fact that Zhuang had failed was out of the question. It turned out that she just needed to wait for it to activate. At that moment, her stomach growled, and Tang Ka suggested they go eat because she was hungry. Returning to the apartment, Shu asked Tang Ka how Zhuang was doing, and he replied that she had complained to him that she smelled bad and had gone to take a shower with Yatun. Tang Ka thanked Shu for his help, and he replied that it was not necessary because they were partners. He said that although they had only known each other for a few days, Shu seemed like a good person to him, and he didn't understand why he was Chuanqi's advisor. After all, it was obvious that Shu was not chasing money like Zhuang. Tang Ka asked him if he was doing all this for his teacher. Shu apologized for not being able to talk about him yet, and added that he would explain everything as soon as he had completely won Tang Ka's trust. Tang Ka replied that it didn't matter to him, and that as long as the man had no bad intentions, everything was fine. He even said that he would help Shu because he did not like to remain indebted. At that moment, Zhuang, Yatun, and Chernish were sitting in the bathroom, and Yatun asked her not to worry because her ability would soon be revealed. Zhuang replied that she needed to become stronger and didn't want to be a burden on missions. Chernish jumped on her at that moment and said that he felt she was incredibly strong. Zhuang picked her up and said that she was silly and most likely felt the power of the mummy inside her. After that, her eyes clouded over and she screamed, and Shu and Tang ran to the bathroom, thinking that Zhuang's ability had been revealed. Yatun came out of the bathroom with the black cat, looking very lost. She said that Zhuang had just disappeared in an instant. Yatun said that she was playing with the baby and then disappeared. She didn't know what kind of ability it was, considering that she was naked. Tanka couldn't detect a single drop of her spiritual energy, even with his underworld eye. Then Tanka suggested that it was the ability of instantaneous movement. He thought that she had felt this ability while simply taking a bath, and without knowing it, she accidentally moved to another place. Tanka called this ability amazing, but Shu said he considered such an outcome unlikely. After all, as soon as the ability awakens, its bearer unconsciously understands what it is, and it is unlikely that Zhuang wanted to move from the bathroom. Shu suggested that this could have happened if Zhuang was as unconcerned with details as Tanka. At that moment, Zhuang vaguely heard all these conversations and followed the voices. The guys were talking about how only Zhuang knew where she was now, and Tanka was worried that the commander would not approve of him losing her again. At that moment, she entered the hall and told them that she had not disappeared anywhere. Everyone turned to look at her and saw her translucent silhouette in the doorway. As she was weakened, she began to lose consciousness, and Tanka ran to her to catch her. She woke up in bed, and Tanka was glad that she was okay, and told her that she had the ability to become invisible, like a blackbird. But he was still curious as to why she had hidden and not said a word, since they had been worried about her. At that moment, Zhuang was delighted with her new ability and did not answer the question. But Shu stopped her joy with doubts about her invisibility. He asked Zhuang to describe in detail what she felt during the process. At that moment, Zhuang apologized to Yatu and said that she didn't want to scare them. She explained that she had been playing with the black cat. Her head had spun, and she had decided to get some fresh air, but had lost consciousness on her way to get a towel. When she came to, she was already visible, and although she wanted to change her form, she couldn't. She tried to control the energy leaving her body, and was able to reverse the process halfway and become half-transparent. Nevertheless, she still fainted when she saw the boys. After listening to her, Shu replied that he knew what ability Zhuang had gained. He explained that Zhuang's new ability was borrowing. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea, Ru Yuan took out a golden sphere and began to interact with it. As a result, the power contained within it flowed downward, and the sphere shattered into pieces. Ru Yuan was standing on top of the huge skeleton of an ancient monster and, calling it Sonia, asked it to wake up. Zhuang had never heard of such an ability before, so she asked what it meant. Tanka understood that this was why he couldn't sense her presence, and Shu explained that her abilities were transferred through touch. Then Zhuang asked if she could borrow other people's abilities. Shu asked Tanka to give Zhuang his hand so she could try. He gave her his hand and asked if she felt anything unusual, but Zhuang felt nothing and quickly withdrew her hand. Tanka decided that this was a strange selective borrowing. Without saying anything, Shu asked Yatu to hold out her hand. Yutun was a little embarrassed that she had to do this, but she still held out her hand to Zhuang. Zhuang's hair began to levitate, and Tanka realized that her ability only worked with demons. At that moment, Zhuang felt ill again, turned pale, and lost consciousness once more. When she came to, Shu explained that she could borrow several abilities, but only from demons. It was transferred through touch, and the duration of the ability depended on her spiritual energy reserves. Zhuang lost consciousness due to spiritual energy depletion, and by practicing counting breaths, she could expand her reserves. To find out how many abilities she could use at once, she would need to train non-stop. So Shu came to the conclusion that this ability was based on the gradual development of skills, and in the future, she would be able to develop them to their maximum level. Shu began to mumble further, but Tanka asked him to stop. At that moment, Zhuang felt a strange sensation inside her. She ran to the window and said that she felt something frightening. It seemed to her that some very powerful demon had awakened in the distance. Tanka was upset that this was happening at that moment because Commander Han would not allow him to fight it. Besides, she would definitely find out if Tanka went. Shu asked her not to worry because she had just woken up and should rest. At that moment, Shu headed home because he also needed to rest. He thought that today was a day of great misfortune, and so he was incredibly curious to see what step Tanka would take. At that moment, waves rose on the oil rig, and the workers shouted that all watertight doors should be closed. Others asked to lower the crane and secure all objects and tools on board. But no one understood where these waves had come from, as they had not been forecast. Suddenly, one of the workers screamed in terror because he saw something terrifying in front of him. A huge ancient demon rose from the seabed, taking the form of a rock. Looking around, the demon determined its direction of movement and walked along the seabed toward it. Watching this, Ruyeon was surprised that she did not have to direct it towards Lushan, and that it chose this direction itself. Watching him, she decided that it was just an unusual coincidence. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Ghost Company, Commander Han was on alert and said that threats had been occurring all the time lately. She was told that a demon of enormous size had been discovered 90 kilometers from the coast of Lushan. It had been awakened by drilling on the shelf. The company had not yet been able to determine the level of threat due to its S rank. Qin initially decided that it was a medium rank demon, or at least a medium rank demon. The commander asked her to warn all the commanders and tell them that the demon was approaching and that an emergency evacuation was needed within a couple of hours. As she fled, Qin realized that Commander Han had not slept for at least 3 days. Therefore, Qin hopes that she would be able to hold out during this threat. Han herself asked the consul to calculate the speed of the demon and the time it would take to reach the city. The consul estimated that it would take the demon 7.5 hours to reach the city. Han realized that if they used A-rank officers, they would not be able to fight in the water, and they would not be able to evacuate everyone in 2 hours. That is why it was necessary to ask the defenders for help again. She ordered the Judicial Department of Hellish Punishment to be notified so that it could contact the Defenders Hall. Han asked them to tell the defenders to move out immediately. A few minutes later, the seal of the defenders appeared above the demon's head. The defenders belonged to the Hall of Defenders of one of the 4 halls of Lanting. They were responsible for protecting the city prison and for emergency situations. Most importantly, they possessed a secret method of moving the heavenly seal. Each state had 12 defenders, 6 pairs. All teams were personally selected by the ruler of the state. Those bearing the title of defender enjoyed a unique status in the city and in the human world. Each defender had to have a bronze mask. It was a symbol of their identity. The defenders were not only advisors to the ruler, they possessed power greater than anyone else in the city of Lanting. And when the ancient S-rank demon appeared, several teams of defenders were called in to deal with it. Upon arriving at the scene, one of the defenders realized that they had been gathered to deal with this huge demon. His partner noted that this was an ancient demon that had been asleep for a long time. He asked if he should test its strength, but that would only anger the demon. After that, the defender asked number 9 to test the demon. The 9th defender was named Su-ji, and he headed straight for the demon, gradually increasing his size. When he was the same size as the demon, he told him that he did not know who had awakened him, but that he should go back to sleep and no one would disturb him. But the demon did not answer him, and Su-ji realized that it had no mind of its own. Su-ji took out his shield and asked the demon for forgiveness in advance. He braced himself against his large shield and began to knock the ancient demon off its feet. Unfortunately for the defenders, even Su-ji's shield could not hold back the demon, so other restraining attacks would be useless. The defenders began to discuss how long it would take to restrain him in order to seal him with the earthly branch of the divine stems. They decided that a minute would be enough. Then, one of the defenders said that the people had asked to calm him down or expel him, but they decided that, given the situation, the latter was their only option. The defender flew up to number 9 and asked how he was feeling, and he replied that he had felt worse. Number 3 then assigned tasks. When all the defenders gathered together, Number 3 asked him to listen. He said that number 11 should use his ability on the demon to buy time, while number 10 would cover him and help. Number 5 had to immobilize the left arm, and number 4 had to immobilize the right arm. Number 9 would have to use his shield after number 11 finished so that the demon would remain in place. The 3rd and his partner also decided to redirect energy to the 3rd to strengthen the restraint. Number 6, 8, and 12 had to support the 7th and together complete the seal of the 12 earthly branches. The triple seals were supposed to hold the demon for at least a minute, allowing them to exercise it. When all the tasks were assigned, the defenders began the operation to expel the demon. Together, they flew down to the demon, enveloping it in green threads of their movements. The 7th defender, Su-shimu, activated a misty veil to immobilize the demon, and when the demon reached for her with his other hand, Su-yang stopped him and shouted for him not to touch Shimu. He wrapped his hand in threads and pushed it away using Su's attack. Yang also added an explosive bell to the arm, and it exploded and distracted the demon. One of the defenders said that the demon was quite strong and that the 11th should have already finished. At that moment, the 4th defender, Su Riao, stabbed his sword into the demon's other hand. One arm was under the control of the defender, and the other was in the growing hibiscus of another defender. The arms were held back by numbers 4 and 5, and everyone else asked them to hold on. The 11th needed a little more time to put him to sleep because he was too big, and at one point, the demon directed a stream of his energy at her. Sushir immediately flew up to him and shouted that he would cover the 11th. One of the defenders told him that he had chosen to circle around the beam on purpose to show off. Then she replied that he shouldn't worry and that this demon's attacks were extremely slow. After that, she again asked number 11 to ask him for help. She didn't think twice and asked number 10 to help her. In the next moment, the defense flew past her, escaping the misty shadow. She thanked number 10 and said that the seal had been applied and the demon would be unconscious for 10 seconds. In the next moment, the demon passed out. His eyes went dark and the defenders called number 9. He took out his shield and told him that his time to awaken was now, and awakened the blue ghost's tripod. At that moment, large red walls began to descend around the demon. The next moment, these walls were sealed with huge shields. Han flew to this place with the help of a drone, and she was curious how much further she had to fly. The console replied that the estimated time of arrival was about 3 minutes. Han thought that if the defenders failed, the consequences would be irreversible. Since Lushan was a densely populated city, it would be impossible to evacuate it in 8 hours. Moreover, people could learn about the existence of demons, and then there would be nothing left for the human world but to sink into chaos. At that moment, Jing ran into the office and said she had good news. At that moment, Jilan's voice was heard asking if he could come in. He came in and said that he had learned about the incident and had an idea that could help buy some time. The commander thought he was hinting that the spiritual reality project was ready. Jilan replied that it wasn't ready yet, but it would be in 8 hours. He had done his job, and all that remained was for the weapons company to tweak some details, given the size of the project. When it was finished, the demon would be close enough to the city to be noticed, and he heard that the company employed someone capable of creating fog. If the officer directed thick fog toward the demon, it could be hidden from view. After listening to him, Commander Han confirmed that it could work. Han asked Jing, the officer in Zhengsha, whether he had the fog or not, and asked her to contact him quickly if he did. Jing then asked why Han did not order the defenders to send the demon to the other world if he was so dangerous. Han asked Jing if she had noticed anything strange, because according to people's testimonies, the demon did not attack them. They couldn't say for sure whether it was friend or foe, but all life was sacred. The main task of the Ghost Company was, first and foremost, to protect people. But they couldn't forget that they were responsible for maintaining peace between humans and demons. Jing understood what Han meant and said she felt better knowing they had a plan B. The only thing she was worried about was that the spiritual reality would end on time. At that moment, the commander thought that they had a plan C, or rather, an ace up their sleeve. After all, Tang would surely be delighted if the Ghost Company challenged him to a fight with such a demon. Nevertheless, the commander hoped that the defenders would cope, and it would not come to that. The two defenders looked at their shields and realized that their time had come, so they drew their swords. After they drew their swords, the space around them filled with green light above, and the defender said, "Halul." All the power gathered in the swords was directed at the other defender, after which his partner said, "Halul, return." The one with the power thanked his comrade and noted that he could already feel the demonic energy growing stronger. It was Su Ye, and he said that his power had increased several times over. That is why he was ready to attack and prepared to enter the battle. The 7th watched as the 3rd number prepared for a fierce reception. The sky above the shields lit up green, and a huge projectile fell on the demon. The 7th shouted that number 7 was incredible. At the moment of impact, a huge jade tower appeared. After that, number 3 shouted to the others that it was their turn to enter the fray. The defenders prepared themselves and began to create a seal of earthly branches with heavenly rods. 5 huge seals appeared around the jade tower, under which a pentagram was created. One of the defenders asked the 3rd to hurry up and expel the demon, because he wanted to drink some spirits. In addition, he noted that it was unlikely that this demon would be able to move with the triple seal for the next 10 minutes. At that moment, the defenders sensed that the demon had awakened, and one of them shouted to the 7th that he needed to be more careful. In the next second, a beam of green light shot out of the tower and severed the 7th defender's leg. In general, at that moment, the entire tower was covered with green rays coming out of it, and when the demon stopped attacking, the defender shouted to the 9th that he was closest to number 7 and needed to be rescued. That defender couldn't believe that their seal hadn't worked, and the mission had failed. The next moment, the tower began to break apart and collapse into the water. Thus, the ancient demon escaped through the back wall and into freedom from the base of the tower. The defender thought that as long as they did not attack the demon, it would not touch them. But he didn't understand why it was heading towards the city, so the defenders decided to gather for a discussion. They asked number 7 to hold on while the 7th healed him, and he added that he had stopped the bleeding. The 6th defender directed healing threads from his sword toward the 7th. Everyone covered the 11th defender's eyes, because he was naked from the waist up after recovering. At that moment, Commander Han's drone flew in, and she asked to be briefed on the situation. The defenders said they couldn't get the demon to surrender, and the banishment had also failed. They weren't sure they could neutralize him, but they knew they could buy time by continuing to attack him. After his attack, Number 3 realized that the demon's defense and strikes exceeded the highest rank A. Therefore, even a big fight would not delay it much. And this demon was much stronger than they could have imagined. Han thanked them for their work and allowed them to return to Lanting. After that, she called Jing and said that they would still have to use their ace in the hole. A few minutes later, she said that the defenders had managed to hold the demon back, but she needed to know how the evacuation was going. Jing replied that everything was going smoothly and the operation would be completed within 2 hours. There were few people on the coast, mostly factories, and they were quickly evacuated. But Jing was worried that they had not evacuated the urban areas. Han replied that the mummy incident had already shocked the masses, with hundreds of construction workers missing and half the population fainting for no reason. The media creating fake news could still control the situation, but evacuating the city would definitely cause panic and undermine people's trust. The company had to stop the ancient demon at all costs before it reached the city. Jing said she understood, and added that she would contact Tang quickly. Han noted that Tang power was as destructive as that of the ancient demon, and that they had to wait until all coastal areas were clear. Jing replied that Han was right, and Julan joined the conversation, saying that a master in the human world could not use his power. Under other circumstances, he could have helped with his manipulation of space. Han said that he had already helped them greatly, and asked that they leave the care of the world to humans. Some points in the code were terribly unfair, but they all ensured peace between humans and demons. Therefore, no one interfered in each other's affairs, which Jolan agreed with, and he was glad that he could help the people with his power. Commander Han was surprised that Jolan held Tang in such high regard. An hour later, at Tang apartment, Zhuang discovered that he was going somewhere at night and asked him about it. Tang replied that Jingxi had told him to wait for a call from Han. According to her, a truly powerful demon had appeared. At that moment, his phone rang, and Zhuang rushed over, worried that something terrible had happened. Tang took the phone from Han and asked if she had a job for him. She replied that she did, and asked how the girl with the mummy locked inside her was doing. Tang replied that she had learned to control her spiritual energy and use the mummy's skills, and Han was very surprised at how quickly she had learned. In addition, Tang noted that she was completely safe with him. Tang also understood how risky it would be if the mummy escaped while he was on a mission. After all, last time they had almost lost half the population of Lusheng, and he would not joke about such things. Zhuang was upset because, without doing anything wrong, she had put people's lives in danger, and she realized that she was still a threat to the company. Seeing that Zhuang was sad, Tang said he would complete her task, but on one condition. He asked her to let Zhuang participate in this year's state championship. Han thought about it and promised to talk to the management, but only after the task was completed, and Tang would have to bring her to headquarters. Tang agreed and said that everything would be fine if she vouched for them. Afterwards, Tang hung up and said he would go greet the ancient demon. Zhuang was a little confused and asked Tang why he did that. Our hero replied that his master had taught him that he must be responsible for his words, and he had promised Zhuang that he would help her, but Han might not agree later. Hearing this, Zhuang thought that Tang might be a fool, but by keeping his promise, he showed that he could be relied upon. After some time, the ancient demon reached the coast and came out of the water. He continued on his way to Lushan, but something disturbed him, and he prepared to send a huge fireball. The demon aimed the ball at our hero, who had not yet had time to do anything. Tang realized that the demon would not stand on ceremony and decided not to hold back either. He directed his mystical form and soul into gold and prepared to attack the demon with it. As a result, our hero's attack proved to be stronger than the demon's and pierced half of its stone body. Tang did not expect such a reaction from a super strong ancient demon. As a result, he fell to the ground and the forest nearby burst into flames, and he realized that he had been a little too hasty. At that moment, a drone flew up behind him and Commander Han's voice rang out. She reminded him that she had asked him to wait for her orders and not to take the law into his own hands. Tang tried to justify himself and said that he did not strike first and only responded to the attack. Commander Han was angry that she would have to explain to people where the destruction came from, and when Tang thought of blaming it on a meteorite, Han regretted calling him. The next moment, our hero noticed that the demon had recovered again. Tang was delighted, because he couldn't believe that an ancient demon could be defeated so easily, but Han reminded him not to act without orders. At that moment, she received a notification that the target had accelerated and was now moving much faster, and now her estimated time of arrival in the city was 43 minutes. She immediately asked Jingxi to release a thick fog. It was also necessary to contact the weapons company so that they could report on the progress of the completion of the spiritual reality. After all, they had no other options besides the power of Tang. Otherwise, they would have to tell people about the existence of demons. Upon hearing this, Julan asked them to wait for him because he had an idea. Han sent Jing after him to make sure he didn't do anything stupid, because if he used the power of a master, he would be executed by the heavens. The commander understood that if Julan used his power, he would anger the heavens and perish. The wrath of heaven is the second defense of the founder of the secret Taoists, which he left as a legacy to the people. He had two types of transportation: the all-consuming reptile and the all-seeing Seiji. So the soaring reptile turned into a heavenly seal and sealed most of the demons inside. And Seiji was reborn as the sphere of heavenly wrath and continued to protect humanity to this day. The sphere of heavenly wrath was created to watch over the 11 masters of the city of Lanting. They swore not to use spiritual energy in the human world, and if they broke their oath, they would be punished by the wrath of heaven. And regardless of his location, the master would be executed. Only he would suffer, and no one else. That's why Han was so worried. At that moment, Jing asked what Lan was going to do, and he replied that there was no time to explain. Then they ran to the doors of the arms company, and Jing realized she was right. When the doors opened, Xiaomei jumped into his arms and said that she and the master had managed to cut down the time of spiritual reality. Julan praised her and the master for their excellent work, but added that their plans had changed slightly. With regret on his face, he replied that they needed to speed up tenfold. Xiaomei was not upset, because she understood that if Julan was here, he had a solution. Julan turned to Master Xiaomei and said that they needed to speed up the time of reality tenfold. And even though they had originally planned for reality to last up to an hour, in the end, Tang Ka was assigned to carry out this mission. This meant that 5 minutes would be enough for Tang Ka to deal with him without any restrictions. However, at that moment, the spiritual reality was unstable, and Master Ge was not sure that it could be controlled. Julan asked him not to worry, because he could control it without demonic energy, but only with their help. He said he would monitor the changes in spiritual reality, and that they would need to calibrate the settings. Master Ge said that they could handle it, and asked Xiaomei to adjust the supply while he would take care of stabilizing the energy. At that moment, he fell asleep again, and Xiaomei explained that it was because he was 150 years old. Finally, they got down to business, and Xiaomei said that the energy flow was normal and all levels were fine. Master Ge noted that the temporary settings were ready, and they began calibration. Jing asked what would happen if they couldn't manage it so quickly. He replied that he had already come up with a solution, and Jingse didn't need to worry about it. In case of failure, he decided to simply use space manipulation to complete the work. He said that his life would be given in exchange for countless human lives, and it would be worth it. Jing then said that his life was also important, and that they would manage to complete the spiritual reality on time. Julan said that no matter what happened, they would be able to overcome it together, and Jing was glad to hear that. At that moment, the master reminded her to contact the officer who could release the fog. After a while, Zhang Sa, a B-rank officer, was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. He was contacted and asked to release the fog, which he did, even though he did not understand why. At that time, Tang Ka was just sitting on the ancient demon, waiting for permission to fight. At some point, he became interested in whether this demon had a brain. Then he assumed that it did not, and so he ran forward, but he did not understand why he was going there. It was clear that if Tang Ka did nothing against him, he would also do nothing against our hero. At that moment, Tang Ka looked up at the horizon, where the city was already visible. Tang Ka began to get nervous and relayed the information about the city to the commander. However, Commander Han asked him to wait a little longer. At that moment, she contacted Jingxi and asked how much time they had left. Jingxi answered the call and said that they had managed to create a cube of spiritual reality. She asked Jolan why he hadn't done it earlier, and he replied that it was incredibly dangerous. After all, if something had gone wrong, the entire ghost company would most likely have been destroyed. Jing then remembered that Jolan was always cautious and asked him about a plan B. He replied that he would use space manipulation techniques to redirect the energy so that no one would get hurt. A few minutes later, the drone brought the cube with Tang Ka's reality, and he asked what it was. Han explained that it creates a large parallel space. However, due to the urgency of the situation, this space would only exist for 5 minutes. Therefore, Tang Ka's task was to eliminate the object in 5 minutes, and it had to be activated with a button. Tang Ka was delighted to have a portable training ground in his hands. The next second, he pressed the button, and the space began to expand. When the cube opened completely, Tang Ka told the demon that now there were 2 of them here, and he was curious to see if he could defeat the demon with a single strike of 5-fold glacial lightning. Tang flew right up to the demon's face, devising an attack for him. He told him that he was trapped and that it was pointless to ask for help. Then Tang asked him not to worry, because he would give him Corvalol for his sick heart. The next moment, he directed a 5-fold glacial lightning bolt and storm heart pills at the ancient demon. And when Tang crushed him into sand, he was curious how he would restore his former form. But suddenly, Tang saw a blue sphere gradually filling with fire just above the crater. He realized that this glowing sphere was the demon's core, and he became curious about what would happen next. As it formed, Tang realized that there was not a scratch on it from the impact, and dust was simply gathering around the core. And while it continued to gather, Tang called it a show-off. Finally, instead of black ash, a humanoid demon body appeared. There was a bright flash, accompanied by wind, and Tang wondered why such a show was necessary during a normal transformation. Now Yunshen, a demon surpassing the highest rank of S, stood before him. Seeing him, Tang said that he liked to stall for time, and did not look like a weakling. At that moment, Yunshen reached out his hand and clenched it, and a stone pillar rose from the ground. This was his first attack against our hero, who, of course, noticed it. Looking at the pillar, Tang said that it was cool that the demon could control the earth, and at that moment, he did not notice that Yunshen was attacking him with his hands. As a result, the demon hit him on one side and threw him, by inertia, towards the stone pillar, hitting him again. There was a powerful explosion, and Tang ended up at the bottom of the crater. He lay there smiling, preparing for the 4-fold ice bolt and the shadow god of thunder, for he had finally found a worthy opponent. Our hero stood up, covered in purple lightning, and decided to test his opponent. Tang prepared to attack, and told the demon to be careful. After all, Tang was very curious to see if he could catch up with him. Using the speed of the shadow god of thunder, our hero flew up to the demon, preparing to attack from several sides at once. But Yunshen Yu managed to repel all of Tang attacks, despite their speed. Tang was surprised that he was able to block all his blows, and decided that he should strike harder. And then his fist flew from below to above Yunshen's head, from which it simply flew apart. Then our hero was afraid that he had overestimated the force of his blow. But after a moment, the head was restored, and the demon began to chase Tang to strike him. Tang admired his speed and transformation, because the demon could transform underground. In the end, our hero realized that Yunshen was stronger than all his previous opponents, and that meant he would have to enjoy these moments of struggle. At that moment, stone fists burst out of the ground in response to the demon's blows. Then Tang asked the demon why he was trying to sneak up on him, and he caught him again as he turned his head and struck him from the other side. Then our hero flew up, and stone ribbons flew out of the ground after him. Tang wondered when this demon would calm down and stop trying to sneak up on him. But at that moment, stone ribbons wrapped around him and gathered into a ball. When this happened, the demon put his hand forward and clenched his fists. This action caused the sphere to explode powerfully, with huge spikes inside. But Tang simply wondered if that was all the demon was capable of, and decided to warn him. He said that he had a golden mantra on him, so these attacks were like tickling to him, and he should show something more powerful. And although the demon did not respond, he understood what Tang was saying, and therefore summoned a tornado around himself. At that moment, Tang blew up the sphere from the inside and asked the demon to show everything it was capable of. Then Yunshen launched the tornado he had created at him, and Tang admitted that it was more powerful than a cobblestone. In his opinion, the tornado of fire and wind was quite creative, and he wanted to see what this attack was capable of. As a result, this attack caused Tang's golden mantra to break and his clothes to burn. The tornado moved quickly, and now the demon and Tang were already in the city. Our hero fell onto a roof and told the demon that it was not scary that he no longer had the golden mantra. After all, the mantra was only a shell for him, and his skin and bones were made of golden runes, so he could not be harmed. Moreover, these golden runes were 3 times stronger than the golden mantra. And even though Tang did not understand how the demon recognized speech, if that was all he had better wrap it up. Yunshen realized that he needed to attack our hero again with something more powerful. And this attack looked really powerful, as Tang confirmed. As a result, the explosion left a giant crater where Tang had been standing. Yunshen looked at it and fumed, while Tang assumed that he had used up almost all of his demonic energy. Our hero realized that he had gotten what he wanted, so it was time to end the fight. Tang could not defeat him with a bolt, so he decided to destroy him with a 6-fold or 7-fold attack. When the demon shrank, he became stronger and more cunning, and then Tang began to doubt whether he could defeat him in 5 minutes. Then he had the idea to pretend that they were equals, forcing him to use up all his demonic energy. In the end, it became easier than ever for Tang to defeat the demon, and even though it felt strange to fight naked, he was more worried that the demon had a trump card up his sleeve. So he decided to transform. Smiling, Tang snapped his fingers and summoned the borrowed gold to him. Golden lines enveloped our hero from head to toe, and the demon was frightened by this power. Yunshen decided to attack during the transformation, and Tang said that it was inappropriate because he was humbly waiting for the end of his transformation. Tang managed to put on the golden armor on his arm and deflected the demon's blow, splitting his arm into dust. After that, he finally accepted the final version of his golden armor. As a result, Tang activated the suppression of the seal with borrowed gold and acquired the form of golden rune armor. And now, he waited for admiration. Seeing his form, the demon immediately threw himself to the ground. Tang realized that in human form, the demon's body did not regenerate as quickly as in stone form. Moreover, the ground was his safe zone, so escape was a smart decision. Nevertheless, our hero understood that they had little time, and it was time to end the fight. Approaching the ground, the demon buried itself in it to restore its arm. After that, his arm immediately regenerated, surprising Tang with its rapid recovery. Then the demon flew higher and suddenly stopped, which was incomprehensible to Tang. Yunshen did this in order to take on his final true form. Tang realized that he was using the accumulated energy of the core in his body, and once he took his final form, he went all out and was about to attack. But our hero managed to dodge the blow and decided that the demon had decided to flee because it had missed. But the demon did not run away. He only buried himself in the ground again, which was actually an illusion because he wanted to pull off another distraction attack and flew at Tang from the side. But this time, the technique did not work, and Tang reacted to the blow and counterattacked. Nevertheless, the demon accelerated and still managed to strike Tang from below. But Tang realized that the demon had used up most of its energy and was weaker, and that it was passing through buildings so that Tang couldn't see it. Tang called it a clever plan, but he still said that the demon had overestimated his final form and that his attacks were light and useless. After that, Tang turned on his underworld eye to detect the demon, and then he saw that it was about to emerge from the building on the right and was ready. With all his strength, he struck the demon with gold, causing it to fly out of the sky. Tang did this on purpose because the time of spiritual reality was already ending. After that, Tang flew to Yunshen and began to press him with gold. Tang put all his strength into that blow and only broke his rib, praising the demon's final form. Nevertheless, he understood that there was no more time for fighting. Therefore, Tang resorted to attacking again with the borrowed gold. Huge golden fists appeared in the sky, with which Tang was going to attack the demon. Our hero told the demon that he had not had so much fun since leaving the mountains, and that now, whether the demon lived or died depended on fate. After these words, Tang attacked the demon with a huge golden glove. When the demon fell to the ground, 2 golden hands began to beat him in turn. At the end of this attack, the spiritual reality disappeared, and Commander Han asked to determine Tang coordinates. At that moment, Tang looked at the demon's burnt body and saw that it was still breathing, using its remaining energy to stay alive. However, even using the earth, the demon could not return to its original form, but he continued to crawl toward the city, despite his condition, and Tang did not understand why. At that moment, Commander Han's drone flew up to them and reported that it had spotted a suspicious life form. The commander kept asking Tang where he got his armor, why he had long hair, and what kind of demon was in front of them. The drone asked them not to let the demon go and to wait until the defenders arrived to banish him to the third world. Tang asked them to wait a little longer and not to call the defenders. The demon was unable to fight, so it was the perfect moment for Tang to clarify one thing for himself, and he needed time. After these words, Tang touched him and, using the power of following another's path, entered his mind. He did this because he was curious about the secrets this demon was hiding. Once inside his subconscious, he asked the demon why he was heading towards the city. The demon himself did not understand what was happening at that moment and why he was back to his old self. But Tang told him that they were in his consciousness, and even if he couldn't speak, he could communicate with his thoughts. Tang wanted to know if there was anything bad in his mind, and if so, he wanted to help. If his intentions were evil, or he did not want to talk about it, Tang would not be able to help. And then the demon would be sent to a world from which there was no return. At that moment, they were transported to ancient times, when a group of people migrated in search of a place to settle. People crossed mountains and swam across new rivers again and again. They did this until they unexpectedly stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. In addition to an inexhaustible supply of water, they had fruit and animals at their disposal. It was an ideal place for people, so they settled there. After some time, they realized that the closer they were to the mountains in the middle of the oasis, the juicier the fruits and vegetables were. And later, they discovered something even more amazing. One night, the tall mountains began to glow with a bright red light. The people then believed that the harvest was so bountiful because of the mountains and their protection. They named the mountains Yunshen, and they became an object of worship for the people. It was still unknown whether it was because of people's worship or because of their own transformation, but the mountains began to change. Over time, they grew smaller and smaller until they reached a small size. One day, thunder rumbled across the sky, and the ground in the oasis began to shake. Frightened people ran for shelter amid all the commotion. Then, the leader of the human clan remembered the existence of Yunshen. He directed everyone toward the mountains so that the people could begin to pray for protection. However, the leader was shocked by what he saw at the foot of the mountain. He discovered that the Yunshen had disappeared. Instead, there was a life form, similar in shape to a human. The entire human race then bowed down before this creature. On that day, the creature was given a name and was called the deity of the mountains. However, when it descended to the ground, it turned out that it did not know how to walk. Seeing that the mountain deity had fallen, the chief immediately decided to run to him. Soon, the mountain deity itself noticed something as the man approached him. He watched closely as the man used his legs to run. In this way, the mountain deity quickly learned to walk. The deity continued to walk aimlessly forward and left the oasis, only to be met by the vastness of the desert. Looking back, it felt the aura of its birthplace dissipating and realized that if the aura left the oasis, it too would become a desert. Instinctively, it knew that it needed to stay in the oasis and protect it. Yunshen had no feelings or desires, but he was extremely curious. After the deity's return, people continued to worship him. Watching the people, he tried to eat food like they did, but soon he realized that he had no mouth and therefore no need for food. Like all people, he tried to sleep, but he had no need for that either. Then, to dispel his boredom, he began to imitate the various behaviors of animals. After exploring the entire oasis, he thought deeply about how much he did not understand about people, animals, and plants. So he tried to relax and feel the oasis, which felt like a part of his body. That's how he realized that people hunted animals just like animals hunted each other. Plants not only processed water from the ground, but also the remains of animals hidden in it. Everything around him went through the stages of birth, growth, and death. And all living creatures went through the stage of reproduction. A year later, the deity realized the main rule that governed the oasis, and his body also grew from a child to an adult. Even after he learned the laws of nature and the cycle of life, there was one thing he did not understand. In addition to instincts, there was something else that made creatures live and reproduce tirelessly. It was the feeling that connected all living things around them, and that feeling was love. It had no physical form, but it was present in all organisms, and the mountain deity could not project it. In complete solitude, an unknown feeling began to grow within him, and people called it loneliness. Having experienced such loneliness, the mountain deity realized that all creatures around him had kin, but his kind did not exist. He was completely alone, and then he gathered some of the energy in his body in his tail. After that, he cut it off, and separately from his body, it began to sparkle with energy. In this way, he managed to create another creature similar to himself, and people called it the mountain spirit Yui. The deity had no emotions, and when he saw another creature of his kind, the loneliness in his heart still did not disappear. Seeing that this creature did not yet know how to walk, the mountain deity approached her. He reached out his hand and tried to help her to her feet. She accepted his help, and from that day on, feelings began to blossom between them. In the days that followed, the mountain deity taught the mountain spirit Yue to walk. In addition, he tried to teach her all the skills he knew. He also showed her all 10,000 different creatures of the oasis. He showed her people and their love, but at first rejected intimacy with Yui. But they continued to spend a lot of time together so that the mountain spirit Yui could learn about the world. In the end, the mountain deity showed her how to use energy to protect the oasis. They continued to grow closer to each other every day. From that day on, the mountain spirit Yui allowed the deity to gradually begin to understand what feelings were. Thus, they lived inseparably for over 100 years, but their happy times did not last long. Due to climate change, the desert became even hotter, and this gradually affected the situation in the oasis. It became difficult for creatures to survive. To protect the oasis, the mountain deity used all his energy. In this way, it managed to revive the plants that had withered. This could not last long because the oasis's water source had long since dried up. Yui realized this and felt for the deity, thinking about how they had protected the creatures of the oasis for 100 years. Seeing how hard the deity was trying, she made her decision. Even though they couldn't talk at that moment, the mountain deity could feel that the mountain spirit was saying goodbye to him. And then she gave all the energy of her body without reserve. The energy rushed into the clouds and transformed them into a black cloud. Immediately, rain poured down, carrying the energy with it, and the downpour continued without stopping for 3 days and nights. Not only did all the plants regain their strength, but the springs also returned. The mountain deity had been cultivating for more than 10,000 years, and the mountain spirit was only a tale. So after expending so much energy, she left. But she had no regrets, because in the end, she had protected the oasis that was more precious to the mountain deity than life itself. And in her last moments, he continued to be with her under the rain. Death was part of the natural and inevitable order of things for the deity, and he had seen a lot of it in the oasis. He did not know why, but the way the mountain spirit Yui turned to stone before his eyes had a special meaning for him, even though she had not truly left, and there was still a last drop of energy in her body. But it made the mountain deity experience a feeling he had never known before, namely pain. This pain was heartbreaking, like a huge insect gnawing its way out of his body and squeezing his throat, preventing him from breathing. Because the mountain spirit Yui had turned to stone, he felt lonely again, and he understood that the meaning of feelings is to ask for nothing and to be there. Just as he demanded nothing in return from the oasis, he silently protected it and cherished it more than life itself. And even though the mountain deity knew that the spirit still had a drop of energy left, but he understood that she could no longer take her former form, then he firmly understood that he had to make a further decision. In order to continue protecting the oasis and prolong the spirit's life, he sacrificed his own body. After that, the mountain deity surrounded the mountain spirit Yui with his own body. In this way, he turned into a truly enormous mountain. After that, sitting under the rain, he began to protect the oasis and defend the mountain spirit Yu. The people living in the oasis immortalized them and began to pass on their story from generation to generation. Their descendants invented writing and, to perpetuate their memory, erected a stela at the foot of the mountain and named it Mount Yun Shen. Times changed, and humanity began to develop rapidly, and their contemporaries forgot about them. People discovered that there were mineral deposits in the Yunshen Mountains and began industrial mining. And the heart of the mountain deity, mistaken for a useless stone, was thrown into the sea. And with that, he finished his story. And Tang realized that he himself did not know what had awakened him, but he understood that Yungshen was not heading for the city, but was going to his kinsman. Then he remembered that there was a mountain in the oasis, and there was a similar one outside the city to the east, and the city was just on the way. Tang said that if the demon could speak and explain what he wanted, they would not have beaten him. Besides, he himself could become small because he had incredible speed. But then Tang realized that he did not do this in order to conserve energy. Nevertheless, Tang now understood that he was dealing with a good spirit, and he had beaten it for no reason, and now wanted to help. He decided to take the deity with him to a huge mountain and promise that from now on, no one would bother him anymore. At that moment, the commander's drone touched Tan Ka, and Han herself asked why he had passed out. The commander saw that he had come to his senses and became curious about what he was planning. Our hero picked up the deity and told the commander that his goal was not the sea. He borrowed the wind and flew towards the mountain, telling the commander to follow him. She asked where he was going, and Tan Ka replied that the deity would not last long, and that he could only tell her on the way that he was looking for a relative. The city just happened to be on his way, and he posed no threat to the people. Han asked him to quickly tell her everything Tan Ka had found out. Tan Ka told the story of the mountain spirit and the mountain deity for 5 minutes. Han got answers to many of her questions and decided that he would not harm the workers and would not attack if the guard had not attacked him. Then she told Tan Ka to go to his destination first, and if his relative was there, they would cordon off the area. Jinsi hoped that the deity would be able to see his kin, and she felt so sorry for him. In Julan, she cried because of this sad story and the feelings the spirits had for each other. Jing asked the master not to cry, as she herself was barely holding back her tears. After some time, Tan Ka and the deity reached their destination, but the mountain that was in the deity's mind and what they saw were different mountains. And Tan Ka couldn't understand what had happened, since the mountain now looked like this. Han remembered that fossils had been found in it, and that the High Corporation had bought the rights to extract them. They had mined half of the mountain, and there were very few minerals left, so they had suspended work. And she did not understand whether the ancient spirit would be angry and take revenge on people when he saw what the mountain looked like. Tan Ka understood that even though half of the mountain had been dug up, the deity could still sense whether his kin was still alive. And then the mountain deity pointed his finger in the direction with his last ounce of strength. Tan Ka carried him to where the silhouette of the mountain spirit Yu could be seen from the ground. But unfortunately, she was no longer alive, and it was sad that they had not been able to meet. When the deity saw her stone body, he pulled the core out of his chest and began to crumble himself. Seeing this scene, our hero was still puzzled and did not understand one thing. There were such pure feelings between them that it was unclear whether these bonds were blood ties, friendship, or love. At that moment, the drone asked Tang what the ball was and whether it could threaten people. Tang smiled and said that the commander and the ghost company had nothing to worry about. Although his kinsman's body had crumbled, her energy already existed in the mountain and had probably merged with it long ago. He thought that the deity was a worthy opponent and that no one would bother them anymore. At that moment, the core settled over a part of the developed mountain and began to restore it. And it was after this that their energies found each other again, and now they could not be separated. Now the mountain looked the same as before, with two equal peaks. The energy of the mountain deity spread throughout the valley, filling it with plants once again. At that moment, Tang told Han that he would like to ask her to allow him to buy this piece of land. He asked to withdraw all his money, and if it was not enough, to deduct it from his remuneration for orders, in order to protect this place from people. Han replied that she had the same plans, as they had not yet fully investigated the unauthorized experiments with the energy of the High Corporation. And now, they would not dare to object to transferring the land for the creation of a nature reserve. In addition, people should show extreme respect for the mountain deity. After that, Tang passed out and said he was leaving everything else to her. The commander asked Jing to contact the Quanxi Corporation as soon as possible. At that moment, Jing thought for a moment and apologized for being lost in her thoughts. She wondered what she would do if she were in the place of the ancient spirit. After all, his place had been destroyed and his kin had been killed. He sacrificed his freedom and continued to defend his place. And after thousands of years, he wanted to see her, but her body had disintegrated, and it was all very sad. The deity and the mountain spirit did not seek glory or profit, but people used their place for their own needs and did not know when to stop. At that moment, Jing felt ashamed of being human. Julan told her not to be sad and added that people distinguish between good and evil and expend energy to maintain balance. And their outcome was not cruel, because even if he could not take human form, this place would continue to flourish. The fact that in life and in death, being together was already true happiness for the two of them, especially since they had both retained a lot of energy. At the end, Julan whispered that he wanted them to cherish each other and live long and happily. Jingxi did not hear the last phrase and asked him to repeat it, but he did not. He reminded her that the spiritual reality would soon end, and the arms company would be able to finish it off itself. So he said he had a request. He said he would like to stay in the human world a little longer and go outside for a walk. And Han said she needed to report to management. There were no further problems, and Jingxi thanked her for her help. At that moment, a group of demons was watching Tang Ka, and the eye told Pan Yu that they should forget about harming him, especially since he had managed to catch up with and damage the ancient spirit twice. And it was also impossible to seal him. This man named Tang Ka was too strong and abnormally powerful. Pan Yu said that they should first report the situation and not cause confusion among the fighters. According to him, this ancient demon they had awakened was simply enormous, with great combat power, and the 12 defenders had not been able to catch. However, Tang used all his strength and was able to defeat it, and then they disappeared after the ghost company sent a drone with a package. After flying a short distance, they disappeared, but reappeared 5 minutes later. Tang and the ancient demon changed their form, and in human guise, both looked beautiful. The demon was beaten half to death and lost an arm and a leg. Then they went to a huge mountain where, before dying, the demon turned into a mountain. But the most important thing was that they disappeared for only 5 minutes, and then the ancient demon was already defeated. In addition, the man named Tang did not have a single scratch on him. Pan Yu said that they needed to retreat and report to His Majesty that they were moving on to Plan B. At that moment, on the street, Julan was called a pretty girl with a man's vibe. Julan himself enjoyed the fact that the human world was becoming brighter and brighter. He wondered if the demon close to him could see this picture. He came to his favorite quiet bridge in the backwoods, and it seemed to him that it was better and calmer here than in the city. The buildings around him had changed, but whenever he came here, everything seemed familiar and dear to him. After all, it was here that he met his loved one and later got to know him. But at that moment, he felt unbearably sad because of one thought. Those happy days were long gone, and it made him cry. Suddenly, he smelled that same light fragrance, and pink plum blossoms fell around him. He remembered the day when he heard his voice on this same bridge, and he apologized for being late. Shuo walked up to him and said that he had read a collection of poems and got so carried away that he lost track of time. He asked Jolan if he was angry with him for being late, but he replied that he couldn't be angry with him because the time when the plum blossoms fall is so short that he couldn't take his eyes off them. Jolan told Shuo that if he had stayed any longer, he would have missed this beautiful moment with the plums. Shuo said that Jolan was the most beautiful thing there, and Jolan asked him not to say such embarrassing things in front of everyone. Then he said that flowers do not grow to be picked and admired by people. He also added that he wanted to recite a poem to him, and Jolan asked which poem had impressed him. He said that they should know each other, cherish each other, and live long and happily, and that they would only be separated if the mountains were leveled to the ground, thunderstorms occurred in winter, snow fell in summer, and the sky fell to the ground. Shuo said that this was a poem about them, and that in this life, they would always be together and share each other's feelings. After that, Shuo said that he would leave and that they would meet in the evening at the same place. And after so much time, Jolan stood in the same place and remembered those words. At the same time, Shuo stood in the upside-down world of heaven and looked into the distance. Another demon approached him and, calling him the leader of the squad, was surprised to see him there. Shuo no longer looked like he did in the human world and said that if the demon needed anything, he should report it to him. His name was Kai, and he said that the plan to use pills to block Tang's fighting power had failed, and it was necessary to move on to plan B. After listening to this, Shuo was not pleased and said that he understood. Tai said that he had started working in the squad late, but when something happened, he checked everything. He made sure to check the difference in time between the third world and the human world. For demons, time in the human world flows 120 times slower than in the third world. To paraphrase, Kai said that 1 day in the third world was equal to 120 days in the human world. And if the master told them to come out in 3 days, it meant that a whole year would pass in the human world. It would take a year to get out of the most secret treasure of the secret workshop. Kai hoped that the demons outside would not make any mistakes. After all, according to Kai's reasoning, His Majesty's plan would fail in that case. But before Kai could finish speaking, Shuo turned to him and ordered him to be quiet. Then he directed the fox's eyes and the creation of blades at him, and Kai was cut into several pieces. Shuo said that no one could question His Majesty's plans. Kai simply had to follow His Majesty's orders to the letter and say nothing against his word, or else he would meet his end. After that, Kai recovered and said that he was old and did not understand what a rash idea it was, and asked the head of the detachment to moderate his anger. Shul added that magic could be used on him, but not on His Majesty. After that, Kai said that he understood everything and added that he was leaving. In the human world, Zhuang met Tang in his apartment wearing golden armor and did not recognize him. But then she looked closely and saw his familiar hair color and mole under his eye. Tan Ka immediately said that he was the one who was being drawn into evil deeds, and that he was also the treasure of the ghost company, and she realized that he was our hero. Looking closely at him, she thought that in this costume, he looked like a real macho man. But in the next moment, the costume disappeared, and he stood naked in front of Zhuang, saying that he would wash up and go to bed. Zhuang asked him not to walk around naked, even though he was in his own house, and Tan Ka replied that he had forgotten he was naked under his costume. As he climbed the stairs, Zhuang thought only that it was good that he was all right. After all, the last time he saved the fox cub, he had a scratch on his face, but after that demon, he was fine. At that moment, she decided to go to bed, but a new message came to her phone. Jing wrote that she was inviting them to come to headquarters tomorrow because she had business with them. The next morning, Yutun woke up and asked Tang Ka when he had managed to return and where he and Zhuang were going so early in the morning. Zhuang happily replied that the two of them were going to the headquarters of the ghost company. Yutun wished Zhuang luck in getting the job, and Zhuang hoped she would succeed. Besides, Yatun was sure that with Tan Ka by her side, she would definitely succeed. When they left the apartment, they were met by Shu with a piece of paper on which was written, "Good luck." Tang Ka asked him how long he had been waiting at the door, and she replied that today was a good day to set off, and congratulated Tang Ka on yesterday's victory. Tan Ka asked how Shu knew about his victories, and thought that he had hidden cameras in his home. Shu said that he had simply read the tea leaves, and that if Zhuang was accepted into the company, he would remind them that they could form a team. Tang Ka asked why he wanted to assemble a team so badly, and asked what exactly he needed. At that moment, Tang Ka grabbed Zhuang by the arm and dragged him along, saying that it was time to stop listening to the smart Alex Shu. Finally, they approached the building, and Zhuang said that she thought the headquarters would be located on a mountain or in a more pretentious place. The headquarters in such a luxurious location in the city center was too ostentatious, and Tan Ka told her that she would soon understand everything herself. They entered the bank, And Zhuang said she thought you couldn't get in here without millions in your account. Then they approached the ATM line, and Tang asked her to select the transaction she wanted to perform. The next step was to insert her ID and get a number. Then Tang went to another door and began scanning his retina, complaining that he had to do this every time. They were met by a man named Xiao, who said he had been waiting for Tang for a long time, and greeted Zhuang. Zhuang was asked for her phone, as it was strictly forbidden to carry it inside the headquarters. After that, she was asked to sit in a chair and not walk around the hall aimlessly. Then Zhao twirled his cane, and a golden color spread throughout the room. Zhuang noticed that the room began to move, and she felt as if she were riding an elevator. Then, Xiao turned to Zhuang and welcomed her to the ghost company. As a result, Zhuang saw a huge hall filled with demons in their true forms. In one line, the demons handed out soul storage devices and identity cards. In another place, demons were asked not to eat the ghost company's equipment. In a third place, a demon was told that he had not paid his taxes and needed to make a payment so that he could return to his previous job. They informed him that everything was described in detail in the tax return in his hands. He was enraged by this bureaucratic complexity and scattered all the papers around the room. He shouted that it was difficult to pretend to be human and that he did not think it would be so difficult to earn money to live. He was angry that he had to try so hard just to live when he used to dream of ruling the world. He yelled that he wanted to be a monster and wanted world domination. Licking his lips, he yelled that disgusting little people would become his food and nothing more. At that moment, he was beaten and told that a Class C demon had started a riot, but the hooligan was quickly neutralized. As he was being led away, he confessed to the guards that he had decided to reject his old delusions and become a new demon. Zhao explained that such minor frictions sometimes arise, but there is no need to fear them because they are constantly guarded by many high-class security guards. He said that they were in the reception area of the administration office, where they were busy arranging for demons to enter the human world. If they did not like the human world, they could go to the demon city of Lanting, but even from there, it was possible to return to the humans. And as long as everything was done according to the agreement, humans and demons could coexist in harmony and peace. After all, no one wanted to return to the days when humans and demons fought each other and exterminated each other. Finally, they arrived at the floor, and Xiao told them to go straight down the corridor to Commander Han's office. Zhao noted that he did not notice the demon's breath, for the spirit of a human and a demon were mixed in one body. He thought that if she could pass the test, then he would be the judge in the body combination competition. He was very eager to see how she would perform in the future. According to Xiao, an S-rank demon strangely lived inside Zhuang. The next minute, Tang led Zhuang into Han's office, and Zhuang thought it was strange that Tang, who was afraid of no one, was trembling in front of Han. The commander told Zhuang that because of their mistake, she had to end up in the world behind Fan Tian's seal, and they wanted to apologize for that. The commander decided not to beat around the bush and said that she had called them for 2 reasons. First, she had questions about Fan Tian's seal and asked how long they had spent inside it. Zhuang replied that she couldn't say for sure because she had spent some time there unconscious. But at that very moment, Tang said that he knew they had spent exactly 10 minutes there. Commander Han couldn't believe it and asked again. Tang replied that he knew for sure that he had saved Zhuang at the last minute, and that one of the demons inside had told him that the passage usually closed in 10 minutes. Commander Han realized that this did not match the previous intelligence reports. She had learned this long ago from Master Li when she came to him while he was fishing in the mountains. She told him to wake up quickly because she had an important question for him. Li addressed her as Little Long and asked if she missed him. She got angry and kicked him, shouting that he should never call her baby again. But in the end, she missed him, and he said she was as lively as ever. The master said that she should curb her temper, otherwise she would make a lot of enemies in the company. He pulled her closer to lift her up in his arms, as he used to do when she was a child. He said that she had grown up without him noticing, and that he remembered playing with her when she was knee-high to him. After these words, she hit him in the face with her knee and said that she was no longer a child. After that, she held her sore knee, and the master said that there was a golden mantra on it. He said that the lively little girl who used to follow him around was now only a memory. Lung was incredibly angry and asked him to stop calling her a little girl. They got down to business, and the master asked if she wanted to check how many people had left his sect this year, since peace reigned in the world. She replied that the calmer things were, the more vigilant one had to be. but she wanted to ask about something else. The master said that he already knew what she wanted to ask him. Her question concerned the Fontaine seal, as the ghost company often used it to banish demons. The master understood why it was necessary to punish the guilty in a demonstrative manner. Otherwise, the demons in hiding would not behave properly. And Lee understood that the top leadership was concerned about relying too much on the power of the seal. But the only thing Lee could say about the seal was that for demons, one day passes as 120 days in the human world. He himself did not know much else about the peculiarities of the Fontaine seal. He also said that if the leadership decided they needed to investigate it, they should abandon the idea, in Lee's opinion. After all, it was the most powerful secret treasure of the founder of their sect. He told her to come back to the mountain more often to see him, and he wanted to see her outside of work next time. Following him, Long asked why, if the patriarch was so powerful, he didn't just destroy all the dangerous demons and hid them behind the seal. The master replied that of all the living beings born in the world, only humans think they should determine who is good and who is evil. The patriarch had his reasons for doing so, and if celestial beings had once truly existed, he was one of them. At that moment, Zhuang and Tang noticed that Han was thinking about something and distracted her. She said that she remembered an incident from the past and that it was nonsense. But she thought that time flows differently in the world of humans and demons, and the patriarch probably did it on purpose, but it was unclear for what purpose. Tang Ka justified himself by saying that the seal was needed to lock up demons, and that once he got inside, he knew he would get out as a human. But he was willing to take the risk to save the human who had fallen into the upside-down world. Han interrupted him and said that she had called them not only for this. She could give Zhuang a chance to participate in the state championship because Tang Ka guaranteed that the mummy was safe, and she believed it. She also checked with the master, and he agreed to recommend her for participation in the competition. Moreover, if the head of the secret Taoists vouched for her, the higher authorities would not dare to object. Tang Ka also participated in the competition for beginners, and he remembered that the participant had to complete a specific task. Then Han said that they had received an order to search for a missing person. The task was to find the person and bring him to headquarters, and Zhuang agreed to it. Han then said that the missing person was the best employee of the ghost company in the previous generation, Wang Daozi. Zhuang asked Long if she had heard correctly, that she needed to bring the best employee of the previous generation of the company. After all, he could be as powerful as Tang Ka, and if he had run away, he would not come to headquarters with her of his own free will. But after saying this, Zhuang decided to clarify whether there was a reason for his disappearance. Han replied that he had run away from the nursing home on his own because everyone had decided that he had passed away. She asked Zhuang not to panic, because even if he had been the best before, he was now an old man with Alzheimer's. At that moment, Zhuang thought that he was still able to escape on his own, just like in old movies. Long replied that there was something else to add to the task. They had 3 days to complete the task, and during those 3 days, Zhuang had to move out of Tang Ka's place and decide where to live. Zhuang was also not allowed to ask anyone for help, but she could ask Jing for information about the object of the search. If Zhuang violated any of the conditions, the task would not be considered a failure. When Long told her this, she allowed Zhuang to leave, but asked Tang Ka to stay. Zhuang realized that although Long looked stern, she could be relied upon and clearly would not interfere in Zhuang's life. Leaving the headquarters, she thought that this time she would succeed. The only thing she didn't understand was where to start, so she would ask Jing Shi to get her involved. 2 days ago, at the nursing home, Wang Daozi dropped his fork because his hands were shaking. After that, a nurse approached him and offered her help, but he didn't recognize her again, and she said her name was Sha Yi. Daozi saw the grapes in her hands and said he didn't want food, he wanted grapes. Zhao put the grapes on the table and said he could eat them after he finished his main meal. She was about to feed him with a spoon, but Daozi had already become angry. He threw the food around, shouting that he only wanted grapes. After that, he continued to insist that he wanted grapes right now. Soon he calmed down and said he wanted to sleep and would go to his room, and Xiao said she would take him there. As they walked down the hallway, Daozi forgot who Xiao was again and asked her about it. She understood that his illness was progressing, and no one could have imagined that the best employee would now reach such a state. He had no wife or children and had devoted his entire life to people, and even though he was a hero, it was all unfair. They passed a room where one of the retirees was watching an action movie. Hearing the sound of gunshots, Daoza felt sick and stopped in front of the door. The next moment, he remembered his old injuries, and his legs buckled. Then he couldn't stand the pain and just fell to the floor. He woke up lying in a hospital ward, surrounded by sensors all over his body. Looking around, he realized that he seemed to be in a simple hospital. Daoza understood that he was already an old man, but he couldn't remember anything, and he couldn't answer the questions of who he was and how he ended up in the hospital. But then he remembered that he was the commander of the Mountain Tiger Special Forces Unit of the Lushan Military District of the Zhou State. But even though he remembered this, he still couldn't understand why he was in the hospital. He remembered that he had been sent into retirement and for treatment because he had developed Alzheimer's disease. The leadership told him that he had no right to return for his own good and that he had done an excellent job, and it was time for him to retire. He realized that he had been sent into early retirement because of senile dementia. Daoza understood that to ordinary people, he was just a useless old man in need of help. Getting out of bed, he realized that he had wet the bed and couldn't understand what was happening to his body because he could never have imagined himself like this. He began to laugh hysterically at the fact that a senior fighter who had fought hundreds of battles and was the best in the company had simply wet the bed. Daoza cried and realized that an old man like him should go to the other world because he could no longer protect anyone. Then someone's voice told him that he was not old yet and could still fight. Daoza was frightened by this voice, not understanding whose it was. He replied that sooner or later, Daoza would find out who he was. But then he had to answer the question of whether he was ready to become a hero again. Daoza hung his head and asked what kind of hero he could be now. He lit up with energy and said that he just wanted to help people and be useful. The voice noted that his spiritual energy had awakened again, and that if he followed his plan, Daoza would be able to return to the company. There were many guards in the ward, and there was only one way to leave without resorting to force, and that was to pretend to go to the other world. There was a huge door in the morgue near the mountainside, and there were no guards there. Daoza said that his mind had cleared, even though he was old, and if the voice deceived him, it would be bad. The voice said that when Daoza came out, they would meet, and then he would not need to explain anything, and he would understand what to do. Daoza breathed iron into his body, which wrapped around his heart, and even in intensive care, it would not show a pulse and would block his blood vessels so that he would not feel a pulse. Then he had to disable the computer that was counting his pulse. The next moment, the hospital began shouting that Daoza showed no signs of life and that resuscitation needed to be prepared. All the data indicated that he had no signs of life, and since he could control the devices, they had to use old methods. Later, they discovered that neither with a stethoscope nor by feeling his pulse could they detect any signs of life. The head doctor tried to resuscitate him, but he couldn't, and everyone came to the conclusion that it wouldn't work. Daoza was over 90 years old and passed away quietly. They considered him a hero of an entire generation who had passed away quietly. All the doctors around stood up and wished him to rest in peace in heaven as a hero. Already in the morgue, the workers walked over to Daoza's remains and discussed how he had no family at all. They discussed that they needed to notify the ghost company so that they could arrange a spectacular funeral for him. Zhuang was already walking down the same corridor and asked if Daoza's body was kept there, and they replied that he had stayed there for one night. The workers left the body on a metal table, and an employee of the ghost company had already examined it. The doctor's initial conclusion was that Daoza had not died, but had escaped, and no one knew why. After all, they had a safe door, but he somehow managed to open it, and the camera recordings from that day had disappeared. The employee advised Zhuang not to even look for clues here, as Daoza was an elite military man in the past, and his skills remained with him. Moreover, everything indicated that he was no longer an old man with Alzheimer's who posed a threat to people, and even if she found him, she wouldn't be able to catch him because he was the best fighter. Zhuang said that she had not come to look for clues, but rather to get to know him better, as she had never been to a nursing home before. She needed to find a motive for his escape first, so she looked at his personal file, inspected the house, and figured something out. From his personal file, she learned that he was a very proud man. He used to be strong and defended the country and saved a lot of people. But when he grew old and could no longer take care of himself, he needed constant help from others. If his mind had indeed returned to clarity, the nursing home became unbearable pain for him. She knew this because sometimes a man's pride was stronger than his desire to live. And then she remembered her father. She thanked the employee for his help and said she would go look for clues elsewhere. A little later, the employee called Commander Han and said that the candidate had already left. He noted that she had a talent for empathy and observation. He noted that she had the potential to become part of the company. But he was confused because it seemed strange to entrust such a big mission to a newcomer, but Commander Han pointed out that she had someone to protect her in case of a fight. Zhuang thought that before disappearing, he had taken a shower and taken his personal belongings, and that he could also control the devices. At the same time, Jingxi sent her new materials, and Zhuang began to review them. At that moment, our hero was watching her from around the corner, following her movements. Earlier, Tang had spoken with Han in the office and asked her if she had an assignment for him as well. She said that she had detained him on Zhuang's case, and besides, at that moment, there were no cases that could interest Tang. Our hero said that Zhuang was reliable and that she would definitely succeed, but Long replied that she had a responsibility to headquarters, so Tan also had a mission, and he had to keep an eye on Zhuang. Her mission was not easy, and according to the information received, the target had already fully regained his sanity and strength. And given the nature of Daoza's search, he could only be brought to headquarters by force. And if they started fighting, Zhuang could lose control of the mummy, and it was necessary to make sure that she was not in danger. No matter what method she used, she had to bring the old man to headquarters, and the mission would be accomplished. But if she was in danger, Tang would have to intervene, and in that case, she would forever lose the opportunity to participate in the competition. The leadership was initially against her taking the exam, and Long could only give her the chance to try. Tan also really hoped that she wouldn't have any problems completing this task. After his escape, Daoza took a shower, gathered his belongings, and left the facility. He wanted to kill 100 demons so that the company would know that the precious blade did not age. At a factory near the nursing home, 2 demons were finishing off a human. Suddenly, they were called bugs, and a piece of iron flew into one of them, severing its head. The other demon began to look around for his enemy. An old man came out of the tent and introduced himself as Wang Daoza from the Ghost Company. The second demon was gone in a couple of seconds, and Daoza noted that he was already old and quickly became short of breath. But he decided that he would not give up while he still had powder in his powder flasks. He felt that his strength was no worse than before, and suddenly felt that someone was watching him from above. A small boy in tattered, worn-out clothes jumps down from the shelves in front of him. Daoza did not understand where a child could have come from and thought it was a demon in disguise. At that moment, the boy telepathically answered him and said that he was not a demon, but a child who admired him. Daoza realized that he could read minds and communicate telepathically, and that this was the same voice that had suggested he escape. The old man could not believe that a little boy had persuaded him to flee. After these words, the boy rushed to hug him, calling him a hero. But at that moment, Daoza created a wall between them so that the boy could not touch him. He did this because he did not understand who he was, what his purpose was, and why he did not speak. The boy smiled and said that he was just an ordinary child worshipping a hero. Daoza himself could not understand whether the boy was mute or whether he was deliberately provoking him. Immediately after that, Daoza wrapped him in iron strips so that he could not move. He said that after a while, they would let him go and he would have time to leave. Daozi understood that he had no time to play games with the boy and told him to return to his parents. But the boy said he had none. Then Daozi told him that he could go wherever he wanted, but not after him. But when he looked back, the boy had already freed himself from his bonds and was walking beside him. The boy said that before he disappeared, he wanted to experience what it was like to be a hero, at least once. Daozi thought that since the boy said he could disappear, it meant he was sick. But the boy did not answer him and added that this was also a secret. Daozi was angry and thought that this boy had no one to discipline him. He noticed danger ahead and asked the boy to hide behind him. Then, a demon appeared in the corridor with an unconscious girl on his shoulder. Daozi saw him and said that it was surprising that demons had begun to gather in gangs. In the next moment, he created a butterfly knife and began waving it to strike the demon. He noted that this demon had more demonic energy, so he would play with it longer than with the others. Then he turned to the boy and asked him to hide far away. But at that moment, the boy was already upstairs, and Daozi did not understand how he had managed to get there. But for him, it was even better, because he could fight freely. Very deftly and quickly, Daozi struck the demon multiple times with his knife, and all the demon's wounds burned with the old man's spiritual energy. But the demon calmly sank to the floor, and Daozi realized that ordinary weapons could not seriously injure him. On the contrary, at that very moment, the demon began to spew out an incomprehensible slime. Then Daozi saw that this slime was healing for the demon. Next, the old man created many identical machetes convenient for cutting carcasses. They could spin at high speed and cut through the demon's body. But they began to bounce off the demon, and Daozi decided that its strength had increased. He realized that the demon was so smooth that everything bounced off it, and that the slime had caused this effect. Having become slippery, it also increased its speed, and now Daozi wanted to see what the demon was capable of. But suddenly something happened to him. When the demon jumped towards him, Daozi forgot who he was and realized that he just wanted to have a snack. When the demon jumped on him, Dowzer was frightened by its appearance and asked it not to eat him. The demon began to beat him severely, pressing his body into the concrete floor. Then he lifted him by the throat and was about to put his head in his mouth. Suddenly, the boy telepathically shouted to Dowzer that he needed to wake up immediately. Dowzer said that this was the first demon that had reduced him to such a pitiful state. After that, the demon jumped away from him, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Dowzer asked where his ferocity had gone, and added that it was too late to try to escape. Then he threw the buckle of his belt at the demon, and it grew in size and surrounded him. Now the demon was trapped in a sphere of meteorite iron. Dowzer said that the demon should not try to escape from it, because only S-rank demons could do so. Then he picked up the wounded girl and said she needed to be taken to the nearest hospital. He also wrapped the boy in iron, and said that no matter what powers he had, it was better for him to sit and wait for now. Dowzer then gathered his spiritual energy in his palm and said that he was not joking. The boy shouted joyfully that it was true and that he was incredibly happy. He knew that Dowzer was using a meteorite iron ball and would spin it and then hit the enemy with it, which was his most dangerous technique. This technique was called the supersonic meteorite iron bullet, and Dowzer aimed it straight at the demon. He did this just as he removed the barrier made of buckles. After that, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred in this industrial zone. Dowzer emerged from it and simply wanted to test his strength, but he realized that he had truly grown old, for only ruins remained. At that moment, the boy ran up to him again to hug him, admiring his skills. But Dowzer again created an iron wall between them, and he crashed into it. Dowzer told him that he could follow him, but he shouldn't talk too much, because he didn't like talkative people. Dowzer realized that his illness had suddenly returned, and the boy's cry had brought him to his senses. He did not expect the illness to manifest itself so soon, so he decided that it would be better to die in battle than from such an illness. Dowzer said that he still had strength and wanted to visit his old friends. He said that if he couldn't even defeat a Class B demon, he couldn't show his face to them. It was unclear where it came from, but at that moment, a drop of demon appeared on Dowzer's neck. Zhuang received a message from Jingxi and looked at Dowzer's biography and understood what he had gone through. It described the story of one assignment, before which Dowzer's team took a photo as usual. They asked number 7 to hurry up for the photo because they couldn't wait that long. The team landed on the shore, and Dowzer asked number 7 why he took photos of them before every mission. He replied that he did it for memory's sake, and that when they grew old, they would show these photos to their grandchildren. Dowzer replied that battles were not a game, and if something went wrong, the photo would be the last one. And this mission was extremely important for the country. To increase secrecy, no one would insure them, and they would not be allowed to use electronic devices either. The 12 fighters would have to face a group of enemies head-on. This time, only 1 in 10 of them had a chance of returning alive. The squad laughed, but soon, Dowzer ordered them to stand at attention. He asked them what their motto was, and they said that without fear, not knowing what lay ahead, they would achieve victory, and that their lives belonged to the country. Then he called them fools and ordered them to check their equipment, take only the bare essentials, and prepare to leave. According to intelligence reports, an important military command center and secret weapons were located there, and they needed to destroy it and capture the plans. And when night fell, they began their attack right from the water. At that time, in the forest, the soldiers were talking about how they would march in the morning. They reasoned that many people had been transferred to the north, but one of the soldiers was afraid that they would be heard. But another said that no one could hear their voices, and that they would only be detected if someone landed directly in the forest. The next moment, he was stabbed between the eyes and fell, passing away. The rest were also quickly destroyed. A few minutes later, Dowzer imitated a bird to make sure they could safely leave. Entering the forest, they met the 7th man, who said that he had already cleared all the posts around them. He also said that the boss had missed how he had dealt with 3 and 5 seconds, even though he could have been faster without a knife. Dowzer gave him a slap on the back of the head for using the mission to practice knife skills. The 7th apologized and said he just wanted to lighten the mood in the squad a little. He also said that he had heard information that the enemy was going to attack their camp at night. One of the group members said that his sense of smell told him that there was a strong smell of gasoline 2 kilometers away from them, and that it was coming from running engines. Dowzer said that they needed to go and see what kind of vehicles were running. They saw that the enemy was already lined up and ready to attack, and that the trucks were carrying secret weapons. Dowzer realized that this mission would definitely not be easy, and that they would face a difficult task. At that moment, heavy cargo with secret weapons was being loaded onto the trucks, but it broke loose from the ropes and fell. The body was damaged, and Commander Dowzer asked Gon to use his power. She had supervision, and was therefore able to see what was inside the damaged container. Gan said that there were huge combat robots inside, and that the other trucks had the same boxes, and that there were 10 robots in total. According to intelligence reports, It would take the enemy at least another 10 years to put these robots into production. And it was unclear how they had appeared. Made of a durable alloy, they could withstand even artillery fire and had an ammunition supply of 10,000 rounds inside. The Dronzer base would be unable to resist them, and if the coastal military forces were destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dronzer was nervous that he had to figure out what to do, because otherwise, all the country's efforts over the past 10 years would be in vain. At that moment, at the site where the cargo had been lost, the soldier responsible was being reprimanded. The commander yelled that he would shoot him, and the soldier promised to be more careful. At that moment, the sergeant was approached by the formidable admiral, whom the entire army feared. The soldier told him that he had made a mistake and that they were now checking the damage and that he was ready to accept any punishment. The admiral said that nothing terrible had happened and no one had been hurt, and although the equipment was expensive, it could be overlooked. He added that the last few days had been tense and they had worked hard and the soldier needed to go and rest. And when the sergeant breathed a sigh of relief that his subordinate was all right, he saw a weapon pointed at the soldier's face. The next moment, the admiral shot the soldier right in the head. He added that such mistakes should not be repeated in the future, and the sergeant swore that they would not be. The admiral clarified that a support ship was due to arrive in an hour, and they needed to hurry. Looking back, he said that he had been feeling strange all day. In the forest, Dronzer's group asked Gon if it was definitely Fei Luo in front of them, and she said she would recognize him among 1,000 people. They began to condemn him, saying they did not expect to meet this man here, and calling him mad. Dronzer said that Fei Luo was extremely cunning, and few suspected his presence because the guards would not allow themselves any liberties. This man, like Dronzer's group, did not fit into the expectations of ordinary people, and he could sense danger. Hearing this, Dronzer's team asked their commander what they should do next in the situation. He replied that he was afraid they would have to sacrifice their lives to buy time for their base to retreat. Then he called his Mountain Tiger squad to hold a meeting and assign roles. They needed to steal the maps and plans and deliver them to their allies, as well as stay behind to delay the enemy and fight to the end. Dronzer then began to assign responsibilities. Yan Shi was to be in charge of neutralizing the guard post on the tower. Kang Hong Guanghui 7th Gang had to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the headquarters building and steal the maps and plans. Kai was the best swimmer and could return to camp much faster than any of them, so he was to deliver the papers to the base. The rest, together with Dronzer, were to attack the enemy in the square and make noise. After the distribution of responsibilities, everyone knew what to do. So they launched the attack. And while the admiral sat in his office, peacefully drinking coffee, the windows behind him shattered from the explosion. A soldier ran into the room and informed the admiral that they were under attack. But the admiral did not seem surprised and calmly asked how many people were in the enemy's ranks. The soldier replied that there were more than 10 of them, including the notorious Wang Daozi. He also mentioned that their maps and military plans had been stolen and that all the soldiers below had been killed. The admiral replied that there was no need to rush and that if they wanted to steal the papers, let them steal them, but the soldier should stay in the office and remain silent. When the admiral heard that Daozi was among the attackers, he smiled, for he had long wanted to meet him. At that moment, an assault squad was standing in formation at the base and had been ordered to settle the score in order. At that moment, they were pelted with grenades, and the officers shouted that the enemy was attacking and that they needed to fight back quickly. At that moment, Dronzer ran into the crowd with his squad and ordered everyone to spread out and quickly find cover. Hiding in the forest, one of the squad members accurately threw grenades at the enemy base. The soldiers realized that the enemy had used smoke grenades and was waging a guerrilla war, but there were too many soldiers and it was impossible to tell them apart. They did not understand when the enemy had managed to sneak up to attack and why the watchtower had not raised the alarm. But Yan was already sitting in the tower, quietly destroying targets with his sniper rifle. He reported to his comrades that he had eliminated several commanders and decapitated enemy targets. At that moment, 7th asked to be let through the corridor at headquarters. There was a crowd of people who knew that the enemy would try to break through them, and therefore they had to stand their ground until the end. At that moment, a flashbang grenade fell in front of the crowd, blinding them. Right behind it, the 7th ran up to them and began to quickly and accurately send soldier after soldier to the other world. He killed 12 people in just 6 seconds and noted that it was his record. He was only upset that the boss didn't see it, but his group understood that this was how he wanted to win Daozi's favor. Another group was running in the next corridor, and they already knew that the enemy had broken through to them. There, they saw the sergeant and were glad that he was okay, but the sergeant asked why they had run there since they had already dealt with the enemy. The soldier said that they needed to provide support in case the enemy broke through again. The sergeant slapped him and repeated that they did not need help here and that they should listen to his orders. After that, the soldiers ran away because they had to guard the combat robots according to their orders. In reality, it was not their sergeant in front of them, but Guan Hui, who was skilled at transforming himself, and he said that it would be easy to deal with them. At that moment, Dowzer realized that they had managed to get the maps and plans, and that his guys had done it quickly. But then he heard the sound of a helicopter flying overhead and saw the admiral in it. The soldier in the helicopter asked if they would really launch the sunken ship operation, and the admiral said that his order was not up for discussion. The route had already been planned to avoid the guns, and even if the deity descended, it would not be able to save those below. But the soldier noted that he would like to remind them that their soldiers were still on the island. The admiral said that dying on the battlefield was their direct duty, and let a small surprise affect their great cause. But destroying the hopes of others with his own hands was very interesting for the admiral. Dowzer realized that a big shot had escaped in a helicopter, but their weapons and a bunch of soldiers were still there, so he didn't understand why they were running away. The next moment, he whistled to his men and they ran up, not understanding why he was calling them. But machine gun fire and larger weapons were already visible in the sky above their heads. Dowzer lost consciousness from the fire, but was soon found by a member of his team. The commander asked if the others were okay, and he replied that everyone was at the entrance to the command post. Dowzer realized that they were not telling him everything, and said that they had to go there immediately. As they approached the entrance to the command post, Dowzer noticed that Seventh was lying under a pile of stones. He said that he was a little too slow, and that if he had been like the boss, he would not have gone into such trouble. Seventh apologized to the boss that he would not be able to fight with him to the victorious end, even though he would have liked to see victory with him. These were Seventh's last words, and then he passed away. Gan explained that Seventh had been crushed by the rubble while saving them all. The next moment, the combat robots opened fire on them, and Dowzer ordered everyone to take cover. Once in the shelter, Dowzer handed over a bag with enemy plans and maps. The team asked him to deliver it to their allies so that the Seventh's death would not be in vain, as Kai was wounded in the leg and could not swim. They said they would distract the robots and let him go, but Dowzer called it nonsense. The guy said that if he didn't leave, they would all die there, and the papers would burn and never reach the allies. Dowzer ran off with the documents, and his team volunteered to cover him. He ran very fast, but there was an explosion behind him, and he saw Gon's head fly by. At that moment, he realized that it was unlikely that anyone from the team would make it out alive. And in despair, he screamed at the top of his lungs. After a while, Dowzer was already swimming and realized that he was halfway there. He had promised his brothers that he would win this battle. But suddenly, something made him stop and look around. In the next moment, the admiral's submarine emerged from the depths in front of him. Seeing this, Dowzer screamed hysterically because he realized that he would not be able to escape from the submarine and that everything was in vain. At that moment, the admiral emerged from the hold and said haughtily that Dowzer had encountered storms and waves worse than these. And that was why the admiral did not understand why he had lost his temper and shouted so loudly. He added that he had, mercifully, brought all of Dowzer's companions with him, but some of their bodies were not too badly damaged, so he did not collect them. At that moment, the soldiers hung the lifeless bodies of Dowzer's mountain tigers on hooks on the side of the submarine. The admiral said that delivering intelligence was not important at all, because they had already managed to release more than 100 combat robots. Their attack was mainly directed at targets on the east and west coasts, and there were several dozen robots on the boats ahead. He added that this meant that the self-sacrifice of his precious comrades was completely meaningless. After all, the difference in combat power between the sides of the conflict was too great, and the outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. After that, the admiral asked Dowzer to turn around and see what it means to lose hope. When Dowzer turned around, he saw a whole flotilla of flagship ships with combat robots behind him. The admiral said that he felt sorry for Dowzer's comrades because each of them had unique abilities. But unfortunately, the admiral could no longer use these abilities, and he was going to send them to headquarters for experiments. At that moment, Dowzer couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real, and that he was looking at his entire squadron in lifeless bodies. After that, the admiral picked up a pistol and shot them, asking if he knew why they were losing. He said that the weak did not need sympathy on the battlefield. The weak were simply tools for battle, and tools only had value when used. The admiral laughed in Dowzer's face and said that he really liked the look on his face because he had lost everyone in an instant. At that moment, while in the water, Dowzer bowed his head and spiritual energy flowed to him. It was energy from his team, and he heard them calling him their commander. They still believed they would win and asked Dowzer to live and not grieve and not let the admiral get what he wanted. They wished him happiness and said that they had not died in vain. And these words broke Dowzer's heart. But he was glad to hear his comrades one last time and call them fools once more. At that moment, an energy explosion occurred where Dowza had been standing, splashing water on the admiral. At that moment, Dowza rose from the water with incredible spiritual energy and began to levitate above the water. Looking at the admiral, Dowza said that a mad dog should be sent to the other world. The admiral was surprised that Dowza could levitate and thought that this was his secret weapon. The admiral ordered the guards next to him to start shooting at Dowza and not let him get away alive. But shooting at Dowza was useless because he could stop the bullets with a single movement of his palm. Immediately after that, Dowza turned their direction toward the guards with a single movement of his fingers. After Dowza sent the guards to the other world, coffins with his comrades appeared behind him, and he ordered the admiral to bow down. He added that in that case, he would allow him to say a few more words, but after the victory, he would be buried with everyone else. The admiral could not understand what the hell was going on and realized that if he allowed him to survive, it would all end in disaster. At that moment, one of the soldiers reported over the radio that the hatches of the underground submarine were no longer opening. The admiral shouted for his men to contact the ship commanders and direct all fire in their direction, but communication with the ships had been lost. At that moment, the Fleet Command Center demanded a response via radio, but the ships were unable to contact the command. They did not understand what was happening and why the ships had launched a missile system, even though they had not done so. Then, the soldiers realized that the system had suddenly gone out of control, but there was nothing they could do about it. After that, it became clear that the combat target of all the ships was themselves, and shots and explosions rang out. After the last explosion, Dowza said that he had already sunk his entire fleet. He reminded him once again to kneel before it was too late. The admiral asked where such miracles came from and said that one man could not save the whole world. Then the admiral shouted that Dowza would burn in hell and cried out, "Glory to the Wit Empire." Dowza looked at him coldly, but acknowledged that this man was not lacking in determination. Then, using iron bands, he forcibly made him bow to his comrades and then sent him to the other world with a shot. After that, he put the boys on the shore and thought that dawn would come, but some would remain in eternal darkness. Zhuang, who read this story about Dowza, promised to find him and hoped that he had not gotten into trouble. At that moment, she received a message on her phone that there had been an explosion at an abandoned factory, but the investigation had not yet yielded any results. Zhuang thought this was a suspicious event after Dowza's escape, so she decided to go there and try to find some clues. When she arrived at the scene, Zhuang saw many firefighters and assumed that the explosion had been large, so she had to decide how to get inside. Then she noticed spiritual energy on the factory grounds, and although the traces were weak, their source was very strong. Zhuang couldn't believe that Grandpa Dowza was still on the territory of the abandoned factory, but she understood that an ordinary person could not get there, and she could not understand what Dowza could have done to prevent the firefighters from finding him.